Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
you want to? Can you tell them? Do you want to tell them to stop?
Can you please down? Can you please quiet down, please? Quiet down, please, so we maybe get started shortly.
Want me to say something? Or do you want to try to say something? I can try to address it.
Through the chair, do you want to begin?
Yes, we'll begin here. We'll call the meeting to order. Call roll call. Janeca? Bob? Donna? Here. Myself and Melvin? Here. One Nick still hasn't come in yet, so.
Yes, through the chair, I believe Nick will not be, he's not attending. So Nick, Sebastian, and Dale are not in attendance today. Yeah.
Anybody got conflict of interest? Which one? Just announce it when we come up to it, Jeanette. Okay. Very good.
Okay, through the chair. So the first item is a consent application. Just through the chair, if you maybe just for you, just to remind the public, when someone is speaking, please cannot other people speak, so everyone can hear what's being said. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, when we have somebody at the mic speaking, please tone it down or be quiet so we can hear them and you can hear what they got to say, because everybody wants to know what they are. And if you keep it down until we can get through this, and everybody will have their say and understand what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So first we have a previously tabled item. It's a consent application B2026 00011, 386 Wilcox Street, Hamilton. The owner is Slate HWD Incorporated, S. DeJohn-Curie. Apologize if I mispronounced that name. Agent is MHBC Planning, G. Tessler. Believe we have some interested parties here, so I'm going to go through them first if they want to speak. Okay, first we have Mandy Salter. Are you here? Are you in council chambers? Are you outside? Or are you on WebEx? Okay, maybe we'll come back. We'll come back to her. Next we have Davis Gravelsons. Davis Gravelsons, are you there? Are you here at council chambers or are you on WebEx? Oh, sorry, are you there? Oh, okay, no, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Did you want to come up and speak now or? Yeah, okay, why don't you come up, please provide your name and address and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. If you didn't register earlier, please fill out an interested party form after you speak, just behind you, and leave it there. Yep, okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Emma Cassidy. I live in Dundas, Unit 25 at 11 Peary Drive. I'm currently taking the back ed program at Laurier, working in education. My concern is that building a data center in Hamilton has long-term ramifications for us as a species, for all living species, for the natural resources in our area. I'm going to keep it short because there's a lot of people here, but I hope that you guys consider long-term what this means for current population and future generations.
Keep it down so we can keep on. You don't need to clap after
please do not clap during the hearing. Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, that was for the WebEx. That's for people who registered on the WebEx. We will first go through the people who are on WebEx, and then we'll go to any members of the public here in the council chambers. I forgot to go through the chair. I believe development planning might have something to say. I don't know if you wanted them to speak first now or maybe after the comments.
Maybe if you heard from them first, the people would, if they got something to say, then you'd have something more to
I'll let them speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Jennifer Caterino, Area Planning Manager for the West Development Team. Just quick summary of the application. So this application was previously tabled, as mentioned, at the May 19th Committee of Adjustment hearing. It was tabled to provide some additional time for staff to work on conditions proposed. Our comments are attached to the hearing agenda from May 19th, if anyone's interested in reading our full comments package. Just quickly, the purpose of this application is to sever a piece of land. The use of the property is not in question for this hearing. It is just for staff and the committee to decide on whether or not the severance, the proposed division of land is appropriate for an industrial use on the property. And staff will be available for questions after we hear all the comments from the public.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person who spoke, I don't know, I can't recall, did you fill out an interested party form? It's just behind you there. If you could fill one out, I'd appreciate it. So again, just reiterating, we're going to first go through the people that are on the WebEx portal first, and then we will go to the people here in council chambers and also outside to speak, okay? So I'm just going to go through this list again. Davis Gravelsons, are you here? Davis Gravelsons? Okay. Okay, I'll move on. We'll come back. Leo DeVries, are you there?
Yes, this is.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you wanted to speak, please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay. My name's Leo. I live at 1 Duke Street, Unit 212. And I want to speak out against this proposal. So my understanding is that the Committee of Adjustment is normally concerned about kind of routine rezoning applications and use of land proposals. And I think that this proposal is unprecedented, and that going through a small routine application with the Committee of Adjustment is not appropriate for this, and so that the committee should vote it down on that basis. I think that this is not a typical use of industrial land, and that it should be reviewed by other parties such as council before it goes through applications such as this. We don't have a regulatory framework for data centers yet, and I think that it would be too hasty to vote this through. I agree with the previous speaker who talked about environmental concerns. I want to bring up noise as well. In other places where these have been built, has been extremely disruptive to the neighborhoods around them. And I think that it is inappropriate to have this in a densely populated residential area. And on this basis, I think that this proposal should be voted down. This is not a typical this is not a typical use of this committee. It's not a typical proposal. This is completely unprecedented. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Elijah St. Clair. Do you want to come in? Anna, do you want to let him in? Yeah. Everyone keep quiet, please. Thank you. Yep, please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. And afterwards, if you can fill out a form behind you, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead.
Claire, 99 Niagara Street, Hamilton, Ontario. I'm here today to voice my concerns regarding the Steelport data center projects and the detrimental effects this will have on my friends, family, and community. I've lived in Hamilton my entire life, born and raised right off of Nikola Tesla Boulevard, not 5 minutes from where the proposed data site would be. I fear city officials have not taken the time and due diligence to truly understand the ramifications of data centers and are not doing enough to protect its people against this potential catastrophe. I intend to present the facts surrounding the negative environmental impact data centers have, show you how the quality of life for locals is greatly decreased by their presence, and expose the lies and manipulative tactics used by Slate Asset Management to bypass regulation and poison communities. I hope to convince the council that a full impact assessment is needed before any choice is made, and to insist that the public be given the voice we're entitled to regarding such a monumentally life-altering decision. Bayfront Park has long been the victim of pollution and contamination by the city of Hamilton, and now our waters are once again being threatened with another environmental catastrophe. Slate plans on tapping into the already struggling Bayfront water as its primary resource, despite the well-documented harm AI data centers have on local water supply. To give you perspective, an average data center consumes about 5 million gallons of water per day and matches the water usage of around 10 to 50,000 people. The Steelport hyperscale data center could match the daily water usage of over 100,000 households, more than 1/5 of our city's population, guzzling down millions of gallons of water from Bayfront daily, billions annually. Along with decreasing water quality by polluting huge concentrations of contaminants into the water it pulls from, evaporative cooling is also permanent, as over 80% of the water taken evaporates and does not return to the water supply. This puts locals like me at risk of not having clean running water in our homes. The center will exacerbate our local water insecurity, as well as increase the risk of waterborne diseases, dehydration, and poor hygiene in my community. Water is a human right, and with the massive risk this poses, a proper impact assessment must be done before anything's approved. Data centers are also a serious health and well-being risk for the people such as myself living close to them. According to the University of Alabama, since they rely heavily on fossil fuel energy, they can release 200 to 600 times more nitrous oxides than a regular gas plant, while producing the same amount of energy. Nitrous oxides are serious carcinogens that cause irritation, higher rates of asthma, respiratory failure, cancer, and pollution-related death. Data centers have already caused about $6 billion in public health damages in 2023 alone. Lower-income people are disproportionately affected by air pollution and have a significantly higher mortality rate due to fine particulate matter, which can be directly traced back to outdated zoning policies, just like the one Slate is exploiting. So choosing a low-income area with a long history of respiratory issues is already dangerous and a direct violation of the human right to clean air. The generators and HVAC systems used in these processes are also extremely loud. Loud buzzing and humming emitted from these centers can be heard for miles, all day, every day. This noise, along with the new infrastructure reflected as charges added to our utility bill, and the increased pressure on the grid, causing more frequent, long-lasting blackouts, has a profound negative impact on the property value of our houses in an already struggling low-income area of Hamilton. You can't sacrifice our community's health. Careful consideration must be taken regarding the impact this will have on the people living close to it, my friends and families. Slate Asset Management kept information regarding the nature and scope of their project under wraps for years, fearing public discourse. They're well aware of the environmental risks I've talked about, yet choose the cheapest and most hazardous cooling techniques industry-wide. They know about the cancer-causing nitrous oxides and fine particulate matter, putting my community at risk, yet set up shop in a low-income area with years of respiratory issues already. They know about the grid strain, financial tolls, persistent invasive noise, and several more quality-of-life issues consistently reported by the people living near data centers. They know all of this and have purposely kept it hush, using the risks to their advantage. Slate is not the first opportunistic developer to use Hamilton without any consideration for its citizens, but none have posed such a monumental hazard. This application may not be about land use, but approving this severance will allow Slate Asset Management to avoid due diligence, accountability, and their responsibility to the public. I beg the council to take what has been said into deep consideration before they approve the severance. You're the only thing stopping this corporation from destroying my neighborhood and poisoning my family. Don't take this decision lightly. Demand a full impact assessment be done before anything's approved. Thank you.
No, excuse me. Mr. Wood. Hey. Elijah, did you want to, sorry.
If you can, just keep clapping down,
Yeah,
noise
Mr.
down, so we can move on, so everybody else can be heard and get through this quickly. Please.
Mr. St. Clair, did you register to attend virtually? Yes. Okay. So that's why we're calling people first that were on WebEx, okay? So if you're already here in person, then you can, after we go through the people on WebEx, then the people in person will go to them, okay? All right, thank you. Next we have Andrea Rishworth. Are you there? Andrea Rishworth, are you here on WebEx? Or are you maybe here in person? Okay, we'll come back. Okay. Jason Sun. Jason Sun, are you on WebEx? Okay. If not, we'll move forward. And also, just as a reminder, when you hear the first ding, that means 4 minutes has elapsed, and then the second ding means that 5 minutes has elapsed, okay? Dhiren Naidu? Dhiren Naidu, are you there? Okay, next, Anna Madsen.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, if you wanted to speak, just unmute yourself, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
My name is Anna Madsen. My address is Unit 1, 107 Herkimer Street. As a social worker and a psychotherapist, I know better than most the profound impact that a project of this scale will have on the people of this city. While I obviously can't discuss specific details of what my clients have shared with me, what I can tell you is that every single one of them is afraid, is terrified even, of a world where massive data centers can pop up practically overnight in their backyards and destroy entire communities. Of a world where corporate interests trump human lives and where their voices do not matter because large corporations are able to bypass doing their due diligence by doing adequate public consultation. Every day I hear people talk about their profound fear of the future, their overwhelming depression at how their lives and well-being seem to matter less and less, and how easy it is for terrible things to happen while nobody says anything. To make no mistake, projects like this hyperscale data center are driving everyday people into mental health crises on a regular basis. I am not here simply to oppose this project and to suggest that the Committee of Adjustment to reject the proposal for severance because of the energy costs or the environmental damage or the water consumption. I am here because I have watched the mental health of countless of the people who I've been charged with helping deteriorate beyond recognition in the face of large-scale corporate interests that they feel powerless to stop. There are very real human costs moving forward with this project. Helplessness, hopelessness, anger, depression, anxiety. These are all things we can expect to see skyrocket if this project moves forward without proper review and public consultation. The citizens of Hamilton deserve to live full, healthy lives, and that includes living in a city where their voices are heard and respected. It means ensuring that any products that are approved are in the alignment with the best interests of the people who live here. Severing this land and effectively greenlighting this project without the consent of the people on who it will have long-lasting impacts and far-reaching consequences means that the mental health and safety and well-being of our people and our communities are in jeopardy. I urge this committee to refuse the severance until the municipality can conduct a proper impact assessment for the proposed hyperscale data facility so that these issues can be adequately assessed and addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Anna, was it Anna Madsen? Did I announce that name earlier? Okay.
Yes,
Next, we have Lauren Talbot.
Hello, President.
Hey, if you want to speak, please unmute yourself. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Talbot. Pardon me. And I live at 12 Blanchard Street, Unit 101. Good morning, members of the committee. I am speaking in opposition to the severance application B2026-00011 at 386 Wilcox Street. While this application is framed as a routine land severance, the intended purpose is to facilitate a large-scale data center. Under the current zoning of M5, the definition of what is permissible uses dates back to 2010, which is over 15 years ago, and was never intended to regulate facilities of this modern scale. Approving the severance risks allowing major industrial development to proceed without a level of public review and scrutiny that a project of this magnitude warrants. Hamilton's waterfront lands are limited and strategically important. Once committed to a low-employment, high-energy data center, these lands are effectively removed from other forms of economic development for decades. Not to mention that our water is just now starting to be cleaned up and has not even finished that process. The proposed development raises clear municipal concerns. Large-scale data centers place significant demands on electricity and infrastructure, which could affect nearby residents and public services. We've been paying attention to what is happening in other communities, and we are horrified by it. Continuous operation creates noise, heat, environmental impacts, which have not been fully addressed, understood, or assessed. For these reasons, I respectfully submit that the committee should either defer or refuse this severance application until a thorough review of land use appropriateness, infrastructure demands, and environmental impacts can be completed. Approving it now risks setting a precedent for future development on Hamilton's limited waterfront lands before updated policies and safeguards are in place. And I want to say, as a mother and as somebody who cares deeply about community, when did we stop caring about the people that live in our city, in our communities, and around us? This is for us Hamiltonians of today and tomorrow and of the future. So I ask that if you care about the people in your family, the people in your community, that you take all of these feedbacks very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Stephen Housen-Jan. Are you there? Stephen Housen-Jan? Okay, next we'll make a note.
There he is.
Are you there? Okay.
Good morning, I'm here.
Morning, yeah, you want to provide your name and address and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
My name is Stephen Housen-Jan. I live at 146 Fairley Avenue South. Good morning to the committee and to the chair. First, I'd like to thank all the previous speakers and everyone attending in person to fully express the public sentiment on this issue. As is often the case, legislation is currently lagging behind technological progress, and a corporate actor is looking to take advantage of that gap in regulation. The proposal from Slate needs significantly more examination of the consequences of both their specific proposal and the impact that data centers around the world are having on the electricity and water consumption, noise, and other factors in their local communities. For the general intent of the bylaw to be maintained, a comprehensive impact assessment is needed. I would urge the committee to consider the overwhelming offering of public opinion that you've seen today that opposes this severance for the construction of a facility that will have a deleterious effect on the public. That's all I have this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Patrick Antilla. I believe they're phoning in. Patrick Antilla? Okay, make a note there, come back. Nina Vogel?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, if you want to speak, please provide your name and address and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Okay. My name is Nina, I'm at 2 Milton, and I'm requesting for the committee to deny Slate Asset Management's application to sever land at 386 Wilcox Street. This application severs more than just a parcel of land. It severs opportunities for future input and oversight from the community it directly affects. The applicant's own materials state that the severed lands are intended for hyperscale and enterprise data centers, power generation blocks, and substations, and that the severance is meant to streamline and provide a faster path for development. The applicant uses the general industrial M5 zoning classification of a computer, electronic, and data processing establishment to support their proposal. However, this zoning, as many other people here have already said, was the zoning classification was written in 2010, 16 years before gigawatt scale AI infrastructure even existed. Proposing to build a modern hyperscale data center campus based on outdated classifications is negligent at best. A project of this scale could have major implications for electricity demand, power infrastructure, cooling and water use, noise, including low-frequency noise, air emissions, sewer capacity, potential soil and groundwater contamination, wildlife habitat, and public access to the waterfront. These issues are too significant to be pushed into later approvals after the land has already been severed. The land should remain within the Steelport draft plan of subdivision process, where the whole site can be planned together, including roads, servicing, open space, habitat protection, and waterfront access. City staff have stated that the entire development should continue through the draft plan of subdivision process to best align with the provincial planning statement of 2024 and Urban Hamilton official plan policies. I live in Ward 3, but the negative impact from approving this application and opening the door for the development of a hyperscale data center is far more far-reaching. So I request that the committee denies this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Carrie Moffat.
Good morning.
Morning. If you want to speak, please provide your name and address, and you got 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carrie Moffat, and I live at 86 Keith Street. And I work in a laboratory in the environmental sector. Ward 2, 3, and 4 have some of the lowest income households, as well as overall poor health outcomes. And these residents would be most impacted by this data center. Both the Canada-Ontario Agreement on Great Lakes Water Quality and Ecosystem Health of 2021, as well as the Great Lakes Protection Act of 2015, commit to protecting human health, restoring water quality, protecting natural habitats and biodiversity, as well as mitigating effects of climate change. Building an AI data center without public consultation or environmental assessment is short-sighted and does not align with these goals. AI data centers use large amounts of power and fresh water, as you've heard from everyone in here. Research shows that a large data center can raise the temperature locally, which would exacerbate climate change impacts. After the initial construction, data centers do not provide jobs to the community, so only the tech company benefits in the long term. AI technology may be responsible for the elimination of thousands of white-collar jobs in the US this year alone. The municipal and provincial governments have a duty to follow the environmental acts and agreements so that the public, the water, and the ecosystems are protected. I felt I needed to speak up and try to alert the council to these issues, and that I oppose this land severance application. Thanks for your time and for listening.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, we have Christina Burrows. You there?
Yeah, I'm just.
Okay. You want to provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak.
Sure. My name is Christina Boros. I live at 19 Park Row. I'm a Hamiltonian, born and raised. I grew up on the East Mountain, where I would see the factory smoke blowing up into the wind. And as a result, I studied environmental toxicology. I have my master's in environmental toxicology. But I trusted that the Hamiltonians, as they did, went into the research of what would happen if we built this data center. And instead, I focused on looking at Slate as a company. Slate is a company that just does lofty non-commitment terms that says we can do this because we didn't actually promise what we were going to do. So some of the projects that they've had, they have their Calgary projects where they put up condos and they put in the bid for condos, got their money. Dixie Mall put in the bid for condos, got their money. Corktown put in the bid for condos, got their money, and then in Vancouver as well. And they bailed. And there's evidence of them in Parliament refusing to answer any questions, speaking to their bailout on this. and they don't know what they're doing. They're just there to make money. And if you look on their website, their climate strategy, it just says we can't predict the future, so we don't have to make these commitments. There's an asterisk at the bottom. The Stelco lands are complex, hazard-filled projects that require cleanup, careful assessment, due diligence. We still haven't figured out all the air quality impacts that we've left behind, and we're not even holding Dofasco or Stelco accountable to that. We're still dealing with the fallout of that. Why would we trust a company that constantly bails out on their projects to do a proper environmental impact assessment, to properly care for the citizens? They're here to make money. They're here to bail out on any time there's a complication or it gets hard, and they're not making their numbers for their investors. That's all they're here for, and I am strongly against this. And that's all.
Next we have, and again, I apologize if I mispronounce names, Maya Kantharupan. Maya Kantharupan, are you there on WebEx? Okay, we'll come back to that person. Olivia Walker.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, do you want to provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak?
Yes, my name is Olivia Walker, and I live at 148 Holton Avenue South. I'm a social worker working in community mental health, and I feel this really affects me because of the clientele that I work with and how they've shared how these developments make them feel hopeless. So I've written more of an emotional appeal today. They say in a gold rush, the only people who make any money are the ones selling the shovels. If you go to the Klondike today, you'll see the outcome of that. The rivers littered with pans and shovels and the dilapidated, abandoned ghost towns that once supported that industry. The debris is what remains after the gold rush ends. So too can you see the same phenomenon in our city, in Barton Village, in our North End, in the industrial sector. A ghost town of faded signs, abandoned storefronts, and empty factories. After our figurative gold rush ended, the companies left and all the infrastructure that was built to support them collapsed. But the people stayed because this is their home, and we breathe in that collapse every day. In Hamilton, the poorest neighborhoods, Beasley, Keith, McQueston, have a staggeringly low life expectancy. They're expected to die in their mid-60s, cancer overwhelmingly being the cause, while our neighbors on the mountain can expect to live until their late 80s. So now, we apparently find ourselves in the midst of another gold rush. Slate Asset Management has arrived to start selling the shovels, and everyone wants a piece of the pie. Will our poorest, sickest people get a slice, or will they see their hydro bills skyrocket as this proposed data center sucks up electricity? Will they have to suffer in the heat pocket it creates every summer, raising temperatures up to 9 degrees while they bargain with whether they can turn up the AC or afford their monthly bus pass? Will they see our harbor front die a slow death as another cracked pipe diverts this data center's wastewater into our harbor? Will it take us another 26 years to notice? Or will the water just get drained instead to cool the massive campus Slate is planning? So, members of the committee, when the gold rush ends, and it will end, be it in 5 years or 15, do we want to, as a city, be sitting in the debris when the money is gone? Is it worth it in exchange for the environmental devastation and impacts on our residents' health? And are you prepared to look in your grandchildren's eyes as they look out the window, stuck inside on a 35-degree day in March because the air is too unsafe to breathe, and know that you were part of the problem? Or do you want to be able to watch them play? And if you doubt whether or not this one decision could have that big of an impact, ask yourself whether or not this city got to be the way that it is today through one decision or thousands of them, many of which looked a lot like this one. The outcome of each one setting off a domino effect that prioritized short-term monetary gains over long-term impacts on health and environment. The public opinion is clear. We don't want this. Please listen to us.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Don't please clap. We got to move on, please.
The chair's given an instruction to everyone. Okay, thank you. If you can't follow the instruction, you can step outside. the chair can reiterate that, okay? Thank you. Next we have, let's see. Christian Petronio, are you there? Christian Petronio? Okay, we'll come back to him. Helen Cates? Helen Cates, are you here on WebEx? Okay. Okay, we will come back. Liam Buckley? Liam Buckley?
Ruh-roh. ChatGPT, write my statement. Hi, I'm Liam.
Yeah, hi. You want to provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak.
172, yeah. I live at 172 Young Street. I'm a little sick right now. Got some bullet points. I'm going to do my best to talk for 5 minutes. First of all, who am I? I'm a resident of Hamilton, and I spent, and I'm a small business owner on James Street. I run a creative studio called Collage that does work with a lot of community, particularly artists, activists, technologists. I've also worked for over a decade in comms, communications, and the bulk of my work has specialized in areas around computing at scale, particularly in open source, emerging technology, distributed computing, and protocol development. Oftentimes that involves working directly with developers who are building new systems for how we handle data, getting an understanding of how everything works, and communicating it to lay people and the general public. It's also worth noting that I've spent a lot of my time working in communities that want to develop these tools in compliance with broader goals around sustainability, environmental concerns, data privacy, IP law, governance, and other concerns that are extremely relevant to the development of technologies like AI. I get that today's conversation shouldn't really be about AI. It should be more about boring things like zoning and severance, but AI became the conversation when Slate put data center in their severance application. I do want to switch the gears of this conversation and talk a little bit more about sense making. I really feel like as a community, we've entered this state of sense making, which is something we do as a species, try to make sense of the world and understand all the things that are happening really fast, try to understand what AI is, what a data center is, what M5 zoning law is, who Slate Asset Management is. There's a lot, I think, that the community is trying to make sense of. It's pretty obvious by the people who are here applauding and right at the beginning making their voices known. Somebody said something, and this is kind of where I switched to more bullet point notes. One of the people facilitating this said that we need to get through this quickly. I think it's important to note that, like, in the Planning Act, the committee who's here needs to consider whether the severance of this land supports orderly development of the municipality. And severing 76 so that to me, right from the get-go, is not something that we really need to get through quickly if we're trying to do this in orderly fashion. Severing 76 hectares out of an active DPOS process and removing it from public scrutiny and routing it through the SPA process is arguably the opposite of orderly development. So I do think that the committee really needs to strongly think about that. I also think we need to not focus too much on AI and data centers yet. Data centers, maybe. The AI thing, great. I'm glad that we have a lot of concerns around that. But really this, I think, is a question about how the industry sector in Hamilton develops. And industry is an important part of Hamilton. I feel like as I talk to people about this, it becomes a sensitive topic because it's such a core part of our identity. But industry is changing. I love Hamilton. I love this city. The only issue I have with it when I say Hamilton is the ideal city. It's the size it should be. It has the culture that it should have. But we're smoking a cigarette a day. So if I ever move out to Hamilton, I'm going to start smoking a cigarette a day. I would love if over 50 to 80 years, we addressed how our industry develops, not in the way to say we don't want industry here, but to think of it in the sense of how can we do it more sustainably and supporting the people who build our industry and doing it from a sense where we aren't going to keep destroying our lungs. We can build a steel factory now that runs dramatically cleaner than it did when we started making steel. And we can have a data center that looks much similar in its impact to that of a wind farm. We need to move slower. We need research around this. We need academic institutions getting involved in this. People like to say on either side of the argument that we have all the answers, but we don't. I also think it's important to note that in M5 zones, they don't actually specify anything around data centers, and data centers have been around for a very long time. You can look just at crypto mining, which is a whole industry in and of its own, or just data that is used for the cloud. The M5 zone supports growing cannabis, but it does not support data centers. So I think that's where this is a question. So what I'm asking is for people to refuse so that we don't just continue parceling out and piecemealing the destruction of the biosphere in our industrial sector, and think about how we can develop our industrial sector in a more sustainable way, or to divert the application pending legal opinion on whether the spirit of intent should be satisfied, and also that the interpretation, the zoning interpretation is formally confirmed, specifically to whether a hyperscale data center qualifies as a permitted use under M5. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we had someone just the first name, Jen. Jen, are you there on the
Up here, I think.
on WebEx? We just had her identified as Jen.
Oh.
Do we have a Jen there? Okay, maybe we'll come back. Next, Jackie Prince.
Just Jen.
Jackie Prince, I think they were participating through the phone-in option. Okay, we'll come back. Hannah Leighton Uzlak.
I'm here.
Hi, if you want to speak, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Hannah. I am a concerned citizen living at 49 Greg Street. Good morning, Committee of Adjustment and Attendance. Thank you for allowing us this time to speak. Building a hyperscale data center in Hamilton by exploiting a loophole from 2010 would be absolutely abhorrent, reprehensible, irresponsible, and disrespectful. Hamilton does not need to further compromise our air and water, and we don't need further endless noise and light pollution, and not acres of servers to support increased surveillance of Canadians. Technology should uplift humanity, creating a better world for all. Technology should not add more strain on the health and survival of people who should be benefiting from said technology. When you force development through without accountability, this is not innovation, it's exploitation. We need more investments in programs and systems that actually help people live better lives. This is actually the entire point of a civilized society. Poor people who don't have the privilege of generational wealth are tired of footing the bill for wealthy people's experiments. If you live here, you already know. You needn't look far around this city to find the signs of neglect. We can see it, feel it, breathe it, smell it every day. But if you don't live here, especially in the North End where you're proposing to put this hypercenter, let me enlighten you. We already have to deal with compromised air pollution in Hamilton thanks to ArcelorMittal, who released over 4 megatons of carbon pollution in 2023 alone. Hamilton is home to the single largest source of industrial greenhouse gas emissions in Ontario. They also emit known carcinogens far exceeding provincial guidelines, and a data center would compromise our air even further. As you've heard, our harbour is still recovering from a sewage leak that went undetected for 26 years until it was caught only 4 years ago. Water-cooled data centers suck up fresh water and heat it up immensely, and what comes out is not the same. Even so-called closed-loop systems need to bleed their lines and take in new water. The toxic sludge discharge is not something we need going into our harbour and into the 19 regional watersheds it is connected to. These watersheds are under the jurisdictions of 4 different conservation authorities. Have you cleared your plans with them as well? So this goes far beyond Ward 3, where I resided for 12 years. If you use our drinking water, remember that it's sourced from Lake Ontario. Our world is already in a water deficit, and you will not be touching our very precious Great Lakes water. And too many citizens in Hamilton will be sleeping on the streets tonight, not knowing where their next meal will come from. How would a data center help with that exactly? Countless others, including myself, are dealing with the effects of generations of funding cuts that have contributed to an economy that is badly broken. Things like a dire lack of affordable housing, skyrocketing inflation, and stagnating wages means it's hard to afford the things we need to live, like rent, food, clothing, gas, bus fare, prescription medications. A data center would strain our finances even further by raising our utility bills. We deal with things regularly that investors who have millions of dollars to sit around and think about what to do with, to literally play with, have likely never had to experience. Had the humans with assets so large that they need third-party management been investing in human-centered programs for the last 50 years or more, instead of in vanity projects that help the rich get richer, this would be a non-issue. But it is an issue, and here we are. With this proposed land severance, Slate has prioritized the financial interests of an elite few who want to ensure they get their ROI over helping the majority of their fellow humans. Shame on you. Please look for other ways to invest in Hamilton. We need green spaces, protection for wildlife, native plants and pollinators, and the protection of our watersheds, housing for all, and welcoming spaces for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Jackie Prince.
No, I was going to get to you. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I just had
Yeah. No, I saw your hand raised. Yeah, Jack, I saw your hand raised. So, Jackie Prince, if you want to speak now, please provide your name and address. And you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks. They have to unmute themselves. Thank you.
sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry. It's Jackie Prince. I live at 1400 King Street East. Me and my wife were born and raised here, and I'm also a twin sister. My twin as well, sorry. And I live in the Crown Point area and have a very valid concerns regarding the Steelport project and the opposed, me and my wife opposed this land severance application. Unfortunately, she could not speak and be here today, my wife, because she's an essential worker as a teacher and actually works near the future site of where this data center is to be built. Firstly, we personally only heard about this proposed project last week and this hearing this week. This is not enough notice to provide our community with the information it needs about the very real impacts the site will have. The noise pollution, air pollution, water pollution, I could go on and on about the environmental impacts this will bring, as well as the danger it could create to our electric and water grid, which we all know and has been spoke about already. There are countless news articles referring to dangers of these AI centers. I'm not going to read out statistics to you. A lot of speakers have already mentioned them. Just saying, we already have a high cancer rate and overload on our healthcare system in our city. So adding this center would be the worst decision we could make as a city. My wife teaches students with sensory needs, and they will struggle with the noise and added air pollution this will create, which is not fair because children have a legal right to play outdoors in the charter. My fear is that I have health issues with chronic asthma, and I already am living in an area where I reside where I'm having problems with my air quality already. So adding the center would make my breathing so much worse and would force us to have to move homes if built, possibly. The negative aspects of this project outweigh the positive. In closing, as a city, we need to not think of the monetary reasons of this build and the important reasons why this would destroy our city if this is built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's, next we'll go to Laura Koshi? Sorry.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Do you want to provide your name and address? And you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Yes. I am Laura Cucci, 1280 Main Street West. Thank you to all the speakers who spoke before me. You all articulated beautifully the reasons why we should not allow this AI data center in our city. I'm here to remind the project that under Section 35 of the Canada Constitution, you have a duty to consult Indigenous nations. This, to my knowledge, has not been done, has not taken place. Consultation needs to be meaningful and follow the protocols set out by Indigenous legal orders. This has not taken place. And so to that, as I understand, this project is partially being funded by the federal government. So therefore, it needs to follow the federal protocols under the laws set out by the federal government. So I will leave it at that, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Next, we'll go to Christina Kawa. Christina Kawa. Okay, we'll come back to her. And then we have Olivia Lank. Olivia Lank. Okay, let me just go through the people. Oh, are you there? Olivia?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Hi. If you want to speak, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Olivia Lance. I live in Hamilton on 14 Allenbrook Street, and I am opposing this proposal. I'm going to keep this short, as many others already brought up some excellent points and how harmful this data center will be to everyone living in Hamilton. I just want to point out how despicable I think it is to attempt to pass this extremely damaging and large-scale data center through an unassuming land division application, even though the Steelport website has already stated they intend to use this for a massive, large-scale data center, using outdated definitions that would allow them to build this harmful center without any regulations. I urge the committee to do a full impact assessment and create new rules if we're considering even building this AI data center to ensure that these things are done sustainably. And once these rules are put in place, it should be rejected. Some may argue that AI is the future and we should hop on the bandwagon before we get left behind. This is not true. AI will only bring harm to our environment, economy, and community, leaving us with no future at all because these data centers will destroy it. We need way more research on the long-term impacts of these data centers before we bring one right into our backyard and before we parcel off so much land in such a vulnerable sector of Hamilton. We need to slow down and listen to the community who lives here, which I believe has already been articulated by everyone else in this meeting about how terrible it would be to bring this proposed site from Slate Management to Hamilton. So I urge you to please reconsider the plans for a data center on Wilcox Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was Olivia. Oh, sorry. Okay, I think that was that Olivia Lank there earlier? Yes, I believe that was. Okay. So I'm just going to go back through the list again, the people that I called earlier, to see if they're here. Mandy Salter. Mandy Salter. Okay, next, Davis Gravelsons. Davis Gravelsons. Okay, next, Patrick Antila. Patrick Antila.
Hi, can you hear me?
Are you there? Yeah, please provide your name and address. Yes. And you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Can you go to the next speaker and then come to me next? I'm just at work, and I'll be with you in 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, sir, we're just proceeding with the meeting right now. Okay, so we're going through the people that are on the WebEx first, and then we're going to the people here in council chambers.
I'm sorry, I'm Mandy Salter, and I've just been able to sign in, and I am here.
Hi. Okay. Well, let's go back to you first then. So just Mr. Antila, just be aware of that. Okay. Thank you. Mandy Salter. Yeah. Go ahead. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Certainly, thank you. And I believe my husband Davis is there as well with a presentation. So my name is Mandy Salter. I'm a resident of, our home is at 258 King Street West in Dundas. We are here today with our concerns for the development of 256 King Street West in Dundas. Our concerns are lengthy, but I will be brief. We had extremely short notice of this planned proposal. This planned proposal, if approved, would provide considerable loss of our backyard and rear window privacy due to how this large structure would overlook directly into ours and other neighboring rear yards and privacy living spaces.
Sorry. Ms. Salter, which
Yes.
file are you here for?
I don't have it on my paper
What's
here,
the
but
address?
it's for
What's the address?
the development proposed is for 256 King Street West.
Okay, we're actually talking about 386 Wilcox Street. Okay, I think that's
Nope,
another
I'm not up yet then.
Yeah,
Not my turn yet.
Okay, we'll get
Thank
to you
you.
later, okay?
Thank you kindly.
Stay on WebEx, stay
Thank you.
muted. Thank you.
I'm here. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Next, we have, let's see, let's go through this list again. Okay, Patrick and Teal, are you able to speak? Patrick and Teal? Okay. Go back to Maya Kantharupin. Maya Kantharupin, are you there? Okay. And then Christian Petronio. Christian Petronio. Helen Katz. Helen Katz. And then I think we have Jen Mount Pleasant. Jen Mount Pleasant. Okay. And then I think we did go to Jackie Prince. Christina Kawa. Christina Kawa. And then Olivia Lank. Are you there? No, Olivia Lank, I believe you already spoke. Apologize. Okay. Patrick Attila, are you there? Okay, I don't know if we should come back to him later. He said he's at work, but again, there's, people should be coming here prepared to participate. Okay, we have a couple here we've noted here that are for in person. I don't know, maybe we'll just go through that list first, and then we'll ask anyone else that's here in person to speak. Renata Grudzian. Okay, please come up. Please provide your name. Please come up to the podium. Please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. And afterwards, if you can fill out an interested party form behind you and just leave it there, it'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Renata Grudzian. I'm here, so I'm not at work. But I am working for our communities. I live at 11 Robert Street. It's adjacent to Ward 3. I think everyone has really done their homework in all of their speeches today. Can you believe that so many people did not know about this decision prior to 5 days ago, and yet they were able to pull in compelling speeches that have made us think, that have made us sit here and contemplate all the different angles of this issue that falls on the Committee of Adjustment today, not the councils, the Committee of Adjustment. And why is that? Why is this colossal crowd outside in these halls and on the grounds of the Hamilton City Hall? And that is because Slate Asset Management has not done their homework. In fact, they haven't even given us the chance to refute anything except for at this stage in the process. And I bet you wish, Slate Asset Management, wherever you are, Brady, Blair, Steve, and by association, Gary, you wish that maybe you had taken the channels that are correct for this particular conversation. However, I will look at the Committee of Adjustment today and say that there's a reason for everything. There's a reason for why this decision came to your doors today. And you do have the ability to validate so many people who could be here and so many people whose fears have been shared on behalf of them who could not be here today because they couldn't take the time off of work, but who, as Mandy said, even if she was here for the wrong adjustment, she did give us the words, We are looking at a colossal structure bearing down on the backyards of so many people in Hamilton. And if this drain on our electrical grid, for example, take one consequence of the many that have been listed, is the equivalent of adding 300,000 houses to our already strained electrical grid. And that has been, I guess it could be claimed, but I think at this point we see that there are many potential consequences of this decision. It has fallen at your doorstep, Committee of Adjustment. And as responsible people who have the grit of Hamiltonians in you, you have the ability to make this company work harder. We don't know whether, we can't prove whether they have the staying power of certain companies. I'm sure that they would refute that and say that they have a lot of staying power, that they would do their due diligence. So make them work harder. Make them prove it. If they truly want industry to benefit Hamilton, then make them prove it at this stage. Make them go the right direction that they should take to make such a colossal choice on behalf of the Hamilton citizens. They've said that this would benefit us. Sure. Let them prove it proudly instead of trying to omnibus this into on a Thursday morning Committee of Adjustment meeting where look how many people have shown up. And imagine if they went through the right channels, were trustworthy, opened this conversation to everyone, took the amount of time requisite to make such a colossal choice for our future. Make them work harder, Committee of Adjustment. I'm asking you to do that. You can.
Thank you.
Okay, next we had Andrew Selman. Andrew Selman, are you here? Okay, make a note of that. Therese Taylor. Right up, Therese. Yeah, please come down to the podium. Please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. And afterwards, if you could fill out an interested party form behind you and just leave it there, it'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Therese Taylor, and I'm here today as I am deeply concerned by the proposed Slate data center development. I urge the committee to reject this project due to the significant environmental, community infrastructure, and public health care concerns with these large-scale data center developments. Based on information we are receiving from other jurisdictions, this project should be rejected outright. Nearly half of the data centers planned in the U.S. have been delayed or canceled in 2006. This is because data centers consume vast quantities of fresh water and electricity and place immense strain on local infrastructure. Blackouts are predicted. Remember the summer of 2003, August 14th? Remember the stress, the snarled traffic, the difficulty getting home, the wasted food from fridges and freezers? Number two, data centers create a data heat island effect, anywhere from 2 to 9 degrees Celsius for surrounding areas and ecosystems up to 10 kilometers away. That's from The Independent in the UK, based on research done from the University of Cambridge and also reported on CNN. Number three, data centers operate 24/7 and create noise problems for animals and humans like stress, anxiety, headaches, sleep disturbances, and difficulty concentrating. Number four, the number of jobs this data center would displace compared to the number of permanent jobs that would be created. Hamilton, the place, and Hamilton the people has carried a huge environmental burden for heavy industry for generations, for more than 100 years. Wouldn't it be amazing instead if something entirely different could be built on this site? I am thinking of a solar panel farm, a wind farm, vertical vegetable farms, or a combination of all three. I have been a resident of Ontario all my life. My view of Hamilton has changed since I moved here almost a decade ago when my daughter attended McMaster and my son settled here after attending Mohawk. We all live here now and we are happy to call Hamilton home. Whereas my old unfortunate view of Hamilton was as a passerby on the QEW. I have come to appreciate the beauty of Hamilton, from the trails along the escarpment to the waterfalls nearby, to the view coming in on the GO train, to Princess Point and more. Hamilton has many beautiful places. Tragically, it has been saddled with an unfortunate reputational view. The people of Hamilton, I don't know anywhere else where people thank the bus driver as they depart the bus. Every day I see that. And look at Hamiltonians, how they've shown up so vigorously today, and at other protests as well. They care. Hamiltonians really care. This is a time when we have an opportunity to be a leader in sustainability. This is decidedly a time when our planet is getting hotter every day and fresh water is becoming more scarce. Warning from scientists are constant. I hope that you will agree that now is the time to reject this project. Reject this data center project as they did in Andover, New Jersey, where they also passed a total ban on data centers. A total ban would be awesome here too. At the very least, during this election year, we need a moratorium on this project so that we know where all our candidates stand on this issue. Hamilton the place and Hamilton the people deserve a redevelopment which reflects the sacrifices that have been made in the past. Hamilton the place and Hamilton the people deserve a redevelopment which is good for our health, our peace of mind, and our future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, what was your address again?
Sorry, I didn't say it. 249 Huxley Avenue South.
Thanks. Through the chair, if I could, as you're aware, and as the other people here are aware, we do have other applications scheduled for this meeting today. I know there's been some inquiries from some applicants. We are looking to hear all applications that are scheduled for the meeting today. So if there's any other applicants or agents are here, that's just for your reference. Okay. Thank you.
Hello. It's Patrick Antilla. Do you mind if I chime in? I'll keep mine brief.
This? Is it Patrick? Is that you? Patrick Antilla? Are that you?
Yes, that's you.
Yeah. Do you want to speak now?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. So my name is Patrick Antilla. I live at 194 Maplewood Avenue, right next to Gage Park. So I've been in Hamilton for about 15 years now. Came here to go to McMaster, and I knew nothing about the city apart from what I saw from the QEW. I want to echo the previous speaker, everything that she said about the parks, the trails, the natural beauty of Hamilton. 100% agree. And that is something that's really unique about Hamilton. And there's this contradiction that we're seeing here. So that's what I want to talk a little bit about. My remarks are going to be on the briefer side. But basically, I wanted to say thank you, Committee of Adjustment, for allowing me to speak. For too long now, large industry, commercial enterprise had dominated the landscape. around the world in 1,000,001 ways, but in many respects, Hamilton exemplifies the imbalance and contradiction between the needs of human communities for clean air, clean water, and a dignified, healthy environment, and the development at any cost mentality of large enterprise. This proposed data center not only massively increased health hazards to everyone in the lower city, already suffering from higher cancer rates and filthy air quality as a result of effectively unregulated air quality standards under quote-unquote site-specific standards exemptions. But moreover, the purpose of artificial intelligence is 100% the elimination of human labor, full stop. The goal of AI and the large investments into AI, such as this data center, is not mutual human prosperity. It's rather the elimination of quality jobs and the worsening of unsustainable and frankly unforgivable wealth inequality we're now seeing from coast to coast across this great country and across the world. As a homeowner and a taxpayer in this city, I say no to this data center, and I join the chorus of my fellow Hamiltonians demanding better living conditions, not only with regard to this data center in particular, but I also call on City Council to demand an end to site-specific standards exemptions for pollution applied to Stelco, ArcelorMittal Dofasco, and every other major polluter in Hamilton that have profited so enormously, as the previous speaker said, for generations at the expense of our community's health. That's really all that I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. We've gone through these other people. Okay, let's go back here. We did have some people we just marked as in person. So we'll just go through this list, and then anyone else that's here at council chambers, we'll get to them so if they wanted to speak. Justine Monroe. Justine Monroe, are you here? Okay, make a note. Seth Floyd. Oh, she is? Oh, apologies. Okay, just bear with us, please. Justine Monroe, if you want to just step up, please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. And afterwards, if you could fill out an interested party form, appreciate it.
She's not there.
Is here? Justine Monroe, were you here? I thought I saw someone.
Yeah, Seth.
Oh. No. Seth Floyd? Yep, okay. Provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Good morning. I am Seth Floyd. I live at 171 East 11th Street. That's Ward 7 in Hamilton. Firstly, I would like to thank the Committee of Adjustment staff for their effort in processing the written public comments, which were well over, I think, 1,600. In opposition, pretty much 99%, I believe. Record-breaking. I recognize the proposal by Slate Asset Management is not the fault of yourselves, so bear with us. However, I also recognize that this is the first opportunity for the input of the public to be put on the record, and if it is not already obvious, we don't want this. So Slate Asset Management's application before the committee is a land severance. The evaluation criteria for such an application includes things such as compatibility with neighboring uses of land and adequacy of water and energy supply. Therefore, although it may not seem like it, the comments people have made expressing their concerns about the proposed future use are absolutely significant reasons to reject the land severance application today. My personal greatest concern is that this severance application is proposed specifically so Slate can circumvent the red tape, bypass impact assessments, and public comments. That is why you're facing so many public comments today. So the construction of these hyperscale data centers is being rushed through without knowing any of the potential impacts. And all preliminary indicators based on the projects built in North America indicate that the impact is negative in many ways. The zoning for Steelport permits data centers. However, the zoning predates these massive hyperscale AI data centers, and therefore it's no longer appropriate. Moreover, how can we even properly regulate something when it is still unclear the magnitude of these negatives? So let's focus on what we do know so far. In Virginia, AI data centers have caused electricity bills to double. In Georgia, a single data center uses about 10% of the daily water supply of an entire county, not a city, an entire county. with expected water shortages in less than 4 years. And centers that use less water typically require more energy-intensive cooling, which increases emissions and puts further strain on the energy grid. We know that these data centers produce noise 24/7, create so-called heat islands, and will be a source of electronic waste as the computational material will need to be replaced regularly. Therefore, while the negatives are clearly obvious, a common question is, does the benefit at least outweigh the risk? So let's talk about the benefits. In my mind, there are none. The biggest selling point is always job creation, but once built, these centers typically have around 50 to 200 permanent staff, many of which are security, maintenance, custodial. Do the math. It's like 200 acres, so you're saying there's going to be one job per acre? That's pretty bad. And none of these very few jobs are guaranteed to even be locally hired. As for this being a breakthrough in how humans think, there are numerous recent studies indicating that reliance on AI is outright making us less intelligent. Research indicates it is impairing critical thinking, memory, and language skills, because you can literally turn your brain off and stop thinking. But of even greater concern to me is that recent studies also indicate that AI is already damaging the intellectual and social development of children. The children of today are the adults of tomorrow. That's our future. And we are actively supporting the destruction of our future when these hyperscale data centers are built. Therefore, in conclusion, not now, not ever. I am proud of the thousands of people who expressed opposition online. I am proud of the people in this room, in those halls, out on the streets, everybody that has stepped up, took the time, their precious time out of their day, on a typical work day, to fight against something they shouldn't even have to fight against. That fight against greed and this horrible proposal and others like it, unfortunately, does not end today. It begins today. And I hope Slate Asset Management, including their representative, I'm not even going to pronounce your name, and their agent, Gary or Jerry Chisler, who I believe is in the room with us today, I'll let you put that together, and any other supporters of these AI data centers, pause and take a look around the room. So I will leave you with this. Over the past few months, I've read a lot of rhetoric that this is inevitable. However, those who say that forget one thing. The people, united, will never be defeated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have, I think I mentioned before, Therese Taylor. There's where you already went. Justine Moreau. Okay. Kevin Mackay. Kevin Mackay, are you there? Yeah, come on in. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. And afterwards, please fill out one of those forms behind you there and leave it there. Thanks.
I live at 27 King William Street in downtown Hamilton. I've been a resident of downtown Hamilton for over 30 years, which is quite a while, although the community I come from is Sarnia. And Sarnia also is a community that deals with the toxic legacy of development. In the case of Sarnia, it's petrochemical plants and its contamination of the St. Clair River. And unfortunately, as has been mentioned by many people, the contamination disproportionately affects poor, low-income folks, and also there are Native communities downstream from the petrochemical plants. And so I think the toxic legacy of development is a really important aspect of why I think the Committee of Adjustment should oppose this application to sever, and why we should, as a community, oppose this idea that once more, the only development option available for Hamilton is once more this sort of big score industrial development with no guarantees that we once more won't be saddled with a toxic legacy. I also want to speak as someone who has, for 25 years, run a community center in downtown Hamilton. And what I've seen in terms of, the struggles our city has gone through, struggles with gentrification, struggles with poverty, with addiction, I have yet to see development that really takes the community seriously, the community interests, the interests of working people in the city, the interests of low-income residents in the city. And I think that's the direction Hamilton needs to move in. If we think about where we want to go as a community, we have this incredible waterfront land. We have amazing natural, resources and environment in Hamilton. We have all of our trails. We have the waterfalls. Again, we have the harbor. And these are things which can anchor development that is sustainable, not just ecologically, but also for the actual citizens of Hamilton. We've heard that data centers don't create a lot of jobs. And as someone who's also involved in the Hamilton and District Labor Council, we're interested in development that actually provides economic opportunity for real Hamiltonians, for the people that need work, that need jobs. And the data center just won't do it. That's not the kind of development we need. As an example of something that I think a different direction, I was recently just at Six Nations Chiefswood Park, and I was working with or meeting two really incredible young folks out there who are doing ecotourism, right? Who are taking people out on the land, doing land-based education, talking about ecosystems and watersheds. This is the kind of development that I think the city could move towards, especially if we look at treating these waterfront lands. We know there's going to be a lot of remediation required, but that's okay. Other communities have done this. And in fact, post-industrial communities all around the world have done this. They have remediated industrial lands. They have used the natural resources that are available, the environmental gifts that we have in a city like Hamilton, and they've used those as the basis for development. So I really think that, Committee of Adjustment, this is kind of a fork in the road moment. Does Hamilton want to repeat this legacy of, again, big score industrial development coming in with lots of promises, not delivering a lot, and leaving a toxic legacy? I think clearly no one here wants to see that pattern repeat. And instead, we have an opportunity to chart a different course, to look at development that's sustainable, like I said, both ecologically and economically for the majority of the people here. So again, I highly encourage, please vote down this, this severance application. And also, let's realize that we need a broader citywide conversation about things like data centers and AI development. But I think what everyone here is also saying is we need a national conversation about AI development. And I would even say a civilization level conversation about this, because the threats are very real. And again, they've been eloquently expressed by many of the other speakers here, so I won't go over them again. But this is real, this is serious. And clearly these concerns are not being addressed. And they're certainly not being addressed by these sorts of sneaky attempts by corporations to bypass democratic process. So thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, did you guys did the committee want to take a break now? Excuse me, that's not for you to decide. Thank you. I'm asking the committee. No.
5 minutes.
We're not asking the public. I'm asking the committee members. Thank you. Did you want to take a break? 5 minutes? Okay, we'll take 5 minutes and we'll be back at 11:06 a.m. Thank you. All right.
That's we can reconvene. Thank you for the few minutes for a break.
Yeah. Just before we begin, if I could, in terms of the members of the public here, what we're going to do is we're going to ask people inside the chambers first. This side to my left, they can come down first, and then people to the right can come down. And then afterwards, anyone that's outside the council chambers, we'll ask them to come in and speak. Okay? So there was a couple names here. I'm just going to, I'm going to go through, there's a few names remaining here on the sheet. I'm just going to go through them here. I know I'm going to mispronounce this name, so I apologize. Vic Wojciechowska. Okay, Vic Wojciechowska. Apologize, I mispronounced the name. Okay, I'll move on. Gemma Lambert. Please come up. Please provide your name and address. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. And then afterwards, if you can fill out a form, appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, take your time.
One thing I'd like to say here, I mean, I know each and every one of you are here for the same concerns, so I would appreciate it if you got something new and interesting to say and different than what everybody else has been saying. I know you're all in favor of what you're talking about, so please continue. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Gemma Lambert. I'm at 54 Fullerton Avenue. We're just a little under 2 kilometers from the data center. Lots of people have been saying great things today. The main things I wanted to touch on here is that with everybody being against this, I don't really expect that our bureaucratic processes, our political processes are going to help us much here. We have seen time and time again the Canadian government at all levels disregard public safety, the environment, and just generally what the people want in the favor of what the billionaire Epstein class wants. It is no different with these data centers. I would urge anybody at any level of the process to oppose things like these data centers. We've seen 1,000,001 reasons why it's pretty obvious that they shouldn't be being built in the first place. But every person who rubber stamps a form, every person who is a CEO pushing for this, every person who puts a shovel in the ground building a data center like this is showing that they are actively working against the interests of the people. And I dare any of these people to keep doing it, because with most of these issues that are single issue, they are focused on a small, marginalized community that is going to be hurt by the decisions of these councils. It is rare that we see issues like this data center where everybody is going to be negatively affected by these. So if you choose to rubber stamp a form, expect that this is still not going to be being built. It is inevitable that the people will stop this at whatever level, with whatever means that we need to. So please, if you want to do this in a civil way or in a way that is a lot less grief for everyone involved, I suggest you do everything in your power to stop it today, whether you're here or not. That's all.
Thank you.
Hey, could you fill out, is it okay if you fill out a form? Sorry, thanks. Okay, next we have Lauren King. Lauren King? Okay, let's move on. We had Therese. I don't know if there's a last name here. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, that's our list now that we've just gone through. Was there someone who contacted us earlier with the name Therese? Okay. Teresa, oh, did you contact us earlier? Okay. Yeah, do you want to come up and do you provide your name? No, then we'll get to you. We'll get to you afterwards. We'll get to you afterwards. Thanks. Please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Good morning to the Council, the Committee of Adjustment. Good morning to everyone in this room. Good morning to everyone in the hall. Hi, y'all. Good morning to everyone outside. I invite us all to take a deep breath together right now. I'm doing this because it's very nerve-wracking to speak truth to power, especially power that would silence us, even in the room that we collectively own, which is City Hall. We are not to be silenced, and when you tell us that we are not to be listened to, that indicates something to us as the citizens who pay the taxes and live in this city and who pay the salaries of the people of City Hall. I'll tell a little story about the Committee of Adjustment. I live at 98 Eastbourne Avenue in Ward 3. And a couple of years ago, there was a severance application put in right here to your committee. Maybe it was even you. For a double lot on my street, I'm a homeowner, to be severed and for a second house to be built on it. We received 21 days of notice in our mailboxes, all of us who lived within a radius. We were encouraged and invited to submit our feelings and thoughts to the council, and 34 of us got together to oppose this severance because we were provided with the plans, and we could look at them, we could talk with our neighbors, we could discuss them, and we decided together that we didn't want an absentee landlord who did not live in Hamilton and certainly didn't love Hamilton to come in and sever a lot on our street with our kids, no parking. So now we're here, 1,000 strong. Where was my letter in my mailbox about this severance application? Where was our notification? My final point, and I'm sorry if this feels repetitive to you, Mr. Switzer. My final point here, Mr. Switzer, and the remainder of the Committee of Adjustment, and I do appreciate your service, is that rushing, so we're not going to receive answers to our questions, but that doesn't mean we can't ask them. Who benefits from rushing this through? And who loses? I'm a proud Hamiltonian. I'm a proud cancer survivor who got cancer when I moved to Ward 3. Who benefits, who loses, and who pays the taxes that pay your salaries and that keep this city running? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, could you fill out a, sorry, excuse me, could you fill out a form? Thanks. Okay, I think that concludes all the people on our list. So I'm gonna start.
Hold it, we're going on this side first.
No, I don't have anyone out here. Just, I think what we're gonna do, we're just gonna go for the left-hand side. That was what we had here, but we're gonna get to everyone. Don't worry, okay? Just bear with us, please. No, I know, we will get to everyone. Thank you. No, the registration is only for people who wanted to do it virtually on WebEx. Okay, just bear with me. Okay, that's fine, just please. Okay, maybe we'll go through those then, okay? But typically, just please, can I explain first before we continue? Typically, generally, the WebEx registration is for those who are going to register with us virtually. Usually, the in-person, we don't require registration, okay? But if you did, let's just go through those first. Was there some hands raised? Just bear with me, please, okay? Yeah, do you want to come up? Thank you. just provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Good morning, Hamilton. How are we feeling? Okay, my name is Dr. Lindsay Butin. I live on 31 Roslyn Avenue North in Ward 3 in Hamilton. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to severing the land, which would clear the way for a data center. Hamiltonians want fresh air, clean water, and our current jobs. We want our children and students to be literate and critical thinkers, a fundamental necessity for all functioning democracies and the crucial weapon in staving off creeping fascism. We want air, water, we want art, we want life. What do the promoters of data centers want? What does Slate want? They want to steal our resources, first by stealing our work to train their AI systems and then selling it back to us, but worse and broken. Now by stealing our water and electricity, and next by stealing our students' literacy and our students' future. No one wants this. No one wants this. Look around. There's more than 1,000 of us here. You've been doing everything to prevent us from coming up here, foot dragging, preventing us from speaking. There is a massive continent-wide consensus against data centers. Let me say that again. There is a massive continent-wide consensus against data centers. In fact, the billionaires know so well that no one wants this and that they have nothing beneficial to offer us that they're asking commissioners to keep it quiet, to sign NDAs, to pass it through other codes that specifically prevent city councilors or the public from having a say. Cutting the people out of a democracy? That sounds like authoritarianism to me. Across the continent, people have seen how data centers bring nothing good to a community. They consume more water than entire cities. They pollute our Great Lakes. The cooling systems create a loud industrial noise 24/7 that makes it impossible to think or even to sit outside. Hamilton already has more power outages than any city I've ever lived in across the entire continent. The stress on the grid would make it immeasurably worse. The noise pollution that data centers create is already facing lawsuits. Is that what this city wants? To be held financially liable for the death and destruction of its residents? The time to act is now. Do not approve the petition. Do not pave the way for the construction of data centers in Hamilton. We don't want empty promises. We don't want guarantees. We don't even want assessments. We want a complete and total ban on the construction of all data centers here and everywhere. If the committee doesn't do as the people have said, we are well organized, and Slate, get ready for a fight.
Oh, what? Thank you.
Through the chair, just a reminder from our audio-visual staff, just please, when you come up to the podium, please don't touch the mic, okay? Just for our recording purposes, okay? And that won't end up adjusting the volume. Was there someone else want to come up? Please come up. Please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Nancy DeJulie, and I have been a Hamilton resident my entire life. I want to thank you for taking the opportunity to speak with everybody today. I understand that the application is a land severance, but its implications are significant, and that's why everybody's here today. My concern is that the zoning definition that currently permits this use dates back to 2010, as previously mentioned, at a time when the concept of today's hyperscale AI data-driven centers was not even a thought. I respectfully suggest that the committee consider whether this severance is being evaluated within a framework that no longer reflects the realities of the modern data center development. When Steelport introduced the plan in 2023, residents were presented with a vision of significant job creation, upwards of 23,000 new jobs. Steelport's tagline was Industry Reimagined because it was to provide a modern employment neighborhood that would provide a wide range of employment and support uses. There was even an image of a public use space where the community gather and connect by the lake. The image gave residents a sense of community, belonging, and a hope for a better future. Today, one of the first major development proposals associated with that vision appears to be a hyperscale AI data center campus. I would respectfully ask, how does this proposal fit within the vision that was originally presented to Hamilton residents? And what proportions of the overall Steelport lands could ultimately be dedicated to data center uses? I would also ask whether a significant shift toward data center development could affect the employment projections and economic assumptions that were originally presented to the public. Because data centers generate far fewer permanent and meaningful jobs than manufacturing or logistic facilities. I want to be clear, I'm not opposed to economic development, investment, technological innovation, or job creation. I'm not even opposed to the use of AI, as long as it's for the good of humankind. My concern is that a project of this magnitude should only proceed after Hamiltonians have confidence that its impacts have been fully understood and appropriately managed. There are several important questions that many have asked today, and they require answers. What is the projected water consumption of the facility? What is the ultimate power demand of the campus? Who will bear those costs? Hamiltonians are already seeing an 8% increase in utility costs this year. What assurances exist that local residents and businesses will not ultimately shoulder the burden of these costs? What environmental assessments have been completed related to noise, heat generation, and water usage? These questions are particularly important in Hamilton because of our city's history. From the Code Red project to the Taro landfill, these are just a few examples of why residents are justified in seeking heightened scrutiny, transparency, and accountability when major industrial-scale projects are being proposed. I'm also concerned about the long-term implications of the severance itself. Once the land is divided and ownership structures are established, future phases of development can become easier to advance. I respectfully ask that the committee consider whether approving the severance today could limit the city's ability to fully evaluate future expansion plans. I also ask a fundamental question. If this severance is approved today, what future approvals will residents still have an opportunity to participate in, and which decisions will effectively have already been made? If these questions cannot be answered, I respectfully request that the committee consider whether the application is premature. At a minimum, if the committee decides to grant provisional consent, I ask that strong conditions be attached regarding water usage, reporting, environmental monitoring, noise mitigation, and future requirements for expansion. This is not simply a routine land severance. It is a decision that could facilitate one of the largest data center developments in the region and shape the future of Hamilton waterfront for decades. I respectfully request that the committee either defer this application until the necessary information and impact assessments are available, or impose strong conditions that protect Hamilton residents, infrastructure, and the environment. Hamilton residents deserve a clear understanding of what is being proposed, what the impacts may be, and what safeguards will be in place before decisions of this magnitude move forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I believe there was someone else. Yeah, please come. Can I just, yeah, let's just, I'm just trying to organize it here, okay? Do you want to come up? Yeah. We're gonna make sure everyone gets to speak.
We're going to decide, then we'll come.
Yeah, we'll do this side first, and then we'll come over here. These are the people that said they registered first, okay? Let me just. No, just these people who indicated they had registered, and that's fine. I'll just let them. Can we?
We'll get to you. Just be.
No, okay. No, okay. You know what? After this person, we'll start in the left-hand side and then we'll go to the right-hand side, okay? All right, thank you. We're going to get through everyone. Thank you.
We want to get through everybody we can, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Members of the council and fellow residents, my name is Mark Davignon and I reside at 187 Sanford Avenue North in Ward 3. I'm the co-chair of the downtown chapter of Acorn. The downtown chapter, the East End chapter, and the Stony Creek chapter have all voted to support the following opinions on this issue. I suspect that the Mountain chapter and the National Convention of Acorn members, which will be present in Ottawa this very weekend, will have similar opinions. I am speaking today in opposition to the proposed severance of the Steelport lands for the purpose of creating a large-scale data center campus. I come to this issue from the perspective of a working-class Hamiltonian, a supporter of unions, and someone who believes that the resources of our city should be used first and foremost to improve the lives of the people who live here. Hamilton has always been a city built by workers. We are a city of steelworkers, laborers, nurses, teachers, transit operators, clerical workers, and service workers. We are a city whose prosperity was built not by speculation, but by human labor. When I look at this proposal, I ask a simple question: who benefits? We are told that this project represents progress. We are told that it represents the future. We are told that we should embrace artificial intelligence and the data infrastructure because that is where the economy is heading. But progress for whom? What concerns me is that this proposal asks Hamilton residents to dedicate an enormous amount of land, electricity, infrastructure, and public attention to the development that will create relatively few permanent jobs compared to other industrial uses. For generations, Hamilton workers have fought for decent employment, fair wages, and economic opportunities that allow families to put down roots in this city. We should be asking whether this project advances those goals or merely advances the interests of investors and technology companies. A union perspective teaches us something important. Economic development should not be judged only by the amount of money invested and money extracted, but by the number and quality of jobs created, the benefits provided to the community, and the long-term public good. It is if a project consumes vast resources while producing limited employment, we have a responsibility to ask whether those resources would be used more effectively elsewhere. There is also the question of public resources. Electricity is not infinite. Land is not infinite. Infrastructure is not infinite. These are collective assets that were built over generations by the people of Ontario and the people of Hamilton. When a corporation seeks to access hundreds of megawatts of electricity and a significant portion of our industrial waterfront, we should not simply ask whether the project is technically feasible. We should ask whether it represents the best possible use of those resources. Because every resource devoted to one purpose is a resource unavailable for another. Could these lands support industries that employ more people? Could these lands support manufacturing, research, green industry, or other forms of development that generate broader economic benefits? These are questions that deserve answers before a severance is approved. I am also concerned about the impact on the surrounding community. I just recently moved into Ward 3. Like many residents, I chose to live here because I saw a neighborhood with potential, a neighborhood where people are building lives, raising families, and investing in their futures. Residents deserve confidence that major developments will not negatively affect their quality of life. I support development that creates substantial employment. I support development that strengthens communities. I support development that respects the environment. I support the development that leaves future generations better off than we found them. The question before the committee is not whether development should occur. The question is whether this severance is in the best interest of Hamilton residents. In my view, the answer is no. The burden of proof should rest with those seeking the severance. They should demonstrate clear and substantial community benefits. They should demonstrate meaningful employment outcomes. They should demonstrate that residents will be protected from environmental and quality of life impacts. They should demonstrate that this is the highest and best use of these lands and resources. Until those questions are answered, Council should proceed with caution. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, if you could fill out a form as well. Yeah, thanks. So, someone else? Did someone else want to come up? Yeah, just one. Yeah, just whoever. Yeah, one. I saw a hand raised. Yeah, come up. Please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Sorry? Sorry? I'm just going to go this side, and then we'll go to the right side, if that's okay. Okay. I will note that we did put some people in person here on our WebEx list, so unfortunately that created some misunderstanding. So I apologize. But we're going to go to the left side of the right side of me, the council chambers, and then the left side. Okay. Please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
My name is Chase Elford, and my address is 129 Niska Drive. Through the chair, thank you for giving me the time to express my concerns. My name is Chase Elford, and I'm a Waterdown resident and an independent delegate today. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences with a minor in ecology from the University of Guelph, and I've spent my career in large-scale agricultural management. As we've seen, many residents want this data center kiboshed, but that's unlikely to happen due to the current zoning of the land. So today I would recommend and see conditions attached to the severance. Such conditions would include requiring environmental impact studies before the site plan approval, requiring binding community benefit agreements, requiring detailed water and energy use disclosure, requiring proximity setbacks, and requiring noise studies. While these data centers are new to our locale, they've been appearing more frequently in other countries for years now, and their impacts are clear. Environmental pollution, noise pollution due to the excessive cooling required, and high cost demand on the residents in the areas where they're built. I know this is a quasi-judicial body that's not easily swayed by political or community pressure, but let me refer you to some case studies on the matter. These are not theoretical. They are responses to specific documented harms data centers have caused in other jurisdictions. Let me walk through 4. The first is NV Energy. The Nevada utility that has supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades has announced to residents that they will stop providing energy as of May 2027. The reason? NV Energy needs the capacity for data centers being built by tech giants Google, Apple, and Microsoft around the Tahoe-Reno Industrial Center east of Reno. 49,000 customers are likely to be without a majority of their power in less than a year. The second is the Northern Virginia and Chandler, Arizona noise pollution. In Northern Virginia, almost 1/3 of data centers are located within 200 feet of residential properties, and Prince William County residents routinely report noise exceeding 60 decibels, although some data centers exceed 90 decibels, with anything over 85 being harmful to hearing. In Chandler, Arizona, the EESI documented a formerly quiet neighborhood transformed by constant industrial hum from cooling infrastructure. The third is air quality and public health. A 2025 model indicates that the U.S. data centers in 2030 could cause approximately 600,000 asthma symptoms cases and 1,300 premature deaths annually, resulting in a public health burden of more than $20 billion US. This is driven primarily by the backup diesel generators and the fossil fuel plants kept online to meet demand spikes. The fourth is the electricity cost shock. Wholesale electricity costs have increased as much as 267% over the past 5 years in areas near data centers, according to a Bloomberg investigation. It's not an abstract concept. In Columbus, Ohio, typical electricity bills have climbed about $27 a month as data center load growth overwhelmed local grid capacity. At least 11 states are now considering legislation to temporarily ban new data centers while their impact on electricity prices and other concerns are addressed. As I understand it, This committee must satisfy 4 requirements for the Slate facility, which it does not meet. The first one, and the only one that I'm going to mention, is that it must be minor in nature. It must not cause adverse impacts, which it will, as I've proven with my case studies. The proposed Slate management facility is located just 500 to 600 meters from residential homes, well within the proximity that has caused documented harm in jurisdictions I've discussed. Councillor Nan has put forth a notice of motion to develop a citywide framework for data center developments with public consultation. Approving a major land use changes for a sector that has no established municipal framework yet is premature. I would ask the committee to consider whether deferring the severance until that framework is in place would better serve the public interest and legal requirements of this committee. I'm not asking you to end the data center. I'm asking you to look out for the residents of Hamilton, our health, our environment, and our peace. Thank you. And I have references if you guys would like those.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thanks. If you could fill out a form. Can you just, yeah, okay. Do you want to just step up? Please provide your name and address.
You go ahead. Thank you all very much. I know I'm going to make the line Good morning. Hello, my name is Joanna Begley. I'm a resident.
Speak into the mic, please.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Joanna Begley. I live at 162 Avondale Street. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I deeply love my city. You need only look out the window to see why. I share all the same concerns that everyone here has expressed today. Primarily, it's the water usage. A single data center by Google in Oregon consumed 335 million gallons of water in a single year. I'm concerned with the strain on our electrical grid. The usage of power for data centers is enormous. What's happened in other communities is that the costs for these electrical grid updates and the increased usage is passed along to the public. I'm also concerned with the impact on our public health. I understand that this is a land severance application, and I understand, based on the committee's statement earlier, that you're only here to review that in its limited scope as a land severance application. So I'm going to keep my comments to that application as I understand it. Slate made a number of statements in their application. I'm going to read verbatim. Slate claims the subject lands can be adequately serviced by existing transportation networks, municipal services, and utilities as confirmed in the memo prepared by Stantec on March 31st, 2026. They've stated that item twice. They're so convinced of it. So I read the statement, this memo from Stantec that was submitted with their application dated March 31st. To my understanding, that memo made no such claims, and that memo made no reference of an AI data center at all. Given the potential impact on the community as a whole and the irreparable harm it could do, I think there must be a much higher evidentiary standard to make these claims and accept them as truth. I also reviewed the Committee of Adjustments proposed conditions for approval of this land severance, and I did not see anything to address a request for an impact assessment on how much water a data center may use, how much electricity a data center may use, what the impact on public health this may be. I think at minimum, these items should be addressed in any proposed conditions you put forward before even considering this issue. That's pretty much all I have to say. I trust that this committee today will make a decision that's in the best interest of our community, and I trust that you will behave in a way and conduct yourselves in a way that will uphold public trust. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, could you please fill out a form?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Please, is there anyone else who needs any type of accommodation here? Okay, just anyone, just through the chair, someone was just saying there is no semblance of order. We're here to accommodate people. If there is any accommodation, we're going to accommodate those people first. So that's why we're trying to do that. So we can make that, let me finish, please. And so we will make that determination with the chair in terms of running the meeting, okay? So thank you. Yeah, if you need to, please come up, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Harley. I live at 11 Grosvenor Avenue South, Unit 3. I just want to thank everybody for listening to what I have to say today and everybody for showing up. Where I live is only about 4.5 kilometers away from where the proposed data center where the proposed land for the data center is. As many of people have said before, I don't believe that an AI data center being built mere kilometers from local homes and businesses will benefit our city in the long run. Everybody else has said before the concerns of the environmental aspects about this, so I just wanted to say something a bit more personal since I live so close. I think this land could be used for much better purposes than a data center. We don't really know the long-term effects of these like massive centers being built. This is all like a very new thing. There simply hasn't been enough research on this subject to warrant building a AI-based center of this scale. The thought of one being built so close to me honestly worries me. It has made me greatly consider moving if this is built, which I don't want to do because I love the people of Hamilton and I love where I live. And I do not think this will benefit the people who are going to be directly affected by it. I hope that you all take the thoughts and concerns of all the people who took time out of their very busy days to be here, and I hope that you vote to reject this severance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you could fill out a form, thanks. We'll go back to my right-hand side. Just one at a time if you want to. Yeah, I see someone there. Yeah, the woman there. Yes, if you want to come up, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Max. I live at 112 Wood Street East. I live in Ward 2, the North End. I've lived there all my life. I've had multiple generations of my family, multiple parts of my family live in this general area, Ward 2, Ward 3. And I see so much community where I am, and I see so many hardworking people. The people that built this city, built the city's economy, all of the blue-collar workers that I still see on the bus every single day. My father, who has worked his blue-collar engineer job for, I don't know, 25, 30 years now. He breaks his back every single day. And on the note of the steel mills that many, many people have found employment at, I've also seen the health ramifications. My grandfather on my mother's side was a very, very devoted steelworker, loved his job, died at 63. And that's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that so many of our blue-collar workers in the lower city in this area are less healthy than people on the mountain away from these industrial sites. The Harborfront, which I love to visit, it's still reeling from the environmental impact of Stelco and ArcelorMittal and all of the sludge that has been dumped into the water. I can't go swimming in the bay. I got to go to Burlington. I don't want to go further. It's really gross to me how Slate is attempting to circumvent these regulations that were not made with massive data centers in mind, and they know that, and they know what they're doing. And I don't appreciate people who have worked so hard and are trying to get by, people who are not going to be able to afford to move out of these neighborhoods if this data center is built. And again, I've grown up seeing the impacts of industrialism all my life, and I would like it if future generations didn't have to see it get worse. That's really all I've got to say. Hands off the harbor. Thank you.
Thanks. If you could fill out a form just behind you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, if anyone needs accommodation, just let us know. Just please come up, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Kiana Eastman. I'm the one who got booed outside. My address is going to be 71 Main Street West for this because it's City Hall's address. And just sitting here and understanding how public process works, it's kind of amazing that all these citizens have to share their private personal information and none of us know where the executives at Slate live, right? And so that first of all is a big part of what I'm going to speak about. The committee might not hear me, but everybody that's out there, I want you to hear me. Everybody in this room needs to exchange information. We are the government. This is not the government. We are the government. Everybody that's here needs to make sure that they do what they can to write their MP and their MPP. There needs to be an environmental assessment that's done on this. I sat on the Nuclear Waste Management Organization of Canada's advisory board for 3 years, where we had meetings every quarter to think about how to move forward with a nuclear waste site somewhere in Canada. I sat on the Toronto Economic Development Committee. I've sat on so many committees where we think more about where to put a plant on a municipal street than we're thinking about this data center. It's very important that everybody else in this room connect. I'm looking at all of these incredible, first of all, shout out all the young people that are here because their future is important to them. We have to connect in this moment. There's nothing I could say to you guys. If you guys understand due process, they're doing their jobs. Some of these people that we're frustrated with might actually also live in Ward 3 and cannot speak because they are also doing their jobs. So it's our jobs as citizens right now to connect one with the other. This is not an eat the rich moment. This is a teach the rich moment. Teach them that they can't go into your land and take what they want. Teach them that you have rights. Teach them that you'll speak up. Teach them that you'll organize. This is an opportunity for us to teach City Hall how to have better processes around how they interact and connect with us. I have properties here. Just yesterday, the bylaw guy was at my grass was this big, it's too high. If you can send the bylaw guy to make me mow my lawn, you can do more about this situation right here with thousands of people who are showing up for themselves. This is not about what they hear, it's about what we hear. We can connect. There should be a piece of paper going around with everybody's name and address on it. I think it's insane that I've heard so many people speak to their personal lives. Well, this is actually a corporate problem. Slate is not even here. We didn't even have to hear from them first. There's nowhere in the world you have an argument that's one-sided where people pour out their hearts and the other side of the argument doesn't have to show up. The problem is the system, and we get to change it. So I love all of you. I love Hamilton. We got to work together. What they hear is what we say. So let's say something meaningful.
Sorry. Thank you. Form quickly. Thanks. Okay, I'll just come back over to this right-hand side. Okay, one by one. Yeah, please come up. Please provide your name and address. You have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Say my address on the mic, RE, what was just said, but again, yeah, my name is Julia. I'm a graduate student at McMaster University, and while I do echo everyone's concerns today, from environmental impact to severe detriments to local quality of life, that's been made very clear, I want to share my perspective as one of the almost 40,000 students that go to McMaster, and our campus is about 10 kilometers from where this data center is proposed to be built. Want to shout out all the students over there too. There's a bunch of my peers out there. My undergraduate degree at this university is how I got introduced to Hamilton and learned to love Hamilton and all of its quirks. And the same applies to thousands of students that shuffle in and out of Hamilton for the 4 or so years that they live here. And with that said, I've also witnessed the average rent price rise like hundreds of dollars over the years that I've lived here and have seen my peers and friends be priced out of even living in this city. And the point with that is that Actually, I'll come back to that, but I also want to mention that as a graduate student, my concerns also are about not just the immediate disastrous impacts of building this data center on the physical and material conditions of our life here in Hamilton, but I think it's also the long-term impact on the sanctity of academia. And the reason I live in the city is to attend McMaster University, and it's honestly really disappointing to see an artificial intelligence data center be built in a city where the pride and joy of Hamilton is the education and the academic output that we provide. So again, with the ubiquity of AI, sanctity of education is at risk. So I do think it's irresponsible to allow this application to go through without a proper impact assessment, which has been mentioned, and without an assessment for how it might price more students out of attending this university. And yeah, and we provide the intellectual rigor to McMaster, so why would we get priced out for an AI data center? So please, I do encourage you to listen to all the pleas today to have a proper impact assessment on what this data center might actually play out, and the spoiler alert is that it won't play out very well. Thank you.
Sorry, what was your name again? Sorry.
Julia.
Julie. Can you fill out a form as well, just behind you there? And that's just for our records. Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to let you know we had a scheduled lunch at 12 p.m. Did you want to? We got to keep going, get this through. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Do you want to come up, please? Yeah. Please provide your name and address. You have 5 minutes to speak.
One thing I'd like to say, I know we want to hear from you, everybody, but make sure that you have something new to stake. I think we're hearing a lot of the time things over and over again, but we all understand what you're coming up for.
That's not a requirement for democratic participation.
Through the chair, I would like to make a call to order. We are here to listen to you. If you keep talking through everybody, we will not be able to hear everyone. You want to be respected, be respectable. So we are trying to listen to you. Please. I don't care about.
Through the chair. Stop. Through the chair.
No.
Through the chair.
No.
Hey, just watch your language. We're asking you to leave.
Through the chair. Do you want to take a break?
Just run a few through.
Okay. Just go ahead. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
My name is Cynthia. Do not pass this or any measure that will allow a data center in Hamilton, whether that be the former Stelco or the former Spectator building. Democracy requires that you obey the will of the people. Will you listen to our will, or will you prove yourselves to be authoritarian? We are standing at a critical crossroad regarding the future of Hamilton, a land severance to allow a massive hyperscale data center. We must look at the brutal, unvarnished reality of the industry. We cannot afford to approve anything that will compromise our water, spike our electricity bills, and damage the health of our residents, all while providing very few actual jobs. First, it causes water scarcity and contamination. Data centers are not just digital servers, they are massive industrial coolers. These facilities require hundreds of millions of liters of water annually to keep their systems from overheating. We must ask yourself, can Hamilton guarantee that we will not face water shortages or restrictions while supplying this corporate behemoth? Most of the water used in cooling systems vanishes through evaporation. The remainder is dumped back into the harbor. It requires chemical treatment and anti-scaling agents. Releasing this warmed, chemically altered wastewater back into the ecosystems threatens the delicate balance of our harbor and risks contaminating local water tables. Second, let's talk about soaring hydro bills. Data centers are essentially electricity black holes. They consume more electricity than some entire cities. With Ontario's power grid already strained, introducing hyperscale facility means shifting immense demand onto our public resources. Experience in other communities has shown that wholesale electricity prices will spike. ultimately forcing every resident to subsidize the immense power costs of the data center. We already are facing an affordability crisis. We cannot let corporate tech demands drive up the electricity bills for Hamilton families. Hamilton Centre is already the poorest riding in all of Ontario, the second poorest in all of Canada. What have you done to improve that for the citizens? Data centers have consistently been built in the poorest communities, and this is no different. Do you think the people of Hamilton can afford our electrical bills to be doubled, even tripled? Do you want your electrical bills, Mr. Switzer, Mr. Leung, Ms. Riban, Reed, Lord, do you want your personal electricity bills to be tripled? Ask yourself, are you helping your residents or hurting us? Third and most insidiously is a threat to our physical and mental health. Data centers rely on massive banks of cooling fans and backup generators. When running 24/7, these systems emit a constant low-frequency hum. Studies and residents' testimonials across North America show that the continuous invisible hum causes debilitating issues, including chronic insomnia, severe migraines, vertigo, and constant stress. This low-frequency infrasound can vibrate right through residential walls and windows. We must not subject our people to the psychological torture of 24/7 industrial noise pollution. Finally, data centers provide jobs only while they are being built. Once built, the operation is largely automated. In conclusion, we are here today to demand true public consultation. Hamilton's former Stelco demands, or any lands, should be used for what benefits our citizens, not short-term gains that pass the cost onto our community's health and utility bills. We say no to a project that drains our resources, spikes our bills, and compromises our well-being, and provides few actual jobs for the people. Protect Hamilton's future, reject the severance, and reject any data center. Do not make Hamilton into a wasteland which no one can afford to escape. 99% of the comments, the people, do not want this. This is the people's house. If you, or you, or you, any of you, vote it through, if you work against the will of the people, you are spitting in the face of democracy itself. And if you deny democracy and choose authoritarianism, then expect action. And expect the entire city council to be voted out of office en masse the way Festus, Missouri did. Thank you.
Okay, let's come back to the left, to my right-hand side. Yeah, someone's came up. Please provide your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Can you hear me all right from here?
Yeah, that's okay.
My name is Shannon McCullen. I'm a member of AWORD as well as a member of Happy Hikers Hamilton. I am not going to come up here and say other issues, even though that is our right to, that I'm not going to repeat what other people said. However, I want it to be known that this is a human issue and humans make mistakes. And that includes everybody here at this table. If you are voting in favor of this, maybe think for a second that you're making a mistake. Look at all the voices you have here telling you that this is a mistake. Learn from the mistakes of the past of our government, losing millions of dollars on getting scammed, not having access to any libraries or any information for months. My husband and I got married right there, and we weren't able to get our document until the morning of because of a cyber attack that took almost 2 years for this government to fix. And again, it's still not fully fixed. And I want this government to recognize you make mistakes just like everybody else here. Take this moment to recognize this is a mistake. Listen to the people and make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, please. Okay, anyone who needs any kind of accommodation, just let us know first. Okay, come up. Please provide your name and address, and you can, and then fill it out.
We have an Indigenous accommodation.
Just. Okay. No.
They have their right to have their point to serve before settlers. They are Indigenous and they deserve.
Just stop.
Okay.
He said it's okay. It's okay. Everyone's going to be able to speak. Okay, come on down.
Indigenous people have a right before settlers to be consulted.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Speak up like that again, and I'll ask you to be removed.
Well, tell him to get off his Facebook while the meeting's occurring.
Yeah, he's actively
We've got photos of you, Robert. You're being on Facebook during the meeting. Dereliction of the duty of care. Shameful.
If you keep talking like that, I'm going to recess and we'll come back in a half an hour or so. But I mean, be quiet and let the other one speak.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you. Just please don't touch the mic. It's for the AV. Yeah, no. Okay, thank you. Just provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Wansode Nibekwe. I live in Hamilton. I know you guys don't want to keep hearing over and over again. So I'm just going to give you a reminder. All water is connected. And right down to the molecular, I'm losing my words. Calm down. Right down to the molecular construction of the water. It has memory for over 1 million years. And I'm going to let you know it's got every single one of your names. And it's going to remember that. I'm done here.
Ma'am, do you want to fill out a form?
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, all right.
They won't sign.
Okay, then, okay. Just letting you know that if there is any type of potential appeal of the application to the Ontario Land Tribunal, we do have to forward all people's information on to the OLT. So just letting you know that, okay? So it's up to you. Okay, let's just come back over to this side then. Was there someone? Oh, there was sorry about that. Yeah, come up. Sorry.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Nick Sergis. I'm a registered nurse, parent, Hamilton resident, homeowner. I'm here today because I think this committee is being asked to approve a severance before the impacts of the applicant's contemplated use or uses have been fully assessed and understood under Section 53 of the Planning Act. In particular, I want to address noise. This application contemplates hyperscale data centers and power generation infrastructure. And yet, as I've gone down the rabbit hole looking into this, I have not been able to locate an independent public assessment of the acoustic profile associated with this application. Residents in jurisdictions across the world are reporting concerns related to noise, vibration, and very low frequency noise associated with these large data centers. Researchers are still studying those reports, which can and do occur hundreds and even thousands of meters away from such facilities. That is why independent acoustic assessment is important. Environmental noise and its associated health impacts are not a new issue. The World Health Organization and many other public health bodies link environmental noise exposure to chronic sleep disturbance, cardiovascular disease, mood changes, and cognitive impacts. The question I pose to the committee today is not whether data centers are good or bad, but whether residents should understand the projected noise profile of a facility before land is severed and advance through the planning process. Noise impacts can be studied, they can be modeled and measured. This committee is being asked by the applicant to divide the land before understanding the impacts of the use being contemplated. I respectfully ask the committee to refuse or defer this application and to require that the proposed data center campus continue through the draft plan of subdivision process as recommended by city staff, where such impacts can be properly assessed. In plain terms, I would simply ask that the committee not sever first and ask questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right, okay. Okay, we are going to take about a 40-minute break. We get things will come back after the 40 minutes. We'll take a 40-minute break.
Through the chair, this is the lunch break. This is a lunch break. It's 12 p.m. On our agenda, it is listed that we're supposed to have a lunch break at this time. So that's why we're doing that. So we'll reconvene around 12:55.
Yep.
If that's okay. Thank you. And then when we come back, we'll continue to hear from members of the public. Thank you.
everybody. I will need a motion to defer the rest of the applications, starting with 20226-0031 to.
Sorry if I could assist. Is that okay?
Yep.
Sure. Yeah. So through the chair, we are requesting that the other applications that were to be heard at this Committee of Adjustment hearing today be tabled or be deferred, and they will be, and then we will be rescheduling them to another C of A hearing. So that would be items on the meeting agenda on the June 4th, 2026 C of A meeting agenda. Those would be 2.1 to 2.18, and then items 3.1 to 3.13. And I'll leave that to the committee.
I need a motion to do that.
I'll make a motion to defer the...
Bob and Donna?
Yeah.
All in favor? Carried.
And sorry, through the chair, who seconded that motion?
Yep.
Okay. So yes, so as indicated, the other applications that were to be heard for this meeting today, those are items 2.1 to 2.18 and items 3.1 to 3.13. Those have been tabled. And to the applicants or agents who are here, the C of A staff, we will be in touch with you shortly about the rescheduling of these applications to another meeting. And we'll discuss that further with you. And through the chair, if you want, I believe we're returning to item 1.2.
Yes, we return to the first item. One thing I would like to say that we are only got one thing to deal with our application is the severances, but we know everybody else has got other things in mind. We're going to listen to what you've got to say, but thank you.
Okay, let's just return back to the right-hand side. Was anyone want to speak? Oh, see you there. Do you want to come up? Oh, sorry. Oh, that's fine. Okay, please come up. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Put the mic down so she can see.
Hello.
That's good.
My name is Charles Falkenham. I live Central Mountain of Hamilton. I am here to speak on behalf of soon-to-be parents as well as new parents. I am bringing a daughter into this world this coming summer, into this country, into this city, and the impact of building this data center will not only have an impact on our economy, but as well as our physical health, mental health, and ecosystem. And it has made me question on whether I should be raising my daughter in this city that I have called home for so long. I fear for my daughter's quality of life as well as other children's quality of life in this city because of people wanting to build this data center. It is unfair for the previous generations of this world to destroy the world and then have a negative impact for the next generation to fix. If fixing is even possible with 85 seconds to midnight, the doomsday clock is ticking. Data centers, AI centers, all the pollution from these places are impacting the world, and it is causing our doomsday clock to jump forward. Do you guys want this world to end? Because if we do not fix this, if we do not allow the people to speak up for this, our world will be ending. If you would like to read more on the doomsday clock, you can go to thebulletin.org. I advise you search up the doomsday clock. I advise that you research it, and I highly suggest you do not use the AI overview. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if possible, if you could fill out a form. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. We'd appreciate that. Anyone else? Yeah, you want to?
There's some back behind this there.
Yeah, we'll start this side and we'll come back over to this side.
We'll get with you.
Please step forward. Ma'am, why don't you step forward first?
Hello. My name is Alex Worms. I'm at 20 Macklin Street North. Hamilton has been my home since 2013 when I moved here to study integrated science at McMaster University. After earning my degree, I was able to change career paths and realize a dream I had to become a full-time musician, and that was thanks to the support of our local artist community here. And because of this, Hamilton means so, so much to me. For the past 13 years, it's been a place where I've been able to record and teach music and build a happy and healthy life that I'm immensely grateful for. Clean water flows out of my taps, safe for cooking, drinking, and bathing. I enjoy daily mental wellness breaks, walking through our calm, quiet forest trails, surrounded by water life and waterfalls. It is devastating to imagine losing these things and us having to move elsewhere to protect the health of our families, especially since the world has begun to realize the severe medical, financial, and environmental consequences of the rapid construction of hyperscale data centers, disrupting the lives of countless people and communities. These consequences include contaminating the water and reducing water pressure in areas like Fayetteville, Georgia, where the water has become a cloudy brown color and is no longer safe to drink following the construction of a data center. Secondly, creating extreme 24/7 noise and light pollution in places like Dowagiac, Michigan, where just last month a class action lawsuit was filed on behalf of residents unable to enjoy their day-to-day lives following the construction of a data center. 3, as has been brought up many times, residents subsidizing the significant costs of increased energy demand from data centers through public utility commissions at a time where many already struggle to afford basic living expenses. And I could go on and on. I won't. You've been very gracious in listening to so many of us speak today. Reading through the description of the proposed AI data center on the Steelport website reveals no clear explanation of how any of these consequences would be avoided if the data center project moves forward. The Q&A page claims there would be no disruption to the municipal water supply and power supply without actually providing any substantial plan or proof to back up these claims. Regardless of whether or not we can trust the claims, a project like this should be subject to a more thorough review process than the simple severance request you will be voting on today, especially since current zoning laws, written in 2010, as we've heard, predate the existence of modern hyperscale data centers, a completely different beast compared to data storage centers of the past. If this severance request is approved, allowing the Steelport data center to be constructed, there's potential to cause immense irreparable harm to those of us living in Hamilton and the nearby areas. We need updated laws that properly consider the dangers associated with this new technology, laws which stipulate suitable regulations for modern data centers in order to ensure safety and protect our quality of life. Therefore, I'm asking you not to risk our health and environment today and to vote against this proposal at this time. Thank you.
Sorry, was there someone who needed some accommodation? Okay, do you just want to come up? Okay, provide your name and address and you'll have 5 minutes, okay? And then we'll come back over the side. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Bancuti. I live at 175 Hunter Street East, Unit 111. In the lead up to this meeting, it was reported that this issue resulted in the largest volume of letters ever received by the Hamilton Committee of Adjustment. It is clear as day that no one who actually lives in Hamilton has any interest in seeing a data center built on our waterfront. It is almost comical how much this idea disregards the wants and needs of Hamiltonians. So then, who is the proposed data center for? Who benefits? A Toronto-based real estate investment firm worth billions of dollars. Why would Hamilton pursue this deal if the people don't want it and there's ample data describing the pollution the center will cause and the associated energy demands? Why would Hamilton put the enrichment of an already super wealthy few before the needs and wants of its own people? Why are we expected as citizens of Hamilton to stand idly by and watch as our future is once again mortgaged for someone else's benefit? Why are the real daily consequences always ours, but the profit someone else's? Obviously, decisions that were made decades ago to industrialize Hamilton cannot be unmade. We could have had a beautiful waterfront, but Hamilton chose Stelco and Dofasco. Hamilton chose benzene. Hamilton chose increased cancer rates. However, that doesn't mean we need to continue making these mistakes. The waterfront could be a place where people want to go, as opposed to a place people avoid at all costs, a place that is environmentally contaminated. The waterfront could be a benefit to Hamiltonians instead of those super wealthy. If only Hamilton chose to put Hamilton first. I'm disgusted by the embrace of AI. I'm disgusted anyone would think this is worth the destruction of the earth, and I'm disgusted any city would even consider a proposal so antithetical to the interests of its population. Hamilton has so much potential to be an incredible city, and it feels like the people least interested in making it one are the people making the decisions. This is a global issue taking place on a municipal stage. You're tired of hearing this. I get that. But we haven't been given a place to speak. We have a place to speak here. And we're given a choice to speak. And you have a choice to make. And there is only one ethical, humanitarian choice. That's all I have to say to you. I'm sorry if I bored you, Mr. Switzer.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, could you fill out a form? Yeah, thanks. Okay, let's just come back to this side. Yeah, sir, well, ma'am, or yeah, just come down. Thank you.
Bayfront neighborhood. I'm a soul pop rock artist, vocal coach, and studio owner, and the creator and promoter for the FemRising Showcase series with Women in Music Canada Hamilton Halton and the City of Hamilton's Groundwork Promoter Program. I have dedicated my life to the pursuit of excellence in music education, performance, and promotion, and with FemRising, I am beginning the stages of creating a movement to make waves on the national stage alongside many other artists, promoters, and city workers dedicated to cementing Hamilton's reputation as an incubator for some of the best music and events in the country, and a haven for voices that have been historically marginalized. After holding the Junos here in March, hope and purpose abounded as the city prioritized funding and support for people like me, trying to make a name for Hamilton as the music city. I allowed myself to hope and believe for a future where I could settle in Hamilton and have a thriving career and watch my colleagues bloom and make a mark on the world. I wake up in the morning in my Bayfront neighborhood to birds singing outside my window. As a singer, I drink 3 liters of water a day and do so with confidence that the water is keeping me well, and I advise my clients to do the same. I walk by the lake to gather my thoughts in the few spare moments I have in a day to decompress and maintain my sanity in an increasingly challenging industry that seems intent upon prioritizing a huge volume of human and non-human content, most of which is created with speed of output in mind and not quality of concept, execution, and excellence, or care for the artists creating it. All of these simple, basic human rights would be at risk with the establishment of a data center next door to my neighborhood. In 2014, I suffered a stress-induced illness in a machine-like pursuit of musical excellence. I worked without resting, and one morning I woke up and I had lost my ability to walk, and I had to teach myself again over the course of 6 months how to walk. I still suffer from this chronic condition, though now I have restored myself to functioning state, but I lost my ability to function because I forgot that I was a human in a body that requires proper nutrition, hydration, rest, and socialization. If this data center is approved and built, we will see many people get sick. Aside from the water pollutants and the airborne pollution, the sound will be maddening. Peace and rest will be a thing of the past for most people living within 10 kilometers of this atrocity and beyond. That is my neighborhood in Bayfront, and that is the downtown core. I have watched my clients and my colleagues struggle this year particularly to maintain their sanity and their ability to survive financially in a world that is increasingly deprioritizing our humanity, community, and sense of compassion and connectedness for the sake of technological advancement and profit. But I have experienced what it is to operate like a machine, and the body will keep the score. No one will escape the physical consequences of a culture that is built on industry and greed. I think the decision today for Hamilton is who do we want to be on the national and global stage, because as some of the more sensitive souls born into this world, me and my artist colleagues will be forced to vacate Hamilton under the conditions that the data center will create. Will Hamilton be the city of music or the city of sludge for drinking water? Will we trade our culture, our health, and our soul for a data center? Will our reputation be built on everything that is beautiful and meaningful and life-giving, or will Hamilton become a place where people are condemned to banishment for the sake of their health and sanity, or a struggled crawl towards death as our water, our air, and our minds sicken and unravel to the hum and screech of a massive 24-hour data center? Rest is a right. The citizens of this city are entitled to due process, proper environmental impact testing, and primary consideration in a decision that affects our health, living conditions, businesses, and futures. Dear committee, I hope you choose your humanity and your community today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you could fill out a form afterwards, appreciate it. Just through the chair, our audio-visual staff are just letting me know when people come up to speak, please just don't speak too close into the microphone, okay? And it's just for the recording purposes, okay? Appreciate that. Okay, anyone else? Okay, yeah. Ma'am, you want to come down?
One back up. There's one waiting behind you later, too.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to go over here first, yeah.
The mic's not on.
Just give us a moment. We're going to turn your mic on. Yeah, just give us a moment.
There it is.
Okay. Hi, my name is Megan. I live at 26 Weber Avenue. I found out about this yesterday, so I've been really scrambling to kind of have a voice here. So thank you. I worked in the plumbing industry 10 years, and the water industry, water infrastructure, water quality, and the public health are important to me, which is why I want to speak today. If the project ultimately becomes an AI data center in Hamilton, one of my biggest concerns is transparency. Will residents have access to information about the water demand, the water quality, the discharge locations, discharge temperatures, environmental impacts before construction begins? As someone who works with water quality systems, I want to understand where water will come from, how water will be monitored, and where any discharge water will go. I'm also concerned about cooling system water. Cooling systems can require treatment to control algae, bacteria, corrosion, scale buildup. If these chemicals are used, where will that water be discharged? If it enters the wastewater system, can our existing treatment infrastructure effectively remove those substances? And will that information be available to the public? I believe that residents should have access to this information before any kind of construction begins, so that the community can make informed decisions based on the transparent environmental infrastructure assessments. And, we already know that we have problems with algae blooms in Hamilton as well. So if it's being discharged, what are we going to do about that? Because temperatures, we now know, unfortunately impact and create more algae blooms, and we don't need any more kind of toxic waterways. And so, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. I think we're just going to keep just over here, okay? Do you want to come down? Okay. Sorry. No, just everyone's going to be able to speak. Just let us. I'm just going to go this side first, and then we'll come to this side. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, Hamilton. My name is Talia Calver, and I live at 245 Fennel Avenue West, 417. I moved to Hamilton 6 months ago for college, and I've fallen in love with the city for 2 reasons. There is an incredibly hardworking, accepting, and beautiful community of people who live here, and there are vast green spaces within and around the city. The construction of this data center puts all of these things that I have grown to love about Hamilton in jeopardy. I do not consent to the pollution of air and water in Hamilton. This will harm survival and reproduction of wildlife around the city and make our waterfalls inaccessible to people and animals. I'd like Hamilton to remain known for its abundant green spaces, and I'd appreciate if we did not put strain on wildlife that has already struggled to survive for generations. Keep Hamilton's nature natural and beautiful and available to be appreciated by all. An even bigger issue I have with the construction of this data center is the impact on Hamiltonians. Data centers like the one proposed by Slate only create around 50 to 100 long-term stable jobs. In a city with over 2,000 homeless people and many others struggling to get by, this contribution is simply unacceptable. Job outlook is bleak with the rise of AI, especially for my generation. According to Statistics Canada, adult Gen Z has an unemployment rate of over 14%, double that of other generations and far from Ontario's average of 7.5%. This is my future. This is my life, and this is the world I have to live in. I'm 20 years old, and I don't want to live in a polluted world. This is the world we're creating for future generations, and we need to think of our children, our future children, and how we can make the world a better place for them, starting with Hamilton. The top 10 corporations in the world own over 50% of global wealth, while the poorest half of humanity only owns 2%. I don't want to support these mega corporations that treat human beings as disposables. I don't want to drink dirty water. I don't want to breathe polluted air. I don't want to be subjected to noise pollution. I don't want to get cancer and have my lifespan shortened by corporate greed. I am requesting a reevaluation on how this land can better be used to support and benefit the people of Hamilton. This city is incredibly vibrant and deserves to flourish. The people of Hamilton deserve to live long, happy, healthy lives, and we should try to preserve the beauty of our city and our earth. Therefore, I am saying no to this data center proposal in Hamilton, and I would like to remind you all that it is people over profits. Human lives matter.
Thank you.
Sorry, what was going on? Sorry. What? Did someone speak? What's the reason? Sorry.
She's going to the podium.
Oh. Okay.
There's one over the other side was up first.
Sorry, who?
She was up first, way over there.
Oh, okay. Why don't? Okay, the chair's just asking. Ma'am, do you want to just come up first? Okay.
So my name is Marlene Vanesh, and I have my address on my form here. There are 16 proposed conditions to the land severance application that's sitting before you with a recommendation to approve. Interestingly, there used to be 18. We've already heard many concerns raised by speakers today, and you've been flooded with almost 1,700 emails. But rather than reporting on those points, I'd really like to focus on offering specific recommendations for additional conditions that should be included before approving this land severance application. And to be clear, I'm actually not anti-AI, and I'm also not anti-development, but I am pro-transparency and pro-oversight. And I would like to recommend we slow things down to allow the public a chance to understand what's happening in their own community. Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, spoke at the World Economic Forum earlier this year and shared, quote, "As of 2025, AI opportunity, not AI risk, is driving many political decisions. This vacillation is unfortunate and the lesson that we need to discuss and address risks in realistic, pragmatic manner," end quote. Now, in the cover letter that the application before you, MHBC emphasizes the intent of the application is to streamline and provide a faster path for development of the Phase 1 lands, which will support significant investment in the city. This is on page 2 of the letter, written as clear as day. The intent here is to streamline for investment. Just as Dario cautions, this pushes political decisions for AI opportunity and doesn't consider AI risk. Now, as I said earlier, I'm actually not against development. If the city and the community review the risks and collectively put guardrails in place, great, let's move forward. But passively allowing this to move through this at a meeting is not giving the risk the scrutiny that it requires. So what do we do? For true transparency and public engagement, I recommend that we defer approving this application and the project be placed on a full review track with 3 additional conditions. First, this application should be subject to a public review process. We've heard that already today. This would incorporate a 3-month public consultation period, including a series of town hall meetings between Slate and residents, facilitated by the local councillor. Afterwards, Slate should be required to submit a report summarizing community concerns along with proposed mitigation measures. This should be followed up with another 3-month review period by council and the public. Second, it should require a post-construction environmental and operational performance review. Again, we've heard about this today. The review should assess actual water generation, air emissions, water consumption, electrical usage. The findings should be publicly reported and compared against the projections and commitments made during the approval process, with corrective measures required where performance falls short of established expectations. And third, any expansion of the data center development beyond the initial proposed campus should require a new planning review, including public consultation. This condition would provide the community with certainty that the future phases of development on the 519 acres of retained land will be subject to public scrutiny. In addition, since the May 19th proposed conditions, the requirements for Blandings turtle surveys and breeding bird surveys have been removed. I would advocate that they should be added back in. In conclusion, this meeting represents the first meaningful opportunity for the public to provide feedback on this proposal, yet the application is before you with recommendation for approval subject to conditions. That sequence raises a fundamental question. How can meaningful public input be incorporated if the path to approval has effectively already been established? If individuals like Dario Amodei, who have been invested in AI since the infancy stage, suggest that we need to discuss risks in a realistic, pragmatic manner, perhaps we should listen. Thank you for allowing me to express my suggestions.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, through the chair, I don't know if you want us to keep accommodating people, or do you just want us to
There's probably a few more that you should.
Yeah, okay, just, you want to come down?
Which one?
Was there someone there?
There she is
come down,
over there.
please, come down.
We don't let, we don't.
Hello, committee. Sorry, I'll keep this short as I know we're all trying to keep things moving along here. My name is Jack Sweefer. I live at 801 Cannon Street East. That's the corner of Cannon and Barnesdale, about a 3-minute drive from the proposed land severance location. I was not born and raised in Hamilton. I definitely chose this city. And I chose this city because I love it. I love the people. I love the environment. I love the wildlife here. I love my neighbors and I love my family who would be affected if this land severance proposal were to be approved. I grew up living outside of a Superfund site in rural Missouri, where a private company was allowed to dump Agent Orange byproduct, and where the US government then dumped the waste of the Manhattan Project. My siblings, mother, and I all grew up swimming in rivers contaminated by this waste, contaminated by such blind progress as that set before you today. I say this respectfully to you all now as somebody who has 3 siblings with a rare genetic disorder, a grandmother dead at 60 of cancer caused by these contaminants. The approval of such a land severance here today would allow for the creation of similar such Superfund sites in Hamilton. I strongly object to the approval of the land severance at 386 Wilcox Street without proper consultation, environmental impact report, Indigenous collaboration, and strongly encourage the committee to defer a decision until the conditions of these consultations are met. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. If there wasn't anything, we'll come back over here. Okay. Yeah. I see someone. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone will come. Oh. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Come down. Okay.
My name is Todd Vanderwyn. I live on Memorial Avenue. A mid-sized AI data center consumes 5 million gallons of water every single day, which is as much as the city of 50,000 people, 1/10 of the population that of our city of Hamilton consumes every day that passes if this data center is built. High energy consumption, escalating costs for the surrounding community already struggling. Frequent hardware upgrades contributing to a significant increase in electronic waste, air pollution, affecting our children and our youth, infecting the vulnerable, infecting you and me, everybody who lives in this city. Our clean water will be used to fuel the AI prompts of people who over time will erode their human cognition. It is the thing that makes us so beautiful, sharing our gifts and thoughts organically from our brains, our hearts, our soul into the world, human creation. This AI data center will not only further pollute Hamilton, it will drain our resources and make it harder to live in a city that is already suffering. In a world fueled by hungry millionaires and billionaires, those who do not care about us or our environment, those who do not care about the love we have to give to our community and to ourselves, those who will lie right to our face about the impact just for another dollar in their pocket. We do not need an AI data center to create. We do not need an AI data center to tell us how to think. We do not need a summary. We need the full picture. And we don't need AI to speed up our work. Making it ourselves is the real art of being human. That is why everyone has been standing here today, together, standing up against the people and the corporations who think we don't have a fighting chance. Because that's where the real desperation, passion, and power, and love, and dignity comes from. It comes from our community. It comes from standing united against what isn't right and what shouldn't be accepted. It comes from us. And from us to the people who think they hold the power. The people working against our community and destroying our planet, Mother Earth. Money is not what it takes to heal the world, it's love. An AI data center is the last thing us Hamiltonians need. I request a deferral as we do not know enough about the extent of the impacts. Thank you, and keep challenging what isn't right.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm just wondering, and it's up to you, do we want to just go by everyone on each row, if that be, and then...
There's 2 or 3 back there too. So.
You would just want to do this side, everyone on each row come one by one, and yeah. Okay, so let's just do that. Everyone on like the first front row, you come out, and then the following row behind you, okay? All right, please step forward. Sure. Now just wait. Come
on, one was down there first anyway.
Yeah, just... Was that the first? Were you there, ma'am? Okay, just come up first then. Yeah, just come up first. Okay, and then afterwards, after you, that'll be you then, sir. Okay, thank you.
My name is Pavieta. I am a resident of Ward 2. I will provide my address over there, not on live recording. I am a systemic policy researcher. I use my decade-long experience in digital transformation and cybersecurity across provincial and federal governments, Bell Canada, and Microsoft Canada, to research the conditions under which alternatives can become possible. The turnover today is unprecedented, and this demographic is evident of the public sentiment because we know severance decisions of this scale shape conditions that Hamiltonians will have to live inside for decades. That's one of the most important reasons for keeping people at the heart of such large projects, planning and policymaking. Much has been covered, so I'm going to skip most numbers. Where is it? Okay. So a hyperscale facility that has gone through the Planning Act scope, many have talked about it, about how energy and water intensive land use it is. And for that, I do want to mention something, that this is beyond conventional data processing, so we have to also understand what really happens inside a data center to actually approve it. And many approvers don't know. And we also know that Alberta saw 5,800% increase in connection requests for data centers between 2024 and 2025. While in the US, households are experiencing the worst grid distortion above 8% safety threshold within 20 miles of a data center, facing shortened appliance lifespans and elevated fire risks. Your decision is an opportunity to avoid or at least mitigate these risks proactively. But without public disclosure, our community is being asked to accept the workload whose climate and water cost no one can really accurately quantify because they're not publicly available. The 16 revised conditions do not yet reflect what that really means. And many recommendations have been made, and I support all of them. But the obvious question that I want to ask is, who is going to enforce these conditions? What's the deterrence for non-compliance for these conditions, especially when we don't have clarity around the consumption of existing data centers in downtown Hamilton? Slate has mentioned exploring waste heat recapture. That's not a commitment. That is a promise, but again, who is going to keep everyone accountable? This is a lot about sovereignty. A country that cannot account for the energy, water, and emissions of this critical infrastructure is not sovereign over it. Data infrastructure demand is real, but that makes transparent, legible, and accountable governance much more important. If there's nothing to hide, transparency should not be an issue. We do not have any AI regulations. In fact, we have a major technical debt. Our federal data policy, PIPEDA, is basically very shallow. I've seen technology being shoved to the government and policies designed around it. AI is inequitable and not for all, so I request the committee to ask yourselves, why break the ground when you can't justify the use of land? Canada's AI and compute is already not sovereign when the efforts rely on the US infrastructure and jurisdiction. And also, at the same time, provincial legislation allows blind spots, and it's amplifying the social risk in the background of this application. Bill 5, Bill 40, Bill 72, Bill 97 together are creating these blind spots, and Steelport is the first application here at this intersection of blind spots. Canada's AI strategy just came out a few hours ago, and it says, trust is North Star of this strategy. Prosperity and sovereignty in this era belong to the nations that can leverage trust to adopt, build, and govern AI on their own terms. Where there is no reciprocity, there's no prosperity, there's no sovereignty, definitely not trust. So I am requesting the committee to refuse this application and at least, if not, then at least mandate it until city's climate action strategy or full public disclosure is a part of it. Some of it is in your scope. A lot of what has been said is not in your scope, and I understand that. But some of it is still under your scope, and this is going to be your decision. The mechanism already exists. This is a great example. I know I'm going over, but this is a great example of just another systemic barrier when you don't have solutions for what people go through. These fragmented decisions across levels of government dilutes accountability, and the public is left with fewer places to bring concerns. So I hope you also see the gap between decision-making and community impact. Because your decision today shapes outcomes and signals priorities, and yes, your decision to reject, if at all, can lead to other stages of the appeal. And so I request the Hamiltonians to continue to stay aligned with this purpose. And if anything I've said tonight turns out to be incorrect, that's only underscoring the point around opacity and speed of this process. Many have suffered before us, many are suffering right now, and there's a lot of uncertainty, but we can act on decisions right now, so we don't have to carry the same systemic suffering into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next person in the first row there. Yeah, I think it was you, sir. Come up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Hamza Farah, and I live at 21 Sanford Avenue North in Ward 3. You can, as you might be able to tell if you are familiar, Ward 3 is 21 Sanford. It's about 1 kilometer and change from the proposed Steelport location. And so if there is any effect brought on by the development, if there's any of the proposed concerns that I'm sure you've heard at no end of today, there I would probably be one of the first to know, seeing as I'm kind of right there. I wanted to not retread a lot of ground because, as I've sat here and listened to a lot of these other, testimonials, a lot of these other concerns from other people, they've raised many good points about the environmental concerns, the electrical concerns, the impact on the community, the light, the noise, etc. And so you're no doubt familiar with what it is people have worries about here. So I wanted to instead emphasize the absolutely vital position that you're in here with this committee. This is my first time at any sort of municipal hearing. And I'm sure for the vast majority of other people here, they are in the same position. This is their first time raising concerns about something with their local government, and this is their first time coming out of their way to try and make their voices heard, which is why I am so appreciative of the platform you've given us. If this data center goes through, if the land sign-off happens, I have no recourse. No one here, or the majority of people here, have no recourse. I don't know any of the developers. If there's any concerns, I can't take it up with them. I wouldn't know where to begin taking it up with on the provincial level. And so this interface, this municipal hearing is so vital and so important because it's the only way any of the little guys here can have their voices heard about this. And so, again, thank you, and I appreciate that. And I wanted to bring up just that this dynamic with the many people who've come today. A lot of people who, again, first time going to one of these hearings, they have a lot that they are concerned about. And I'm so sorry, I had some notes here, but I forgot to bring them with me. They had these things that they were bringing up, and they don't have any connections or any capacity to go through this. And I don't know what the future looks like for Slate, the developers, or for the Steelport data center. I don't know what hoops they have to jump through or what provincial or federal or municipal sign-offs have to occur after this in order for them to begin to break ground. But I think that is why it is absolutely vital that we reevaluate, we check, we take the time to weigh every single outcome here. Because fundamentally, this kind of massive land severance right on the water, it's a very big commitment. It's an egg that you can't quite unscramble. It's going to be here for a very long time. It's going to affect the city for a very long time. And so I think that if the city of Hamilton is expected to trust Slate and the developers enough to sever the land, to essentially give them the sign-off to hold it for however long this data center will affect the community, I think they should have the trust of this committee, of the people of Hamilton, to wait on us, to wait for our okay, to pause this or delay it so that we have the time to overlook these things. One of the core reasons they made this proposal, as I saw online, was because they wanted to expedite the process, make things easier, streamline the amount of time from sending in the paperwork to breaking the ground. Oh, is that time? Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, point made. Thank you very much. Take your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next person in that row, please, come up.
Please remember that when the first ding goes, you got a minute.
Yep, sorry, through the chair. Once you hear the first ding, that means it's been 4 minutes, and then the second ding means it's 5 minutes. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, so my name is Sarah Fuchs, and I live at 25 Ramsey Crescent in Hamilton. Just moved here for school, for university. So I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I know there's been a lot of, reoccurring things, but a reoccurring theme that I have heard from a lot of people coming up here and talking is that the mention of how we were promised a better future with the use of these lands, and I don't really see anything about this proposed data center that could possibly fulfill this promise. So with that being said, I'm going to start with some information, just some facts about what these centers that have been doing in other places where they have been built, and these cannot be ignored. So in these areas, animals are dying, marine life has been washing up on the shore dead, farm animals have been showing to lose 20 to 30% of their total mass, and many, many, many other atrocities have been going on. All of these things are showcasing upfront the impact that these centers are having on the wildlife. And us as humans, how can we think that if the animals aren't being affected, that we won't be affected the same way too? Maybe on a minor level, but in the same way. And not only that, but with the massive usage of water, crops will also be impacted, which should be a huge concern to people, as this is now interfering with our agriculture and food supply. So now it's affecting many, many things across the city. So with the building of these AI data centers, we will not only be worsening our future for ourselves, but also our future children. With that being said again, I'm not too sure if this has been mentioned yet, but I wanted to make sure it was brought to everyone's attention as it is extremely important. So these data centers, they increase dramatically electromagnetic field exposure to the surrounding communities, which has been linked to childlike leukemia and many, many other serious health concerns. So as of right now, the government doesn't have any safety regulations to protect against these health hazards, which should be a massive public concern and shouldn't be allowed. So the only future that I see coming with the construction of this site is unclean drinking water, limited food supply, and then the suffering of people all over Hamilton, along with the animals, the wildlife, the beauty of the city in general. So none of this sounds like a better future to me. And if you guys allow this to happen, you're actively contributing to the future of a barren wasteland, which is exactly what we have been afraid of and been working to reverse for decades. So I'm respectfully asking, same as everybody else, that you do not allow this to move forward for the sake of Mother Earth and our future as people and future children living on this planet and in this city. And I would like to reiterate, people over profit. We matter more than money. Our lives matter more than just money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next person in that row, if you wanted to step up, please.
My name is Lydia Elsewhere. I've lived in Hamilton my whole life. And although I've been a musician my whole life, it was only 3 years ago that I finally found my true voice, and I must use that voice now. I know the power that words can have on hearts and minds, which is one reason why you've heard from so many people, so many of us today. 1 week ago, I was shocked to learn of the proposal to build a data center in our city. Having seen the real-life horror stories of brown contaminated water, the pollution, the noise, and the environmental destruction these buildings cause, I vowed to do all I could to spread the word about today. It seems to be difficult to overstate the severity of these impacts. The negative effects this would have on our community have already caused me, and I'm sure many others here, to lose a lot of sleep. I know the power that words can have, which is why it is so offensive to see phrases and paragraphs reduced to the algorithmic math of zeros and ones. Personal feelings aside, it still seems clear to me that AI does far more harm than any possible good. It atrophies minds, appropriates creative works, spreads falsehood and misinformation. And I will admit, it is difficult for me to put my personal feelings aside, but the crux of the matter is this. This building would be a blight on our city. For lack of a better word, it would be an evil presence with a tangible aura emanating from it, like the Tower of Sauron. It would be a curse on the city of Hamilton and all of us who live here. But it doesn't have to be. We have the opportunity to stop this from happening. Today, right now, right here. We have the opportunity to do the right thing for the future, for our families, for our friends, and for our children and grandchildren. And vote against this proposal. We need to clean our water and air, not further pollute it. There's no good that can come of allowing this data center to be built. And even if there were, the myriad detrimental effects would far outweigh any possible benefits, of which, again, there are none. Please protect the future of Hamilton by voting no and not allowing this terrible place to manifest. When I came here, my mother dropped me off in front of City Hall, well, in back, but she said to me, she said, thank you, you and your friends, for doing this. She couldn't be here today because she works at the Juravinski Cancer Center in oncology. She has told me many terrible things, heartbreaking stories of patients who are only in their 30s or 20s. Please don't create more of those. My friend, my bandmate, has also told me about the horrifying effects of heat islands, which I hadn't even come across in my personal research. The fact that this would drive up summer temperatures upwards of 9 degrees Celsius would again cause death, heat stroke. People, this is not just a matter of zoning permits. This is a matter of life and death. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person in that row, on that first row. Was there anyone else on this row? You, okay. Oh, there's, yeah, no, yeah, why don't you, were you first or does it matter? Yeah, you want to step up, man, just step, yeah. Yeah, if you want to come up first, and then afterwards we'll ask the other person. Thanks.
We got a ton over there, too.
Hello, everybody. My name is Teresa Weller, and I'm going to leave my address there. But I can give you my phone number, because I hope to hear from you guys after what I got to talk about. My phone number is 905-537-6686. So what I wanted to discuss today was I was potentially injured at work with my eye. I am going blind in my eye right now. And since then, this happened 2 years ago, I have gone to the Labor Board 3 times. I have gone to WSIB. I have gone to the Minister of Environment, Todd McKinney. I have gone to Doug Ford. I gave the Minister of Environment videos of flammable product being mishandled on the property of a company downtown here. And they took the videos, but nothing's been done. The Minister of Labor hasn't done anything either, 3 times. I reported that they needed to audit the way they process their sanitizer. There's also a whole other bunch of issues. And it seems like nobody seems to care. And I'm beginning to wonder, if we put this stuff in here, is the same thing gonna happen? If people start getting sick, are they gonna be ignored? Nobody's gonna contact them back? I haven't heard from one person in 2 years. Like, I've been trying to get them to fix the OSHA issues. Nobody cares. So I'm hoping, because I got videos, I got photos, timestamp from that time. I'm hoping to hear from you guys, because I want to hold them accountable, because if there's a fire there, who suffers? The people that live in the area? Yeah. Not only that, but this company, she's like the 10th richest woman in Canada, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it seems anytime I try to, like, when I got injured, I didn't know I was supposed to report to WSIB. The people that work there didn't report it. I found out like 2 months ago. And instead of admitting to all their OSHA violations, they decided to tell the people I was crazy and I needed therapy. And I put a complaint in. WSIB isn't doing anything either. And the fact of the matter is, I can back up everything I'm saying. I have emails, I have pictures, I have videos. And I went to school to be an environmental technician. I'm not the smartest person, but I know a thing or two. And I know that when you have WHMIS labels, they matter. Now, if not you guys, because I haven't contacted you guys, but I'm hoping now that I've told you, we can do something about it, because I don't think people should just get away with not being fined. I think they need to be fined. And I don't even think those people should be allowed to run that company. There's a million examples I can give. There is a water hydrant on there. They use that water to keep their pH at a neutral level instead of running the caustic properly. So they're using city water. And I actually reported that to the Minister of Environment January 18th. I haven't heard from him. So if you guys aren't answering these little complaints, what's gonna happen when we start complaining about the data center? And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Sorry, and ma'am, yeah, why don't you step up, please?
Hello. I'm sure you're all fatigued at this point. I think all of us are pretty tired and telling you the same thing. I'm going to hopefully tell you something different. My name's Eden Van Devanter. I am a physician. I work and I trained in the city of Hamilton. I currently work with structurally vulnerable populations primarily. And I am also in opposition of this current severance movement. I understand we're just looking at severance. We've already discussed that it's not necessarily the severance, but what comes after that severance, where there is very little oversight and protection for our population. I want to think specifically about the human impact. Like I said, I'm a physician. I see this every day. My wife is an oncologist. She and I have had long discussions, and anecdotally, I have held the hands of patients who have had cancer after cancer in their family, specifically related to the Stelco, Delfacto, all of these steel organizations. We've known that those cancer risks have been there for the past 30 years. There have been publications, and still late into the 2020s, we have not had appropriate retribution for these actions. I am concerned because we do know that there are chemicals that come from these AI data centers. We may not know the extent at which they are coming, because this is an unprecedentedly large center that they're planning to build, or at least hypothetically. I can tell you from other AI data centers, we do know that they about 50% increase in the fossil fuel consumption in order to keep their centers running. Their backup generators are also producing high amounts of carbon monoxide, PAHs, which are polyaromatic hydrocarbons, sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide compounds, nitrogen dioxide, formaldehyde, fine matter particulates. All of these things we know are linked to many health risks. We know that it does impact our air quality. It does not just disappear. It enters into our waterways and our systems. It does have direct link to multiple types of cancer: stomach cancer, thyroid cancer, liver cancer, many other different types of cancers. I'm not going to go through the whole list. One thing that I also think has not been addressed today is the impact on future generations. I work primarily in reproductive health care, and I do know that there is a strong impact on pregnant individuals because fetuses are very vulnerable to these chemicals. And we have seen in areas where there are these kinds of pollutants, high rates of stillbirths, miscarriages, spontaneous abortions, and those children are born with health risks. They're born with leukemia, or they're high risk of developing leukemia early in their life. These are not hypotheticals, these are real. I've held the hands of these patients. I've watched my patients die, and I am devastated for what may happen if we move forward with this process without having an appropriate assessment, a needs assessment, an environmental assessment, and protocols to put our own population and health as our primary focus. I think that's mostly what I have today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Was there someone else on this first row? Yeah, please. Yeah, step up.
Thank you, committee. My name is Lisa Kearns. I'm a city councillor in Burlington for Ward 2. I'm also the deputy mayor of community engagement and partnerships. I also serve as a regional councillor, under which I could go to jail if our water is not clean in the region of Halton. I also have a certified director certificate from the ICD.D from Rotman School of Business, which makes me uniquely having the ability to assess risk and issues like that to corporations. And I also have my IAP2 Level 1 certification for the community engagement spectrum. Having all of those things complemented with the fact that last night I read every single comment that came into this committee, 1,700 and 1,400. I've had this streamed all day from the No AI folks on whoever's Instagram that is, thank you. And I've listened intently. I've also proudly grew up at the corner of Barton and Kenilworth, 3 kilometers from Stelco Wilcox. And I also worked at Stelco as my first career after I graduated from Western University. And my dad is a 30-year plus Stelco BOF employee, and now his social calendar is booked with funerals of people who have died of cancer. The reason I'm here today is that we do not have the appropriate municipal framework to make the decision, and it is actually very unfair that no councillor for Hamilton today can speak to this issue, nor can the mayor. It's also unfair that the Committee of Adjustment is being tasked with such a decision. While it is just a land severance, I respect that. The implications are far more than exactly that. So I come to you today with some ideas for a solution. I respect everyone's personal circumstances, so please don't interpret that as not being compassionate. Here's what I think you should do today. If you were, so because council's hands are tied when it comes to a decision of Committee of Adjustment, and rightfully so, you should refuse the severance. That will likely trigger an appeal. The city does have the ability to appeal a decision of Committee of Adjustment. That will kick it over into the tribunal, which is the Ontario Land Tribunal. That's an overriding provincial body. Once that gets triggered, you're looking at about an 18-month delay before the process gets adjudicated upon. In that time, the City Council will unlock new tools that can be through the legislative services where they can do some additional work. Your holding provisions that are listed between the 18 down to 16 now, those also can be appealed by the applicant. The applicant coincidentally just sponsored a $200 a ticket Chamber of Commerce event in Burlington with the minister, of which 2 mayoral candidates are at. I am not. I'm here with y'all. And that would allow the Council to unlock new legislative tools to address it, because it is really, in fact, a provincial issue, and we do need some additional federal oversight related to this. What the City of Hamilton could do in the meantime is initiate a Section 38 under the Planning Act, which would be an interim control bylaw, and that would have the ability to undertake some additional planning studies, which would be able to identify new or compatible or restricted uses of the land in relation to the other surrounding land use abilities or the land use provisions. And within that, you'd be able to put in different qualifiers like wastewater, water management, hydro drains, distancing, remediation, etc. And those would be binding because they would then be within the context of the zoning bylaw, of which is currently a gap. And it is in Burlington too, and that's okay. We're going to fix that really quickly just as well. But the interim control bylaw will essentially put a freeze on any future applications. So while the decision today clearly is not, do you support an AI data center, yes or no? It's important to know that it's not a binary decision. It's a stepping stone to a future decision, and that's within the purview of the C of A. It would at least buy you some time to make a pause, to minimize risk, to improve opportunities to create the right containment policies and frameworks. And it would allow everyone in this room to take a pause, do that public engagement, which has not been done by no stretch of the imagination, and it would allow us to create some best and better practices that can be implemented within the existing legislative and planning frameworks to get the best possible outcome for everyone. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you, and Hamilton. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Stand up way over there.
Is there someone? Do you want us to go through that
Okay,
row
right.
first, or? But sorry, we were going to go through that row, that side first, and then this side. So let's go to the second row. Okay, you want to come up?
Hello. Sorry, I'm nervous. Hello, thank you to the Committee of Adjustment members for hearing our in-person comments today. My name is Erin McPhee. I'm a resident of Ward 2 in Hamilton, and my home is not very far away from the Hamilton Harbourfront and the land being discussed this morning. I'm addressing, of course, the application by Slate to sever a portion of the lands located at 386 Wilcox Street to potentially develop a data center campus on the severed lands. Although there remains some uncertainty around the specifics, this could include the development of the hyperscale and enterprise data center, and the intent of the application is to streamline and provide a faster path for development. I apologize, I know you're maybe tired of hearing these things, but I think that we're here today because we feel overwhelming desire to communicate, like the impact that this has on us as community members. I understand that the land use specifically is not the purview of this committee. However, since there are limited opportunities for public engagement on the development of this land, if severed, I want to use this opportunity to discuss the material economic impacts of a hyperscale and enterprise data center as it relates to my own work and livelihood as a graphic designer, illustrator, and artist, and its potential impact for local labor and employment more broadly. I've been paying close attention to the negative impacts of generative AI across my industry, from the extractive processes by which large language models and generative AI have been trained by unauthorized scraping of our writing, our illustration, our photography, and our artwork online, to the ways in which the trend of AI adoption has increased how precarious employment is within our industries, especially for freelance and contract creatives with little to no protections. I see this in the way my peers working in tech have either been laid off or have been forced to use AI, not because they want to, because the shareholders of their companies have a vested interest in these technologies. I see this in the way that my peers are navigating their values and ethics and choosing to either change or leave their work. To quote writer and technologist journalist Bryant Merchant, the AI job crisis is not the sudden displacement of millions of workers in one foul swoop. Instead, it is evident in the attrition of the creative industries, the declining income of freelance artists, writers, and illustrators, and in corporations' inclination to simply hire fewer human workers. When it comes to claims about the economic benefits and job creation from Slate, it is also worth noting that a single hyperscale facility can operate with only a few dozen employees, including both higher paid technicians and lower wage security, landscaping, and janitorial rules, which may be subcontractors that I have far more in common with little to no job protections. The promised job numbers associated with these developments are often short-sighted and vastly inflated by temporary construction positions with no guarantee that these roles will go to local workers here. Lastly, I'd like to recognize the fundamentally extractive relationship between hyperscale data centers, which power these technologies, and local communities like ours or any other, which I have no interest in a data center being anywhere. According to independent research institute AI Now, hyperscale data centers deplete scarce natural resources, pollute local communities, raise energy costs for everyday citizens, pull tax dollars away from community needs, and fail to deliver on overpromised economic developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone else in that row? Yeah, please step forward.
Hi, fellow council members. My name is Victoria Prince. I live at 96 East Avenue South in Hamilton, and I'm close enough to the proposed data center to have my opposition for it. I am strongly opposed for the upcoming Steelport data center proposal. I feel you know all of the risks as they've all been displayed today by many fellow residents here today. So I'm trying to say something a little bit more heartfelt as I'm born and raised here in Hamilton, Ontario. My twin sister actually spoke earlier on the phone. She lives closer to where the data center is going to be built. And her wife's a teacher who's right in the backyard of where the data center is supposed to be built and is strongly opposed to it as well. And I feel that we weren't given enough information or time to really prepare for this. And I'm glad that we get to speak today. My dad is a blue-collar Hamiltonian, born and raised here. He actually worked at Slater Steel. I'm not sure if any of you know which factory that was, but it got teared down many years ago now. He's retired, has many health issues. And my another family member has chronic blood cancer who works at Dofasco. So just saying that cancer is already a huge problem here in Southern Ontario. I just recovered from skin cancer, and I'm relatively healthy. I'm an avid cyclist and vegan, and even with that, anybody can get cancer. So. It just makes me very scared for our future generations, like my niece and nephew, or any children that are coming into this world. As I'm a proud Hamiltonian, and I don't want our city to be put underground by a center such as this, as the pollution is so great with what we have going on right now in our city, that this data center would make it even worse. I find that I have chronic issues even cycling around as is, so it's just going to get 10 times worse. I love going down to Confederation Beach where the Hutches is. I'm a proud Hamiltonian, you know, I love where, you know, there's nothing like the Hammer Town. And I feel that we need to put the hammer down on this, honestly, that this should not pass, at least until we know more about this and, you know, some pros and not just all the cons, because I'm not hearing any pros whatsoever. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else there? Yeah, please step up.
Bunch over there too. I know. But there's still...
Hi, my name is Amber. I live in the West End. Before I start, I just want to say that when you ask us not to repeat ourselves, sometimes, to me anyways, that feels like a little bit disrespectful, given that hearing about these things is not going to be nearly as bad as living these things. They are going to be very serious. They're going to impact people who have the least ability to deal with the impacts. But if you think that because you live far enough away or you have enough money that you will be exempt from these impacts, this is not true. All of us in this room have the same organs, the same skin, the same lungs, same brain, and these impacts that will come from these things can impact you as well. These centers are so new that we do not fully understand the width or breadth that these impacts may have on people. We don't necessarily know that it will only impact poor people. and only impact those living closest to the data center. I'm sorry if my voice is a little shaky, I'm a little bit emotional. The things that we're doing to our planet are things that we are doing to ourselves. When our planet, when it's 35 degrees out and then 15 degrees the next day, that is a warning sign for us. And when we decide that it's not such a big deal and these things are already happening and we take steps to make them worse, it's very wrong-headed. It shows the maximum amount of hubris to attempt to build something like this that we do not understand, that we cannot quantify the impacts of, and that they will not share the impacts with us as the citizens. We are the ones who are going to have to deal with the impact. We don't have the power to say no, but today you do. So please, I beg of you to say no for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Was there someone else there? Yeah. Next person, please step up.
Hello. My name is Hannah Edgerton. I live at 180 Simcoe Street East in the North End. I've lived there for 4 years, and I've been in Hamilton for 6. My grandfather was born here, and he worked at Dofasco, and his body has felt the repercussion, or he's dealt with a lot of health complications from working there. I have many reasons why I oppose the data center. I'm also very nervous and not a public speaker at all, but I felt very compelled to come in and talk today. I think I have 5 points mostly. I think the first thing is that a lot of the residential buildings in the North End are very old. And these data centers put a lot of pressure on, all of the things that we've talked about, the electrical, the water pressure systems, and I don't think a lot of the buildings in the North End will actually be able to deal with that. And the plumbing is very old, and we've seen that because, I've had people come around and be like, oh, we have to change your pipes and all this stuff. We know that the North End has a lot of old buildings, and we should, just take care of them and not put pressure on them. I think a secondary point is that what we said is noise pollution, but the North End in particular already has a lot of noise pollution. We deal with the trains, we deal with the helicopter going to the hospital, we'll deal with the loud boats, and we don't want to add more onto that. And I also think that low hum vibrations in particular are very harmful for health of both humans and animals. We know that because sound weapons exist and they have been used, and we know how harmful those things are. So let's not put that in our residential living spaces, please. I think that a lot of the things I'm concerned about are a lot of the things that have been voiced, the impact on the water, the soil, the air quality. And I think something that's really important to recognize is that this land is still healing from everything that's already occurred here. There's a lot of pollution, and we need to put funding and facilitate actions that support this healing of the land and not against it. I think that that's vital, and there's so many different things that we could be doing with this land that is, we're proposing to do something that's very harmful, and I think science is very powerful, but we have to use it for the right reasons. And land healing is a huge thing that we should be focusing on as a community. And I think I'm going to go a little bit more into that, is that we need to recognize collectively that the water, the soil, and the air are sacred creations. They allow us to live, and the more that we disrespect and poison them, we are poisoning ourselves. And we're not just poisoning ourselves, we're poisoning our loved ones, we're poisoning our friends, we're poisoning our family, and your economic status does not protect you. It does not. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You cannot escape that. And then things that I'm trying to say is, if it doesn't affect you, it will affect your children. And if it doesn't affect your children, it'll affect your children's children. And we need to just look out for each other and care about and love each other more and not be so divided. And I think everything that I just said in the last little bit, and that this is something that I think is very, very vital to this conversation, is that this is what Indigenous people have been trying to say for hundreds of years. So can we please start listening to them? Like, seriously. So with that, I would like to encourage people to read the Two-Row Wampum Belt Agreement and to actually understand what that means beyond just the words of what that is. Investigate what Indigenous people are talking about. Can we please include them more in these conversations, because these are not our lands. And I want to end with a quote from the Cree Nation. "Only when the last tree has died and the last river has been poisoned and the last fish has been caught, we will realize we cannot eat money." Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person. Please come down. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Devora Maria Galvez. I live in Hamilton. I've lived here my entire life. I live uptown. I'm a musician, an electrical engineering student, guitar repair tech. I manufacture guitar effects pedals. I like technology, but I don't like the way our technology is being used. I respect that the only thing that this committee has the power over is the land severance agreement. But the implications of this land severance agreement are too broad, too great to ignore when we make these decisions. It's my understanding that $705 million has been earmarked from the DRCA, or DRAC, which is federal funding to fund this data center in the name of AI sovereignty. To do what exactly? I know with that money, it's necessitated that we will have to spend that money on the most cutting-edge chips from NVIDIA and AMD, which are both American corporations who print their chips on UV lithography machines from the Netherlands made by ASML in Taiwan, which are then assembled in China. Then the firmware and software are made in America, and it's closed source. This is not something that we have a share in. We do not have an equivalent to AMD and NVIDIA. Anything that we do with these chips will have to go through their software, their firmware. And as we all know, AMD and NVIDIA's chips were famously used as a crucial weapon of war in the genocide in Palestine, the occupation of Lebanon, jointly carried out by the US and Israel, and the most recent illegal invasion of Iran. These are not things we should take lightly. We are sending taxpayer dollars to these people. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there someone else on that row? Yeah, please step forward.
She's standing.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, did you need okay. Yeah, why don't you come down?
She's been standing up.
Yeah, please come down. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Elaine Souzaberes. I would like to keep my personal address private for my privacy rights. I'm from Ward 2 in downtown Hamilton area. I would like to thank the previous members who have voiced their concerns intellectually well. I'm not against technology or improvements in life. I am a medical professional and I serve to protect humanity and all of God's creation. My concerns are as follows: public health issues, human rights violation, environmental violations. I'm going to focus right now on air pollution. It is a public health issue because of dangers of fine particles that are going to already impact the health through the contaminants from the whatever is being removed from the air. Also, it's going to cause a hum. This hum affects for any elderly people. It's going to cause early onset dementia. It's going to cause issues such as like memory issues, cognitive issues. People already are like, we need to focus on helping our brain heal, helping our brains to critically think, make sound judgments for the greater good of all. It's also not captured the other impacts that there's not enough data. The data I have sourced is from other data centers in North America. My information is coming from scientific journals. We have to focus on pollution, on the health impacts and how it's going to be captured in traditional energy. The further assessment needs to be done before making a decision. That is going to impact our infrastructure and planning decisions. Please take time in making these decisions. AI has a large impact on and it's a complex carbon footprint of how it impacts the environment. Treating an already marginalized community and not maintaining their rights is not good. Noise pollution, it will start at 60 decibels, which already starts to affect people's hearing. It can reach up to 85 and up to 100 decibels. That is going to impact people's hearing. We need to preserve people's hearings. Water pollution, the gallons of water used to run these sites and the waste and the toxins pumped have not been taken into consideration right now. We need to do further analysis before making any decision moving forward, and how it's going to be impact on how it's going to be cleaned and removed, how it's going to affect the water, the marine life, how the water is going to affect the plants as well, and how it's going to affect us drinking. Is our water going to be even drinkable? Are people going to be able to swim into Lake Ontario? Are kids going to be allowed to play? Are you going to be able to go on boats? Health issues. The current cost in North America, not necessarily Canada, but North America have already reached $300 million in an annual public health expenditure. Okay? I'm not going to go into the details because it's already been addressed by previous speakers of the issues, but we also need to focus on how it's going to affect the plants, the agriculture, and the growth of food, the growth of animals, and the sustainability of the next production of life in food, in how the food is being created. The demands on the power grids, the electricity is going to cause huge demands, more than we can actually quantize. We don't have the exact numbers right now unless we get more data. And how the power grids are going to affect us, how it's going to affect our cost of living for just even running, everyday life. How is that going to affect your electricity bill? I don't know. The crops will be contaminated if you don't do anything. They will leak into the contaminated, it's going to poison the waters. We can't do that, So the huge demands on this is very impactful. So please be wise in making your decisions. It's already making impacts in other parts of the world. So please use that data into making your considerations before you move forward with your decisions. If this project is not stopped at this point, Hamilton and any other part of Ontario and Canada will need to make more wiser decisions in moving forward in the best interest of all of the people in the city, focusing on housing and other homeless, meeting their needs and providing for the marginalized. Change history now for us, for the impact of all, for healthier life, so we can live in impact and warning of how this could affect all of the decisions and councils. After major concerns have been addressed to you by multiple people, please make your decisions to sustain all of life and to maintaining their life, the effects of these generations, and for a brighter future for all people in this process. Please make a decision that's accountable and based on love to sustain all of life. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break here now. We've been going for quite a while. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
Okay, through the chair, we'll return at 2:35 p.m. Just take a short break. Thank you. I think we were on the second row over, or yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
he was
please come
in line.
Yeah.
These desks are magical. So good. I don't have to bend all the way over to the mic. Can I begin?
Name and address, please.
Of course. My name is Ponders. I live at 107 Herkimer Street. I want to thank you all. I know this is not exactly what this committee normally goes through, so I appreciate your patience and bearing with us today. I think everything I have written down here and that I want to say has not been said yet, so I hope I provide some additional context. I do first want to say, actually, though, that my partner spoke earlier this morning. They're a social worker. They were one of the people on Zoom, and they spoke a lot about the emotional impact that this is going to have. And I think, at least in some part, we've seen that in this room today, and the anxieties that people are already feeling, depression, all that kind of stuff is already finding its way here, even just based on this proposal. In a very unique way, my household is very equipped to talk about this because my partner is a social worker and I work in tech. So I share a lot of the concerns that have already been expressed, but I have some very specific ones about the development of technology and how fast these things are moving. Liam actually earlier had mentioned some about like the M5 zoning could have included data centers. AWS started, Amazon Web Services started in 2004. Data centers have been a part of our world for quite some time, but it was not included. He also mentioned that M5 zoning includes growing cannabis, and I would say it doesn't include creating other kinds of recreational drugs. It has a specific thing. And I think maybe if we're thinking about data storage technology and its future in Hamilton, it would be really nice if we could be very specific about what we want to have here, what we don't want to have here. One of the things that I had read about this was that Slate was considering using a portion of the data center for things like collegiate research and the sort of data centers that we need to store and process that kind of data. But we're already seeing that a lot of colleges are finding that their data storage bills are astronomical, that they're no longer going to work with supercomputer centers, and they're turning towards things like edge computing, localized data centers that are unique to their campuses. As well, in terms of broader development of AI and LLMs and agentics, we've already seen now the development of application-specific integrated circuits, which are a very specific kind of data processing unit that works very specifically and very connected to a single focus. And so when you have something like that, you can see more energy efficiency, you can see more of a I'll say this, you can see a different output of what happens. So I bring all this to your attention because, at least in my perspective, there's a world in which Slate capitalizes on the funds that are coming from the government. They capitalize on the trend of building big data centers. And then in 2 or 3 years, when the world of tech is no longer using these big data centers, but are approaching different directions or using data centers that have different specifications, they're just gonna abandon it. We're gonna do Stelco on speed run mode. We're gonna have a big industry thing come in, be built, and then poof, gone. I think it would behoove us to take our time, like I said earlier about the M5 zoning, to be able to say what it is that we want. If data storage technology and data industry is going to come to Hamilton, which it may or may not, depending on the voice of the people, we need to have a say in what that's going to be, what it's going to look like, what we want to allow here, and what we don't want to allow here. So I think I'll just conclude real quick. I am not here to ask you to save the day. I'm not here to ask you to put a stop to any of this. I'm just asking you to be a speed bump. I'm asking you to let this thing go a little bit slower. Let us take some time to understand. I really appreciated the comments from the councillor from Burlington about a process that would take this moving in over a longer period of time. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you all, and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Is there someone else? Marie.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jordan Babcock. I'm a concerned resident of Ward 8 on the Hamilton Mountain. I'll give my address on the paperwork. I recognize today has been probably longer and louder than the committee has been anticipating. I've noticed the body language of the committee grow tired, perhaps a little agitated. But as a proud Hamilton resident, I fully expected our community to stand up loudly and proudly against the destruction of our beautiful city. And I'm incredibly proud of what I've seen and heard today. When I first became aware of the plans to sever the waterfront into 2 parcels of land with the intention to build a hyperscale data center, my heart sank and my stomach twisted into a knot that's still ringing. I was born at Henderson Hospital, now Juravinski, right here in Hamilton in 1993. For over 30 years, I've loved my city and have never considered any reason good enough to move. Hearing the news of this data center was the first time in my life I thought, I don't know if I can stay here. The conundrum, however, is that these data centers are going through a speed run of approval and development, regardless of public outcry, seemingly everywhere. Where will I move to if there's no guarantee that another center won't just pop up wherever I set my boots? Slate's updated 2026 proposal is a betrayal to our city. They started at 180 megawatts, that was increased to 400. I'm hearing now that that is increased to 2,000 megawatts. Considering that 1 megawatt can power 500 to 1,000 homes, how can we possibly fathom or allow a corporation to suck up as much energy as 1 to 2 million households? As far as I'm aware, according to the 2021 census, there are approximately 500,000 households in Hamilton. The promise of jobs is empty. Once the construction of the building is done, there's effectively no jobs in running these centers as they only require a skeleton crew to operate. The promise of tax revenue, also empty and essentially a gamble that could cost us our already endangered air and water. The promise of progress. Progress for who? How is progress being defined? Frankly, the only progress I've seen come from the proliferation of AI is progressively more jobs being lost to automation, my partner included. He lost his job of 8 years due to being made redundant by AI. And more than 8 months later, he is still struggling to find steady employment and has been informed that his applications are 1 of 10,000 for certain positions. I'll repeat, 1 of 10,000. I've seen progressively more and more cases of non-usable water for residents that live within a huge radius of these centers, progressively more citywide rolling blackouts, progressively increased temperature of up to 9.1 degrees Celsius around the centers, intense light and noise domes that speed up the progress of decimation of our environment and wildlife. I've seen the progress made in medical facilities, where doctors and nurses are spending more time trying to correct the misinformation they and their patients are being given due to the implementation, than time spent focused on the care of their patients. I've seen the progress made in surveillance tech that empowers ICE to detain human beings, that empowers the IOF to target Palestinians, and that empowers Amazon to scan personal data about us in order to sell us a product that we likely don't even need, let's be real. AI executive Sam Altman has admitted that their goal is to harvest our intelligence and eventually sell it back to us on a meter once we've become dependent on these tools, the same way we do water and electric. These execs do not care about people or our planet, they care about power and their bottom line. It's been mentioned already, but it bears repeating that Cree prophecy expresses better than I could hope to, that only when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish been caught, and the last stream poisoned will we realize we cannot eat money. I urge the Committee of Adjustment and our city councilors to do everything in their power to represent us, and to protect our city and the planet from this cartoonishly evil endeavor. Please help us put a stop to the destruction. Please ensure that the public maintains their voice, that thorough and transparent studies are done to illuminate exactly how these centers will impact our city. Please do not put us in a situation where 5 or 10 years from now, we look back and we're wondering, what was it all for? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, do you want, sorry. Okay, do you want to just come up, please? Okay.
Hello, my name is Scarlett Gillespie. You already have my address at 430 Cumberland in the City Housing Hamilton building that is not maintained properly. I'm speaking on behalf of Jake Baker, who has asked me to read his speech because he had to leave, and I have 2 sentences of my own comments. I will begin. If I reach the time limit, which I don't believe I will ask for an accommodation as I live with disabilities. Thank you. Jake Baker has already provided Jake uses they, them pronouns, has already provided their address on the record, so you can refer to that. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak. My name is Scarlett Gillespie, and I am speaking Jake's things, so please keep in mind. Jake is a student in their final year in Mohawk College's software development program. They also have an honors undergraduate in accounting. Undergraduate degree, in accounting. Through their work and studies, they've seen how technology can be beneficial when it is built in a way that centers the being of everyone and the environment we live in. However, over the past 3 years, through closely following AI industry news, Jake has seen how AI and AI data centers have done the exact opposite. Instead of supporting communities, they've actually exploited them. Many community members have spoken about the environmental and physical concerns with Slate's proposed AI data center development, but Jake wanted to focus on the business risks associated with having a hyperscale AI data center at the Steelport. Jake and us in Hamilton have seen a booming steel industry sharply decline through the history of Hamilton and have seen the effects of losing that industry on the residents in Hamilton. Globally speaking, the AI industry is incredibly overvalued, and the risk of repeating our past economic patterns as a city poses a real threat to all of our economic well-being. There are some real concerning statistics about the AI industry right now. These include that the AI bubble has a significantly higher risk than the dot-com bubble, meaning currently that 30% of the United States S&P 500 stock is made up of the top 5 AI companies, meaning Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta, and OpenAI. Despite having made trillions of dollars in AI investments since 2022, AI companies have still not proven to be profitable. That is a fact. Projected annual losses for 2026 for these companies range anywhere from $27 billion to $290 billion, with a B as in Bob. The AI bubble is estimated to be 17 times worse than the dot-com bubble, 4 times worse than the 2008 global real estate bubble. Oh, and we mentioned data source, like the surging. Does anybody remember the power outage in the early 2000s? Anyways, generative AI tools are not providing returns for businesses who use them. Despite grand claims of AI being the next industrial revolution from AI company CEOs, which you've all swallowed the propaganda, a 2025 report from MIT found that, quote, 95% of organizations that are getting zero return, unquote, on generative AI tools such as ChatGPT. So I'm going to repeat that one more time. MIT found that, quote, 95% of organizations are getting zero return, unquote, on generative AI tools such as ChatGPT. AI costs are increasing so much that even the big tech companies are pulling back on their internal AI usage. Microsoft and Uber have both asked their employees to stop using the AI coding tools as they burn through their annual budget in 4 to 6 months compared to human labor costs. There are serious supply chain shortages within the AI industry. A Bloomberg report from April stated that between 30 to 50% of all United States data centers planned for 2026 are likely to be delayed or totally canceled amid ongoing supply chain challenges. Data centers can take 2 to 4 years to be completed from the stage of development. I'm going to start that sentence again. Data centers can take 2 to 4 years to be completed from the stage of development Slate is currently in. These supply chain shortages are further lengthening the time to develop said data centers, making them less and less profitable. We've repeatedly seen how developers in Hamilton have proposed so-called historic projects in our city and then they bail out. This has been mentioned. Given the current AI industry landscape, the Steelport Data Center will likely be another example to add to the list of failed mega projects by developers. I am going to request an extra minute as per the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act and the Human Rights Code. I live with disabilities. Thank you. In order to make Hamilton, quote unquote, the best place to raise a child and age successfully, we need to make well-informed and well-paced decisions for our community. This is a precarious industry to invest in right now with serious supply chain risks and extremely high capital costs. Committee members, I want to emphasize to each of you, some of you who have been on your phones this time, that this is an incredibly rushed and harmful decision to move forward with. This is especially true given the scale of the project, the environmental harms it presents, and the amount of federal funding that will be provided. We need to have solutions that are meant to be long-term, built to last, and that benefit everyone, especially the most poor and most vulnerable in our community. Nothing about us without us. And for our future generations, we need to think of the 7th-generation tenant from Indigenous communities. 7 generations from now, what will our actions today impact the 7th generation from now? My ask for this committee is simple: to deny the application and at minimum defer the application until the regulations are thoroughly researched and updated. And alternatively, Slate should choose to develop something with a much larger community benefit than an AI data center for this requested severance. Jake also asked that the city provides more transparency to citizens around the large-scale developments like this, as many Hamiltonians only found out about the AI data center plans just a week ago. I have one more comment and then I'm done. And that is my own comments regarding, like, push aside the philosophy about AI. How dare you use public dollars for private enterprise? Any money that is not spent on housing for folks who are precariously living in Hamilton, like people living on ODSP or OW who are struggling to feed themselves right now, is money down the drain. It will be all that we need to know about all of you as committee members and all we need to know about Hamilton as a city. Please do the right thing and make the decision with your hearts, with your conscience, and with your spirit, because you will be haunted. It will haunt you if you make the wrong decision. The water, as our Indigenous friends and neighbors said, the molecules of the water will retain your name and it will come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Fill out the form.
Oh, sorry, could you fill out a form?
Sorry, I read it the wrong way.
Sorry, did you want to fill out a form?
Please.
I'm not sure if we did. Yeah, just in case. But also the other person you were speaking for, if you wanted to give her their information, just in case. Oh, did he? Okay, just in case. Yeah. And again, it's just for our records. Okay. Let's just go back over to this side. Yeah, the gentleman here, please. Okay. I'll make a note. Committee member Yannicka, she has to step out now. But we still have quorum, so we're going to continue. Okay. I just mentioned it through the chair. The quorum is 3 members. So since they've left, we still have 3 members. We are going to continue the meeting. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, we're okay.
My name is Dan Murray. I live at 10 Bettina Avenue in Hamilton. I'm here for the same reason everybody else is here. Thank you, committee, for your patience with this. It's been a lot. It doesn't take much effort to find information about the impact these newer hyperscale data centers have been having on the communities nearby. Massive strain on the electrical infrastructure, the obliteration of clean drinking water, dramatic increases in noise pollution, and all of this is what we can observe now. None of it accounts for the long-term effects we're sure to discover 20 years down the road. It also doesn't take much effort to recognize that the people of Hamilton are struggling. A seemingly unending housing crisis has pushed thousands of us into living and dying on our streets. The cost of living has inflated to an untenable level. Work that pays enough to keep up with that cost of living is growing increasingly scarce. Most of us are tired, scared, and growing angrier by the day. So when something like this campus is being proposed, the relationship between the impact of data centers and the well-being of the people of Hamilton should be fairly easy to recognize. As the electrical grid is strained, the cost of electricity goes up even higher for all of us. As our drinking water is destroyed, we need to resort to bottled water. And we've seen since 2020 the way grocers behave in crisis. They hike prices, post record profits, and tell us all that it's just inflation. When they become our only source of potable water, what do you think is going to happen to the price? A construction project like this will create jobs in the short term, certainly. And yet ultimately, hyperscale data centers are the beating heart of AI, which is going to continue removing the need for human workers. This will mean eventually more joblessness in Hamilton, paired with an even more brutal cost of living. If you think we've got a homelessness problem now, you are only seeing the first warning drops of rain belonging to an oncoming monsoon, the likes of which we've never seen. Poverty and homelessness are some of the largest factors when it comes to crime rates in cities. We all know the way people from other places in Ontario talk about Hamilton. Like it's a violent, dangerous cesspool. It's dirty and polluted. It's the punchline of a joke most of the time. Going down this path will not only prove those people right, it will turn the city into a place so wretched that we would pray for it to be as clean and peaceful as they once suggested. So you have a choice to make. Is Hamilton a city or a company? It's pretty clear from the amount of people here that just about nobody here wants this built. The voice of your people is quite clear on this. And the people are the city, whether you like it or not. With no people, Hamilton as a city does not exist. And to allow this thing to be built here will kill those people and kill this city. And for what? There's an argument AI supporters love to pose. The argument is that this is progress. Stop standing in the way of progress. The idea being that because this is something we can do, we need to do it. That's an awful lot like telling a person with a gun to their head that pulling the trigger is just progress. If the intention of AI was as noble and benevolent as its supporters claim, why is it being forced down our throats like an inevitable thing? Why is Google changing its search engine to be entirely AI? What do you think will happen when you ask Google AI about the negative impact of AI? Do you think you'll find honest results? Do you still believe that the richest people in the world are telling you the truth? We're in the process of basing everything we use and rely on a fad. A cool little toy that can do some neat stuff, but it is ultimately hollow in a way that provides us zero nourishment as humans. We need connection, and we can't get connection from a machine. And if that machine results in us being unable to live and thrive, you can bet that the way we connect will be to burn it to the ground. So what's the Hamilton you want to see? Do you want to do right by the people and see the city as the wonderful and vibrant place that it is? Or do you want to see it as the ruinous, half-digested meal of a corporate giant, the silent, songless corpse of the Music City? Please do not let this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there someone else?
Thank you.
Sorry, was there someone? Okay, just come up. Okay, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for butting. I have to go get my kid. Okay. I will try to go quickly. Thank you, committee. Thank you, all my new friends and neighbors. This has been a long day, but my name is Jessie. I live on Gage Avenue, just down the street from where Steelport is located. Today, I was going to speak about my worries about what could potentially happen to my community, to my family, to my daughter, if Slate's application is approved today. I was going to talk about, the potential impact on our health, on our harbor front, on our electricity bills, and about all the questions that we have because of the lack of public information that has turned us all into investigative journalists for the last 2 weeks. But I think my neighbors and friends have spoken so eloquently over the past 7 hours that I'm just going to focus on one point. What I really want to focus on is democracy. And the simple fact is that approving the land severance application for Slate today shuts the people of Hamilton out and shuts democracy out. Right now, Steelport is already going through the draft plan of subdivision process with council oversight and chances for public input. Taking a part of Steelport out of this and putting it into a site plan approval process where the people of Hamilton will have little chance for meaningful input would be a serious mistake and betray any semblance of democracy in Hamilton. I want to just bring in 6,997 other people into this room that couldn't be here. Right now, there's a local petition going around demanding public consultation on data center development. I bring this up because it's hard to take off a whole day of work to find childcare and to find the 7 hours that we've all stuck it out here to be at this meeting. And I just want the committee to imagine that it's not just us, it's not just the people out there, it's not the people who are on the streets, it's actually thousands of people across Hamilton who are asking for one thing and who have big concerns about what the severance of this land could mean. The community collective effort started about a week ago when we all figured this out, and within days, thousands of people have been sharing the same sentiment, which is that this is happening without our input, and that can't be the way that keeps moving forward. The other people I want to bring into this room, and I apologize in advance, are Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Sam Altman. And as much as I don't want to be in a room with any of them, I think it's important. Because while from the outside it can kind of seem like this is a small municipal matter, and I respect that the committee, that's your role right now, we all know that we're here because it's connected to a world-shaking AI development that's happening around us, and really to us. Slate's application explicitly states that it's in response to the new demand that is being made by a class of tech billionaires who are trying to play God, really. We're living in a time of rapid change and in a system that rewards speed, scale, and dominance over safety, accountability, and democracy. They are setting the rules, they are setting the roadmap, and they're setting the end goal. And while that feels huge and out of the scope of this meeting, I think it isn't. It's actually in these small moments in cities across the country, across the US, across the world, where we're seeing people reclaim some of the power over what happens next. The everyday person has barely had any say in how AI's development is taking over everything. It's taking over our social media feeds, our day-to-day habits, and our art. We haven't had say in how these quote-unquote tech leaders are explicitly stating that the vision is to take over all our jobs and to steal our knowledge and data to sell it back to us. We haven't had any say in that, and that's wrong. And the potential data center campus and data centers in general are the engine of that development, and we deserve a say in that. This committee, and it's bonkers how this is true, you have the power to make it happen to have a say in that by stopping this application. So to close, I just want to reiterate that what many have said. The site plan of approval process was not designed for a magnitude of decisions around a potential data center campus. The current zoning laws, the municipal regulations, and even provincial and federal laws have not had time to catch up. A project of this magnitude is a part of an AI boom that is changing the landscape of literally human existence, and that's just bigger than what this committee should have to or should be able to decide. This is democracy in action. It's messy, it takes time, and it is worth it. And approving this will shut down democracy. And so that is what I'm asking you today. I'm imploring you to defer the severance application to give us time for meaningful public consultation, including Indigenous consultation, so that we can ensure we are collectively moving forward, not at the whims of tech billionaires, not at the whim of tech billionaire vision for tomorrow, but with real democratic input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, were you on that row? Okay, come down, please.
Thank you, folks. I have a shift in 15 minutes, so thank you to my friends for allowing me to step up.
Speak up, Brayden.
My name is Devin Savis, 76 Carrick Avenue. Thank you for all of your time today. Tech salesmen and political members of the upper class keep insisting that artificial intelligence be ushered into public domains in the name of convenience, prosperity, and security. Without any form of consensus from civilians, it is so often ignored by the suits how much of a failure AI continues to be in so many respects. Teachers sifting through countless fake papers, while students sort through piles of misinformation, accused falsely on occasion of cheating by shoddy AI detectors, janky application screening alongside the swarm of fake jobs overpopulating every working position for them. In a similar spirit to my former brewery department being outsourced to third-party labor, shout out Collective Arts, I have personally spoken to colleagues whose jobs in labor, education, finance, medical, tech, and the arts have been impacted by technologically related layoffs. The Prime Minister is preparing today to lay out a framework for how Canadians will learn to adapt to AI, just days after a large majority of Meta accounts had their passwords compromised in a data breach by the Meta AI assistant itself. All future national security concerns aside, unleashing artificial intelligence onto the public without allowing it to graduate from infantile stages has understandably put a great deal of mistrust into civilians. If this is an irreversible path, the regulation, restriction, and watermarking of AI would be a wise step in separating the real from the fake, Regardless, AI has too much of an impact and the potential for too many hiccups to be flown over the heads of constituents in any jurisdiction. Coupling the aforementioned margins of error with environmental inquiries, economic concerns, and multiplying it by 400 megawatts of draw surely necessitates deeper conversations with council members and Hamiltonians. If there is a path towards building a hyper data center in our city, it should be a much more slow and open approach. Given Slate's attempt to sneak it from taxpayers without or with minimal discussion and the collective consensus of issues raised today, I would prefer no approach. At the very least, we could agree on a much slower approach. To quote one of my favorite bands, drive slowly and think of me. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Next, yeah, please step down.
Hi there. My name is George Marshall. I live on Belmont Avenue in Ward 3. First, I just want to thank the committee and those who attended for your role in democracy. I appreciate your participation here. Same with everybody who spoke so far and everyone who speaks afterwards. I appreciate your participation as well. And I apologize on some of the vitriol that has come out. I think that's just a misguided reflection on the passion that people have on this issue. I'm here to oppose this motion from Slate to sever the land. I believe approving this motion will bring long-term harm to Hamiltonians with a short-term financial benefit to private companies and construction firms that are primarily outside of this city. In fact, I work at a manufacturer that would greatly benefit from data centers. And I'm still up here and I still vehemently disagree with this proposal. It's just to give the members of Slate an example of putting morality over profit. That's why I'm here to oppose it. So take some notes on that one. I understand the desire to claim that this is just about a land severance and it's not what they're going to do with the land. And I think viewing it in that type of vacuum, it's not detached from it's detached from reality. And that should be reason enough just to vote this motion down or defer it. We've heard many valid and important comments about the environmental harms of these data centers. As the chair's requested, I am taking a slightly different approach to this as well. I'm more based on the financial reality of this industry. The reality is that AI is very much a bubble, a massive one, and when that bubble bursts, these data centers are what are going to be the poisonous relic of the recession that it causes. AI companies rely on circular financing, misrepresentation of their projected revenue and their cost, and a media class that quite frankly focuses more on access to the CEOs of these companies than being critical of the companies that they supposedly run. Data centers claim to have a closed-loop system of energy consumption, but if you look at the groundwater and the wells that come from it, that clearly is not the case. In fact, the closed-loop system they do possess is a system of financing. These AI startups, they go to NVIDIA and they go to Oracle and they get massive amount of financing from those companies to then in turn take that money and purchase NVIDIA's chips and Oracle's computing process. That's not a sustainable business model. And it bears resemblance to the dot-com bubble that burst not that long ago. Except when the dot-com bubble burst, there was back-end technology that we could rely on and we could build up from there. And we've seen some successes from that. There is no such case in AI. These data centers, they are solely for AI generation. They provide no use outside of this. And when this data center would even get built, the level of chips and the ability of the computing has far exceeded what would be in these data centers. We're seeing some of the cracks in AI already. None of them have shown that they can scale profitably. The claim is that as more people use AI and it's more prominent, that costs go down. But in fact, we've seen that the more people use AI, the more expensive it gets to be used. The opposite is shown to be true. It's more expensive and more energy dependent. Uber COO, not somebody I'm necessarily a fan of, but even a week ago has claimed that despite their employees using AI, they have found no significant benefits to productivity in the time that they've used it. There was a software company that allowed its employees to use Claude on a whim. They found in a month they spent $500 million on Claude and they did not find a sustainable benefit to productivity. That's just something that's happened within a week. There's a gentleman by the name of Ed Zitron. I would encourage you guys to look him up and read some of his analysis of AI, which is where a lot of this information comes from. Now, Slate will say they're bringing 30,000 jobs, they're bringing $10 billion of investment, but similar to how these AI companies, as I just explained, how they like to operate, they propose a lot of gaudy numbers, but when you peek behind the curtain, there's nothing there. In fact, the much more likely scenario here is we're going to get minimal jobs, no investment, and declining property values all across Hamilton. Me and my partner were recent additions to Ward 3. We're really close to Ottawa Street, and we find this is an area that is in the process of being reinvigorated, and it could be a beautiful place. We just want you to give us a chance to succeed, us a chance to show the beauty of this ward instead of putting this massive obstacle that has no real value. You may as well have built an NFT factory in 2022. If this proposal goes through and these data centers are not held to a standard that puts the environment and residents first, everybody in Hamilton will be looking for someone to blame. And you should not be in this position, but the fact is they will come back to this. And this stuff is public information. So I need you guys to treat this more than just a typical zoning issue. And then lastly, I would just encourage everybody here, everyone that showed up in the morning and was outside, to stay engaged. If this proposal does go through for some reason, let's work together and take direct action. I saw a sign this morning that kind of comes to mind when I think of that. So I appreciate your time and your involvement, and thanks very much.
Thank you.
Is there someone else in that row? Yeah.
There's a couple back in here too.
Yeah, I just want to, let's just, if it's okay, just go through everyone on this side first.
Hello. Okay. I'm going to keep this really brief. First of all, thank you so much to the committee members, and an extra big thank you to everyone that has organized. I've never seen a crowd organized so quickly and the people involved. It really goes to show and reminds me of how much, or why I love this city so much. There's just so much life and vigor in the way we move, and I really think that that's amazing. And it inspires me to also act. So
what's your name and address, please?
Oh, right, that's important. We probably need that. My name is Raphael George. My address is 148 Holton Avenue South. But yes, as I was saying, great job, everyone. Anyways, moving on. Okay, so my parents immigrated here, and they worked tirelessly to give me a chance to make something of myself and to just be happy. And so, you know, I didn't choose this city. I did choose this city. I moved here, and I moved here for school. School's not really in the picture anymore, so I'm here because I love it here. I love this city a lot. And I want to make it clear that according to 2024 Bloomberg investigations, these AI data centers can use from a range of 400 megawatts to a gigawatt of power. That's a lot of power. I don't think we have fully understood the ramifications of this. There's heating. There's appliances that heat up or rattle. The heat islands that are a result of this. I don't think we understand the impact that's going to have. I think that the amount of power that this uses will overload grids as they demand more power. Yeah, so this is going to massively affect quality of life for citizens nearby and for citizens in Hamilton generally, for that matter. So the fact that it uses or it requires substantial potable water is very concerning to me. We can't use water with live organisms because it leaves biofilm, and this is our municipal drinking water, just so we're clear. This is really worrying. We've seen last summers and summers before that and how they've been getting considerably hotter and hotter. We already, public infrastructure, the spaces we have, the cooling spaces are already buckling under the weight of current environmental demand. They cannot support what we have right now, and AI data centers are going to be the final nail in the coffin, I promise you that. I have friends and family with health conditions that leave them prone to extreme weather. And I just have to ask to everyone here, who's going to work? Who's going to live in the city? Who's going to care for their own when everyone's suffering from heat stroke? We have essential workers. They're not going to be able to do their jobs. So it's just logical. We need to ask these questions. Using municipal drinking water when it's already a scarce resource is careless at best and malicious at worst. I need water to sing. I'm a singer. I need it to live. Going forward with this, before considering investing in resources that support the longevity and well-being of our city, its citizens, and the planet, investing in public infrastructure, investing in the future and all of your futures, including committee members, is illogical. We need to be investing in those first. And just to tie things off, utilizing zoning laws for something as unprecedented as AI data centers is nothing short of smoke and mirrors. Water is a human right, not a commodity or tool for investors to profit off. I urge the committee here to at minimum stop this application and to even push for alternative ethical ways to invest in our city. I have dreams. My mom has dreams. My sister has dreams. I have friends and family that have dreams and ambitions. Don't cut them short. Hamilton is a safe haven city. Let's act like it. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one up here.
Sorry. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Is this okay? Who am I speaking to? There's three people. The two of you.
Name and address, please.
My name is Graham. I live on 65 Fairley Crescent, Ward 3. Sorry, who the three is it?
Through the chair, these are the three committee members here. Okay.
Thank you. The mission statement of Hamilton is to be the best place to raise a child and to age successfully. As anyone who lives here knows, anyone who even passes through the city knows, this is an aspirational mission. It does not live up to it right now. Things are difficult. I have a son who likes to play with rocks and sticks, and I live close to the escarpment, and I don't go there with him because there's too many people suffering from complex health care issues that are struggling to survive, and I don't want him exposed to that. I like paddling. I like being outside. I don't bring him to the waterfront because I'm afraid of him being exposed to polluted water. I want to have another child, and I live close to St. Joe's, and I don't want to have the child there because all the staff are burnt out from cuts, and the NICU expansion was axed. That all sucks, and that means there's not a lot of hope for Hamilton to fulfill its mission, but yet here I am making a family, and I do have hope. And that hope comes from the fact that the city itself is making commitments to protect its biodiversity, to protect its watersheds, to address the complex healthcare issues that so many of our residents face, to include public discourse in everything that it does that's important and weighty. And I also have hope because of all the beautiful people and communities that are part of this city and that I get to be a part of. So there's a lot of reason for hope. But my request is that this land severance request is rejected or deferred, whatever provides us with the most opportunity to fight it, on the grounds that we give the city of Hamilton to apply the regulations that do exist, as inadequate as they may be. It's better than nothing. It's better than just letting Slate do whatever it wants with our city. So please give us a path for hope for us to stay here, for us not to move away, to protect our families. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll come back over to this side.
Okay. Oh, thank you. There's some.
Yeah, let's just come back over here. Yeah.
Okay,
we'll just
up here,
them.
then we'll come up here.
Yeah. Okay. Please come down.
Name and address, please.
My name is Logan Shields, and I live at 68 Valera Drive. I come here to oppose the land severance application. I don't think it is fair that Slate gets all this water, they get all this power, when my park and all the parks around me, not one of them has a water fountain, but we're going to give all this drinking water to Slate so that they can build their AI data center, so that they can, and we've seen how AI has been used regarding children. We've seen there's news reports. that talk about it, so you don't have to look for yourself, but AI is being used to generate pornography of living children, and that is unacceptable. We want, it's going on in foreign countries, now we want it to happen right here. That's what could happen, because there's no proper regulation. We're not going after the companies doing it now that are operating in Canada, so why would we do it soon? So that's why this land severance must be opposed, because the committee has a choice here. Are they going to put the people of Hamilton, all the people here, and all the people who wrote, and all the people, all the other people, are they going to put them first, or are they going to approve this severance? And the severance, it's saying yes to a lot of illegal activities that's going to directly harm all the people here, even if you think it won't. It's going to harm, and all the people of Hamilton, and even beyond Hamilton. Air flows, this air, not only are we not giving children water, we're going to poison the air. It is becoming harder and harder for children to have places to exist outside. There's no water fountain, meaning they can often only go outside for as long as their water bottle will last them. And instead of making it so that they have clean drinking water, we're instead going to poison their drinking water, poison the air, and make the outside so hot that they're going to have to either leave, or if they're going to be anywhere, they're going to have to be in the basement under the air conditioning, which is going to be higher, and it's going to use even more electricity to keep the cool still, so that they can have a place to live. Thinking about my sisters, who are much younger than me. What are they going to do when are we going to start having to ration water? How are they going to play soccer with their water? Are they going to be still able to play soccer with their water rations that could come about? Because that's what we're seeing in places where they have to, in the United States, they have to ration their water because the AI data centers are using more water than they said they would. Is that going to happen here? I strongly oppose this application, and I also want to talk about the democratic process and about how I learned this in school, one of the fundamental rights that we have as Canadians is the right to be heard when decisions are made that affect us. It is very important, and so that's why I'm here today, because I think it's important to speak up about this, because everyone deserves clean drinking water, and we're going to make sure that people don't get clean drinking water. We're going to give it to the AI companies. What's going to happen because it's not just the power that it's going to use directly, people are going to start using air conditioning, and we're going to need to use more power to respond to the AI data centers. And then who's going to be left to clean up the AI data centers once all the computer chips burn out, or the companies go bankrupt because lots of them have not made any money ever? Who's going to be left to clean it up? It's not going to, I bet Slate's going to be long gone. They're not from Hamilton. Why do they care? It's going to be us. We're going to have to clean up their mess again. And this is not the first time it's happened. We've seen it with Dofasco and Stelco and all these other companies, leaving it to everyone else to deal with their mess. They're not the ones building the hospitals that's taking care of all the people they gave cancer to. And that's going to happen here too. So I think it is very important that the committee reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we still have some people over here. Do you want to? Yeah. Do we just want to? Yeah. Was it? Were you the last? Were you the person on this row? Oh yeah. Let's just do everyone else on the third row there. Yeah. Let's just have everyone.
4 or 5 over there too.
Yeah, and then we'll come over here afterwards on the other side. Yeah. Please step up.
Shorty here. Hi, my name is Christine Kuga, and I live at 30 Whitfield Avenue. And it wasn't long ago I was here for the Salvation Army planning variance. I'm here as a Six Nations Mohawk woman. I'm a grandmother, a mother, and a sister, and a daughter. If we look at the 7 grandfathers' teachings, we can ask ourselves, do we make this decision with wisdom, understanding the full impacts before making a decision? Love, caring for our neighbors, our environment, the future generations. Respect. Respecting the land, the water, the voices, and the residents. Bravery. Asking those difficult questions, even when projects promise economic benefits. Honesty. Providing transparent information and meaningful public consultation. Humility. Recognizing that we are the stewards of the land, that we don't own it. Truth, making decisions based on facts, evidence, and long-term public interest. If we apply these teachings to city planning, Hamilton can grow responsibly while protecting these resources in the future generations. Hamilton's residents deserve the real voice in the way that we shape Hamilton decades to come and for the next 7 generations and moving forward. I thank you for your time, and I do oppose this.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're next, please.
Hi, my name is Nate Manushak. I don't have anything prepared. I don't have much to say. I'm just going to speak from the heart to the point. Nobody wants this. Nobody needs this. You don't want to be on the wrong side of history. And if you let this happen, if this does get built, we will be there to tear it down. Thank you to everyone else who's speaking today in much more eloquent and effective ways than I ever could. Fuck AI, and if you let this go through, fuck you too.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Okay, yeah, I forgot, but yeah. Sir, do you want to come down?
Hello, my name is Matt. I live at 836 Ray Street South in Ward 1. I was born in Ontario, but I moved to Hamilton in 2013 from Calgary, Alberta. And this was to go to McMaster to do a PhD in engineering physics. I specialized in computational methods and for physics simulations. And currently, I am working with large language models to improve their abilities. Okay? I work doing reinforcement learning from human feedback, RLHF, and what it is it trains frontier models directly. Okay? I get early access to the benchmarks for improving AI models. So I have firsthand experience with a lot of the abilities that data centers are going to have, okay? And what it is it's a way to distill the work that I do, is to distill highly specialized knowledges into models. Like I said, I have a PhD in engineering physics, and I work to create problems that will hopefully improve the models over time, okay? And a lot of the people here today have been talking about being against data centers, not in Hamilton, but I just want to ask the question, where should they be? Nowhere. Okay, interesting answer. These data centers power the internet. Are you willing to give up the internet to... Yes, but the internet changes over time, okay? The market moves to satisfy the demand. If there's no demand, then we'll have no data centers. But clearly, okay, if there was no demand, there would be no data centers. But obviously, there is demand for this product, okay?
Quiet, please, let him speak.
Okay. A lot of the the arguments against this data center is that it'll take a lot of energy. In Ontario, specifically Hamilton, we are in reach of 2 amazing green sources of energy which we could tap into. The first one is being the CANDU reactors over by Pickering, Toronto, and the Niagara Falls waterfalls, the hydroelectric dam. these will allow us to, use these data centers without worrying about greenhouse gases. For the record, I'm not for or against the data center being in Hamilton. It's just that they are going to exist, and so, it would be nice to understand them a bit more. One of the other aspects that people have brought up is the mental issues that sort of come along with AI. This RLHF, which is the reinforcement learning from human feedback, is very mentally exhausting. It takes a lot of very precise concentration and attention to find out where these models have failed and to correct them with the specialized knowledge that I have. Okay? And this has also, I've experienced this as well, that it causes very hard burnout very fast, okay? But I have been given the opportunity and the ability to have a nice work-life balance because of it. And I would say that in the future, it would be, it's going to exist, and this technology is very revolutionary.
Be quiet, please.
Anyways, that's the end of the stuff that I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, do we want to go this last row? I think it's the last row there, yeah. Does someone want to speak there? Yeah, do you want to come down? Sure.
All right, good to speak.
Name and address, please.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elijah Mullen. I will provide my residential information in the form to my left. I am a 24-year-old Hamiltonian who has lived in Hamilton for 23 of those years. I will be repeating many of the talking points issued by those before me. However, I believe this is necessary to further drill the fact that these are legitimate concerns of the people of Hamilton that must be taken seriously. I stand here united with other fellow Hamiltonians to take a stand against Slate's proposal to develop an AI data center on our waterfront. This development poses a threat to our community by polluting the water of nearby neighborhoods through evaporative cooling, increasing light pollution in night skies, putting unnecessary strain on our power grids, poisoning nearby soil, and disrupting the quality of sleep and peace within our homes by generating constant audible noise. It is also worth mentioning that the other communities living near the data centers, or living near these data centers, my apologies, have seen an increase in cancer diagnoses since the operation of said data centers in their local areas. This data center will do more harm to the people of Hamilton than it will do any good. I have been made aware that if we, the people of Hamilton, convince 4 of 6 members of the Hamilton Committee of Adjustment to vote against Slate's proposal, that Hamiltonians will be given a fighting chance to have a say in this development, as we should, as the people of the city who actually make up the city. After all, we live in a democracy. Committee members, I ask that you take these concerns seriously, that you stand for the people of Hamilton, in which it is your duty to serve, and to vote against Slate's proposal to build an AI data center on our city's waterfront. Love and humanity shall prosper over greed and the machine. Thank you all for actually bringing forth, or rather displaying, community of Hamilton. We are very strong in our numbers, and I really appreciate everyone who has actually quite invigorated me to actually believe that we can actually make change in the city. Thank you all, and thank you to the Committee of Adjustments for providing a platform for us to actually speak our minds and to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna, if it's okay, Chair. Yeah, just the last row there.
Last one up there?
Yeah, yes, a few people there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last one.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Ellery. I live in Hess Village. I've come here to talk today to oppose the proposed splitting of the land. Supposedly, it is about 800 acres of land, and we want to, it seems that Slate wants to split it so that they can move past certain regulatory procedures to bypass those. What these regulatory procedures are is typically related to, environmental impact. The environmental impact of situations like this could be, well, we've all heard it today. It's the water, it's the power, it's the low hum, the infrasound, the housing costs in situations. Not to mention the situation with the increasing homeless population, the city who will have even less ability to counteract these issues. And I would like to make sure that we take this into account when we vote on this later. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Hello. Oh, wow, I could hear me. Good. Hello, everybody. My name is Voice. I'm from the Keith neighborhood. I'm here today to voice my opinion to oppose the severance of the establishment that is trying to be built on Wilcox. I'm opposed to it for many reasons that are talked about throughout the day today. So I'm not going to reiterate them because they've been very, very, very powerful today. And as a true Hamiltonian, I could honestly say I'm very proud of this city today. Thank you for coming out. It means the world to have a voice to be heard. And not just because my name is Voice, and to feel like I also need to speak on that. It is very, very disheartening to see, for me and my own neighborhood, the decline I feel that we have. And I don't feel that having this data center proposed to being built in that area is going to be beneficial in any way because we already live near Dofasco and Stelco. A lot of my own family also lives in the area, and they also have died from cancer. The oldest one I think that I could remember is 67. So that speaks volumes. Again, thank you for just, I guess, getting a voice of the people because we do have it. We do need to tell you that we are not happy, and you guys need to hear that. No matter how many times people say it, Mr. S., because it is important as you sit there today, as to represent your city, it is also your job to hear the people and what they have to say. So thank you for doing your job. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay.
Keep laughing, that's really polite.
Okay, let's keep moving on. Yeah, and anyone on WebEx, just make sure you stay on mute, please. Thank you.
Go behind you there.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, bonjour. My name is Justasia, and I'll put my address on the paper over there. I wish to express a degree of gratitude to the remaining committee members here and express the utmost appreciation for the community of Hamilton for showing up today. I want to briefly, first, I am going to curse like just very quickly for academic purposes. I wanted to touch on a philosophical essay named On Bullshit by Harry G. Frankfurt. His thesis differentiates the liar from the bullshitter. The liar is less dangerous than the bullshitter because they are at least still concerned with the truth. The BSer will tell a truth or a lie, whatever fulfills their agenda. Consider generative AI and large language models as mega-scale bullshitters. Their results aim for profit maximization over accuracy, truth, or knowledge. I will keep my request for the committee simple, though material. I ask the Committee of Adjustment to stand in economic solidarity with the people of Hamilton. What does it mean to stand in solidarity? One consideration is an economic concept, the accounting of a triple bottom line. That is, a bottom line that accounts for financial, social, and environmental profit and loss. Financial profit is important, but no dollar amount makes up for social degradation or environmental detriment. How does this data center profit us socially or environmentally? Do not leave us in the red to keep billionaires evergreen. I request and implore the committee to reject this project. My hope is that you honor the love we all have for Hamilton and its life forces. Choose the vitality of Hamilton over bullshit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, was there anyone else? Oh, were you going to come up?
No, okay.
Yeah.
Go behind here.
Yeah, let's just do that last row and then we'll come over here on the other side.
See her up. Sorry.
Hi, my name is TJ. I live in Ward 3. I'm a housing and social service researcher. There are very few things that I could say right now that have not already been said by the other highly impactful and poignant delegations. However, I will say this. Hamilton is a working class city. From the city's advent, a wealthy few have controlled our lives. But that's never stopped us. Hamilton fought for labor rights, and we still are. The downtown core faces adverse health outcomes because wealthy people do not care about us. They do not care if we die of cancer or if our children struggle with asthma. They do not care if our water is polluted or our green spaces are lost. Plainly, these people do not care about us. They never have and they never will. I don't want further consultation or research to prove what we already know. All AI data centers will harm our communities, physically, mentally, emotionally, economically, and spatially. Why do we have to bargain for our lives? Why can't we work towards healing the land our failed industrial sector destroyed? I dream of clean water. I want to invest in our land, and by land, I don't mean zoning laws or real estate. I mean the soil. I mean the plants. I want to see our children swim in the lake. To those of you who get to make this decision for us, which there are very few of you, I want to know, do you dream of a waterfront with a data center? An incessant hum of noise pollution? Will your children live in nearby neighborhoods? Will they drink this water and breathe this air? Or will you decide our fate and look away? Do not make this decision. Do whatever it takes to stop this from happening today. If you do not do this, look at us in the eye. You owe us that. You owe us the truth, which is that you do not care about our opposition, our lives, or our health. If you say yes, this is not a democracy. It is the few making decisions for a working class who is not considered. To my community members, it's time for us to stand up and unite. Solidarity.
Thank you.
Okay, was there someone else? Yeah, you want to come up?
He's coming down.
Okay, hello everyone. My name's Evan Eubine. I live at 1536 Main Street West in Ward 1. So yeah, my delegation concerns 386 Wilcox Street, opposing the severance. A key factor to consider in this severance proposal is Section 53 of the Planning Act, where it states the committee may give a severance or a consent if it's satisfied that the plan of subdivision of the land is not necessary for the proper and orderly development of the municipality. Over 1,600 people have written concerns with this severance plan. This includes a submission by the Six Nations of the Grand River Elected Council asking for the decision to be delayed. It includes submissions by academic experts and numerous local residents that state it's irresponsible to move forward with this under a planning framework that was written before these data centers existed. And it's clear that the subdivision process is necessary for this piece of land as a whole if the proper and orderly development of Hamilton is being considered. The severance would allow for the easterly parcel of land to bypass the plan of subdivision, and so the severance should be denied. The company has been open about its plans to build an AI-scale data center, and there are many valid concerns about the impacts of those. But even if we pretend for a moment that it's not building any data centers, this should still be opposed. Slate is a multi-billion-dollar company. They bought the land and stand to profit from it. And at the draft plan of subdivision, it's understood that Slate will remediate the area. So the incentive for acquiring the land, despite the remediation required, is the infrastructure assets, the water taking permits, and the access to large amounts of electricity and other factors that make this a favorable employment area. If Slate is allowed to sever the land into two parcels, it is far less incentivized to remediate the westerly parcel, which is more contaminated and so not as profitable. This means while Slate will retain the majority of the assets which benefit them, it could abandon the vast majority of the remediation work, which is a cost to them, but would be a benefit to Hamilton as a whole. So at the very least, that remediation work will be put on hold for an indefinite amount of time. The strong possibility of this backtracking by Slate is demonstrated by city staff in comments about this severance application, where they say, we would have welcomed an option to preserve the potential for public access to the water's edge and allow the city the ability to improve the lands with a public trail if and when needed, as well as the ability to connect to a larger trail and recreation network as previously proposed in submissions by the applicant. So there's already been backtracking. We shouldn't make it easier for there to be more. Additionally, the likelihood of the western parcel becoming an illegal dumping ground for contaminated soils skyrockets if the land is severed, as Slate will not have the same incentive they currently do to monitor and address any of these illegal and hazardous practices. So on the Ontario government website, it states subdivision approval ensures that the land is suitable for its now proposed use. The proposal conforms to the official plan of the city, and also that neighbors and the community are protected from developments which are inappropriate or may put an undue strain on community facilities. That's the point of a draft plan of subdivision. So this entire piece of land should remain under the draft plan or the subdivision approval process to ensure the community is protected from developments which are inappropriate or come with undue strain, and so this severance should be denied. Just another thing to note, there is an application for 400 megawatts of electricity to be used at the site. One thing I've been looking at through my work is how we could bring clean steel to Hamilton and also improve the air quality here. They did a similar project in Algoma to electrify steel. That project uses 300 megawatts of electricity, which is less than what the data center proposal is. So just puts it into perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, was there anyone else on this side or no? Yes or no? Okay. I think there's someone here. Yes, please come down. There's one more person here. Yeah.
Should keep coming in.
Yeah.
Jeez. Name and address, please.
My name is Jennifer McLean. I live at 235 Rebecca Street, and I am a resident of Ward 2. So this issue affects me personally, as it does for all the other Hamiltonians here. I am a student at Mohawk College taking a transfer program into university for political sciences. For anyone listening, please become the change you wish to see in the world. And please continue to be involved with issues like this, but understand them well. Slate is reportedly working with the Digital Research Alliance of Canada and applying for funding through the Federal AI Sovereign Compute Infrastructure Program. The federal government's goal of keeping Canada competitive in the global AI sector is important, but that doesn't remove the city's responsibility to make sure land is developed in a proper and planned way through a transparent and complete framework. One that ensures safety by addressing the concerns of everyone here today. The question is not whether data centers should exist in Hamilton. It's not about the federal priorities. The question is whether this severance should proceed before the city establishes its own planning framework for data centers. It shouldn't. Please defer this application for severance. The people know this committee doesn't want restated facts. I rewrote this delegation today to comply with that request, so please excuse me if I make a mistake or two. Let me be clear. Approvals under the Ontario Planning Act I've made a few grave mistakes, sorry. Approvals under the Ontario Planning Act that do not follow the principle are unacceptable. The federal goals need to connect with the municipal responsibilities, and we need to decide if the existing planning policies remain suitable for the development of this scale. They don't appear to be. The public isn't blind to AI developments around the globe or their impacts, not to mention the risks associated to their protected charter rights regarding privacy concerns from this industry. One project may seem manageable on its own, but the council review recognizes that we need a citywide approach that looks at the combined impact on more than just the environment, health, infrastructure, services, and industrial land. It sets a precedent. Planning policy should guide development, not the other way around. While it has been suggested that the harbor may be used for cooling, there is no public plans showing how much water will be used, how heat would be managed, or what long-term effects there could be. If nobody has asked already, allow me to. If not water for cooling, will helium be used? Another non-renewable resource that does impact health. If so, how will that contribute to our provincial debt of $485 billion, which majorly reflects our medical industries? We all owe about $30,000 each provincially, about $60,000 if we combine the federal debt. How much can we really afford? Do we have to choose between water and rising medical costs from helium scarcities? We know these costs will reflect back onto us one way or another. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to defer this application until the city finishes its review and puts in place a proper framework for data center development, as directed by Councillor Nan's motion. The public eyes are on you. If Slate chooses to appeal this decision to the province, at least you can leave here today knowing you did what was in the best interest of this city and towards these communities. I'll end with this. Municipal elections are coming up. I know that that won't affect you guys personally, but as a party member, I'm asking you to not only defer this decision, but to seriously reflect on the outcome if you don't. Beyond health, beyond the environment, and all of the other points made here today so eloquently by everyone else before me. The decision affects you all, not just us. And it affects the public's perception on governance. The public has already lost trust and respect towards the people entrusted to make decisions for their betterment and on their behalf. I implore you to listen to the public today. To everyone present, there are people who care, who want to listen, and shape how the city is designed based off of your opinions. People do care. Please represent the public's opinion today and show the taxpayers that you are one of them, one of the people who care. I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to speak on this matter and to the public for taking the time here today under such short notice. Please remember that people do care about the issues you all raised here today, and I apologize for any mistakes I have made while reading this. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there? I think that's, well, is it just two more? You and, okay, there's this person. Yeah, or do you want to go first? Okay.
One of them spoke
so there's
before.
two more and then we'll come to this side, okay, unless, okay.
Everybody hear me?
Name and address, please.
My name's Saxon Harris Weed. Live on 185 Ferguson, apartment 805. I live in Ward 2. I've lived in Ward 3 before. I've lived out of the city. I've lived in and around the whole area. I currently live around downtown and currently work in the midst of downtown. And because of that, due to the amount of people I see and know every day, I am forced to live around AI constantly and consistently. I am staunchly against the AI. I am staunchly against Slate 8. I do not think it should come to Hamilton in the slightest. I do not think they should build here at all. I don't think data centers should really even exist, let alone a billionaire to begin with, but that's its own headache. I came up here to say this. I think Hamilton, in the experience I've lived here with about 16 years, is built off of three big things. It's mental health development, it's artists, and it's hard workers. And I think when you throw this data center on the Bayfront, you hurt all three. You stress out, you make us sad, you make us, frankly, want to die, and that only makes our mental health worse. You start and hurt your artists even more, something that, it's one of the few things Hamilton takes pride in, truly. And what's left? Your hard workers? Well, you just put a data center down. Half the blue and white collar jobs are gone. You just automated half the things, made them 60% probably inaccurate. I'm not here to state facts or state what's what and how much this is going to cost. I don't really know. I think the numbers people are saying are probably pretty accurate and probably more accurate than what I can say. I just came up here to say that I think we all know as people, not as workers, not as capitalist mindset heads, that this is just wrong. We know it makes a lazy product and it's almost the epitome of cutting corners. I want to thank everybody else here for just standing up and doing as much as they have. I want to thank the council a little bit just for putting up with the ups and downs of all of today. It's been a long day. I appreciate you doing what you have. I can see why you're annoyed with people, but you also have to understand why we're annoyed with this, and I'm sure you do. We've listed our facts pretty clearly. Thank you for everything. And truly, truly, this AI is garbage. All of it. It's terrible. It's not doing well, and it's just not, we said it best, it's not making us anything that's worthwhile. Not money, not good product. We're just losing a battle that we're fighting uphill. It's awful. So thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and one thing, I will sign the paper. You don't have to tell me.
All right. We have one more person on this side.
Ask him if he did before.
Did he?
I don't know. Maybe a different one.
Okay.
It is different.
Oh.
Name and address for.
Hi, my name's Greg. I live in Ward 1. I'll fill out the address on the form, which should be, I feel like it would have been due diligence for you folks.
Speak into the mic, please.
Oh, sorry. I think it would have been due diligence for you guys to let each speaker know that they could fill out their name and address on the piece of paper instead of announcing it over the internet. I think that's not very insightful. And what happened this morning was terrible. I wasn't even going to delegate, but I'm here because I have many disabled friends that were left out in that hallway without a chair, without water. We were told, oh, if there's a fire, just run for that back door there. It's like, would you say that anywhere else? No. It shows how much care this council has for its constituents. So I don't have a lot of faith that you're going to defer this, but I am going to ask you to. And I'm going to ask you to maybe work with us to defer it in a way that Doug Ford can't use his strong governments to veto it. I think we've got to be smart about this. We've got to be smarter than AI. It's the only way we can do this. It's the only way we have to work together. We have to let everybody listen. We had to have everybody have a voice. You didn't do that today. I think you should defer just for that purpose, that you didn't create an environment out there for everybody to speak. And it's quite shameful, to be honest. So I think just that reason alone, we should defer. And if I have any more time, I just want to say, fuck AI.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I think we were supposed to, did you want to?
Do you need a break now or Nick, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe get through to them? Go through a couple more.
Okay. All right. I think we'll just go to this side. Just want to clarify why we have the interested party form, just for people's information. In the past, we've had situations where we didn't accurately get people's name and addresses. That's why we instituted the form, and that's to ensure if there is an appeal to the OLT, to the Ontario Land Tribunal, that your information is properly transmitted to the OLT, so that you could participate if there was an appeal. So that there is a reason for that. Okay. Let's just go to this side now. Do we want to just?
The girl over there was first.
Oh, there, maybe, yeah, at the.
One in the pink.
Yeah, maybe we'll start it there and then we'll move back. Okay, thank you.
I think to the prior delegate's point, it wasn't in regards to the motion, it was in regards into the speaking name and address right here for clarification.
Sorry, just, yeah, if you want to just provide your name and then you can fill out the form after, okay? No, that's fine, that's fine.
It would be really nice if we built
Okay. We're going to listen to the here now.
My name is Adiola Agdemi. I live in Corktown, and I love cities. I was planning on getting a Master's in Urban Planning in 2023, and I thought, let me make a very competitive application and get familiar with the City of Hamilton's jurisdiction. Let me get familiar with one board or committee or subcommittee that I think is really cool. And I chose the Committee of Adjustment. And I showed up to a Committee of Adjustment meeting in 2023, and I got a sense of how it functions. And one thing I really appreciate about the Committee of Adjustment is its very clear decision policy. On every single decision document, there are 7 steps. And I'm here today, the crux of what I'm here today is to say that the severance application put forward with conditions by Slate does not meet stipulation 1 and 7, and the conditions itself are insufficient. Let me start. In the conditions, there are 16, and most of them are in regards to paying taxes, in regards to submitting titles, in regards to addressing services. There is only one stipulation of the 16 that is in regards to the environment. I'll read it out. That the owner provide a summary letter report from an environmental consultant that is a qualified professional. A letter. Whereas the other stipulations are actions, this one is a letter. I will note that the proposed lands in the notice combined are next to the single most point source greenhouse gas emissions in Ontario. In addition to this, on May 19th, there were 3 other severance notions on the table. I'll read out how large they were. One was 5 acres, one was 0.02 acres, the other was 0.05 acres. This is an 800-acre application with a 188 proposed severance. Thirdly, Slate's been to the city before, and they've submitted a subdivision plan of draft report. They've submitted 2, one in 2024 and one in 2025. In both of these reports, they've put a geotechnical assessment and an environmental impact letter in those letters themselves, and this is something that I was able to bring to Slate as an environmental consultant on their consultant committee. These are insufficient. In the geotechnical assessment, you'll see in the notice combined on page 13, the staff in the back, I see you've pulled up the map. On the rightmost side, the sliver that's going to be subdivided corresponds 1-to-1 with the least sampled portions in their environmental impact assessment, and it also corresponds with the parts with the most fill, 15 meters below ground soil. That's about 7 stories of potential volatile organic compounds. In this notice combined as well, Slate is explicitly clear that they're intending these to be employment lands. Designating employment lands for the least sampled and potentially most contaminated portions for the Committee of Adjustment to put that as a condition to provide a letter is at least insufficient and at most deadly. We'll move on to the 7 stipulations that require the committee, all of them to be fulfilled for them to move forward with a approval. The first is that the proposed plan is in line with the Urban Hamilton official plan. The Slate references this on page 13. You can scroll to it. In their notice combined, they say that we are in line with this plan due to 1.14.3.5. The division of land shall occur by registered plan of subdivision where it is deemed in the public interest for proper and orderly development of lands. That's section 1.14.1.1. It's thoroughly evident that the opposite is also true. The division of land shall not occur when it's not deemed in the public interest. This is the Urban Hamilton official plan. This is the same section of the plan that Slate failed to include in this notice combined. A section below, in section 1.14.1.2 in the Urban Hamilton official plan, which must be in line in order for the committee to vote on it, also states, the plan of subdivision that meet the following should only be approved, that it shall not adversely impact the natural environment. It's clear, it's there. Therefore, this should not pass today because specifically it does not meet the conditions approved, it does not meet those stipulations, in addition, it doesn't meet that first section. There's a 7th section as well that says the subdivision was not impacted by the public. So if you do not defer this motion on the table today, you're telling us that everything you heard today did not impact your decision. I think that would be faulty. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we want to, next person? Yeah, please come up.
There's this lady back here too.
Hello there. I'm just going to take a moment to try to bring this table down a little bit. Push it down. Oh, look at that. Hello, everybody. All right. So, as many people have stated so far already, I, of course, recognize that the main focus of this meeting is about the severance. And as...
Name and address, please.
Oh, of course. Sorry. My name is Ben. I will write my address on the form. As the previous speaker just laid out, the severance aspect of this, their application does not meet the requirements, so therefore putting it forward would simply be wrong. But even beyond that, if we were to assume for a moment that their application had no faults and was fine and nothing that anybody said here today was of any real importance for a moment, hypothetically, and then we were to put this forward, we have to also recognize that although this matter is technically only to do with the severance and whether or not to do that, it has a lot more to do, like there are going to be a slew of reciprocal effects that come out of this severance being approved if that were to happen. Once that severance is approved, Slate goes through with their building plans, and then that affects our community, that affects our environment, that affects everything that people have said today so far. So although the question is whether to approve the severance, the ramifications of that go past that initial decision. And I just think that it's been said, sure. I just think that that is something that is very important to keep in mind. Another thing, this is something that has not been said yet. Sam Altman, who's a CEO of OpenAI, I believe, I could have his title wrong, but Sam Altman said in a report that every individual query from ChatGPT 5 uses up 0.000085 gallons of water per query. And that doesn't sound like a lot. That is 1/15 of a teaspoon. However, that is not taking into account that when you say that, it sounds like not a lot. It sounds like you say, oh, hey, ChatGPT, what is this thing? And then that uses up 1/15 of a teaspoon. But with ChatGPT 5, the way that it works is it is not actually simply one model. It is a collection of models together. And when you ask it a query, it then internally puts up multiple different queries across all of those different models before it even puts up an answer. And that's not even taking into account the conversations that people often have with these, these language models. So every individual question is not simply one query, but it is in fact multiple queries. And then on top of everything else, it's just compounding and compounding. It's going between all of these different models. It's saying, oh, do I want to use this one? Do I want to use this one? Do I want to use this one? What do these all say together? What am I doing this? All of those are individual queries in the one thing that you asked it. So there are not concrete rules and laws and regulations is the word I was looking for. There are not concrete regulations in place for the utilization of AI and of data centers and whatnot. Well, and putting this forward with that being the case, when we can't even really get a good read on how much water gets used up because they don't properly report that sort of thing. When we don't have this sort of information and there's not proper regulations of how it should be used, it is insanely unwise to put such a large shift in place for our community, for our environment, for all of this. And on top of it all, yet again, their application is it doesn't fit the requirements of being approved in the first place. So I think that really sums it up. Yeah. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hello, thanks for listening. I know it's a long day. My name is Ellen. I live in Westdale. I'm a professor at McMaster in the Faculty of Health Sciences. I'm here to talk as informally. I can't speak for McMaster. But to give you a little bit of information about what McMaster does or colleagues do and don't know about this center, and to speak as a citizen and a parent. I request that the committee decline the severance application submitted by Slate Asset Management at 386 Wilcox Street. I wish to draw your attention to specific aspects of the Slate proposal, which I argue make it an inviable proposal on the face. We've had a wonderful analysis to that point. First, the Steelport Data Center has not identified the water source needed to run the AI Mega Center. This omission, I would suggest, is no accident. The center must draw on one of two sources, either our municipal water supply or Lake Ontario. Both of these water supplies are protected by a series of legal frameworks. By not identifying any source, Slate is avoiding triggering these frameworks and is not providing a serious application. They will take water without regulation afterwards. Second, the scale is undefined. While supercomputer might draw 8 to 10 megawatts of power, Slate has pitched a massive expansion. Their IESO connection request originally specified 180 megawatts, later updated to 400 megawatts, and now talking about 1 gigawatt. But there is no ceiling that's been defined. And third, I'd like to emphasize that they do not have $705 million in federal funding. They are applying for it. We are always applying for money. I am applying for money, but a bird in the hand is not a bird in the bush. So you can apply and get rejected. They do not have this funding for an academic AI supercomputer, according to their application. The McMaster Faculty Association and faculty community is not aware of the center, has not discussed the center. And I would suggest this announcement was timed strategically after the academic term has ended, when students and faculty are away. I asked a friend of mine in engineering about it, and he said he hadn't heard about it. So this is anecdotal. I'm not going to speak for the Department of Engineering. I'm not going to speak for everyone. But I would suggest that there is no downside to declining this, this proposal so that there is more time to consider. And then finally, as a citizen, I would suggest that a city council vote is more appropriate than coming before the committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to take a 10-minute.
I'm sorry, ma'am, if you could fill out a form, yeah.
Take a 10-minute break first.
Yeah, if that's okay. Through the chair, yeah. So if you want, we could take a 10-minute break. We'll be back around 4:37. Thank you. get my recorder started here. Yeah, we'll reconvene now. It's 4:43 p.m. Yeah, and I believe we have someone at the podium ready, so if you want to provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
It's on? Oh, thank you. Good afternoon to the chair and the members of the Committee of Adjustment. My name is Dan Shannon, and I live at 105 Edgemont Street South here in Hamilton. I'd like to briefly discuss Ontario's Planning Act, the legislation that forms the basis for this proceeding. Section 1.1 lists 6 purposes of the Act. This severance application contradicts at least 4 of them. First, Section 1.1a reads, quote, "The purpose of the Act is to promote sustainable economic development in a healthy natural environment within the policy and by the means provided under this Act." To briefly expand on a point from my written submission, the borders of the severed parcel represent most of the land from the first 2 phases of Slate's draft plans of subdivision, excuse me. I say most of because the severed parcel would not include a significant portion of the green space and employment land at the northwest portion of the Phase 2 area. This also means that a roughly 300-meter stretch of what would have been public waterfront access is also not being included. So, compared to the draft plans of subdivision, at least in the foreseeable future, there will be less environmental remediation, fewer opportunities for employment, and reduced green space available for humans and wildlife. Slate will likely claim to be committed to the rest of their stated plans, but if so, why not proceed with them in the orderly manner of the process that was already well underway as required by Section 53 of the Planning Act? Second, 1.1d reads, quote, "To provide for planning processes that are fair by making them open, accessible, timely, and efficient." If this severance is approved, then it will be city staff making final decisions on Slate's plans without further council or public input. This may be open and accessible for Slate, but it is not open or accessible for the public and therefore cannot meet the definition of fair. There is no need for this severance. 2 draft plans of subdivision were submitted by the applicant to the city in 2024 and 2025. What changed? Why is the applicant suddenly running to this committee for a land severance, and in doing so, forcing the public to use this meeting as their only way to have a say in the process? I want to be very clear. Slate is likely the only party that actually wants to be here doing this today. My guess is everyone else is here not out of desire, but due to a sense of obligation to their community. Third, 1.1e reads, quote, "To encourage cooperation and coordination among various interests." This is an easy one. What we are clearly seeing today is a reaction from a community who are asking, cooperation and coordination among which interests exactly? And finally, 1.1f says that the purpose of Ontario's Planning Act is to, quote, "To recognize the decision-making authority and accountability of municipal councils in planning." I'm sure you already know what I'm about to say here. This process is being used by Slate precisely to subvert that decision-making authority and accountability. This topic requires study and careful consideration, not attempts at sneaky process maneuvers. The public and their elected representatives must be allowed to have their say. I believe the appropriate action is to defer this application. We need time to develop a municipal framework around data centers. It is risky to allow Slate to send this up to the MTO rather than allow Hamiltonians to have their say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. How many more up there want to speak? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 9 more people. They're all in here. There's only 3 out there.
Is there 3 out there? Okay. No, I'm just wondering. That's for you. Okay. Okay. So we'll just keep moving along if that's okay. Who was the next person who wanted to speak? Who's here? Yeah, please step forward.
Hello, Council. I'm Peter McInnes. I live at 21 Madison Avenue. I have been here in Hamilton for the last 5 years, and I have moved to Canada in the last 10. So I'm not here to represent or speak for the arts community. I can't do that. I can't do that. AI can't do that. The people, the people out there are doing that for me as well. They're more educated about the legal system and due processes. I'm here to do something AI can't, and that is admit that I can make mistakes. I am a human. AI will tell you that there is 4 B's in the word blueberry. It'll tell you that there is a Z in December. That is why I have these. I didn't come here today with a speech. I came in here with the idea of asking who's handing out free do-overs, because everyone has a right to a do-over, but having a decision like this, introducing an AI data center, and it going through to the final process, and I'm getting emotional here, but there is no do-over after that has happened. The effects are real. People are affected by it right now, and it'll only get worse. I am not offering a do-over. It is everyone here speaking about this issue that they're proposing some people are proposing ways in which funding can be used differently, but it is everyone here represents the sentiment of people are owed a do-over, or people are capable of being able to admit when they're wrong. And I just want to admit, I brought some water. How much did that take for me to make? 0. Like, it took nothing for me to write anything like this. But I will say, drink more water and have a wonderful rest of your day. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Another one coming down.
All right. Hi there, my name is Alex Franklin, and I live at 206 Victoria Ave North. Thank you to everyone who has spoken and going to speak today. Thank you to the committee for your time. I know you're tired, but we are all tired. All Hamilton is tired. I first moved to Hamilton in 2020. I lived on Division Street, right beside Dofasco. I moved to a different city. I've moved to multiple different cities, even New York City, but then I moved back in 2023 because I love this place. The community is vibrant. It is known from surrounding communities that we are a city of art. We have the incredible art crawl, open streets on King Street, James Street North, Locke Street, and Ottawa Street. It is evident that artists love and take care of this city. It will be a slap in the faces to us artists by putting an AI data center here. A data center that is out for our jobs and making it harder to build a life for ourselves because it will create more health concerns that we're already dealing with. I am a freelance photographer, and I also work in the film and TV industry, an industry that has brought so many jobs and money to this city. Another example of the creative roots that this city has. We need to focus on allowing this community to flourish and to heal from decades of pain and environmental issues. I'm absolutely terrified for my future. In 6 months, I turned 30 years old. I'm thinking about my long-term goals, a family, owning a home, and just trying to survive. I want to have a career in a city that I'm a part of, that I can be proud of. My future is terrifying because it is already hard to survive. If this severance is approved, it will make it even harder. People that don't live here always ask me why I choose to live here. Because I'm a photographer, it might be easier to live in Toronto or somewhere else. But I choose this place because Hamilton holds my heart. Hamilton has grit, and once you meet the hardworking people that live here, home isn't anywhere else. We ask that you put them first. Since I first moved here, I now have a chronic lung disease, and I also have asthma. My puffer has to be with me everywhere. I never had that issue before my entire life. That's not a coincidence. This city is beautiful. It has a lot of quirks, but it pulls all of us back in. My favorite part of my time here is the sunset walks across the harbor front. Please don't take that peace away. Please do not accept this application, as there are so many ethical and more environmental ways that this land could be used for. It could be used to actually help the people in this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person. Please step down.
Hello, Hamilton community, chair, members of the Committee of Adjustment. My name is Kelly Sipasad. I've been living in Hamilton over the last 5 years in Ward 3, and I'm asking this committee to slow this application down and refuse or defer any severance that would help advance a data center development on the former Stelco lands without full public transparency and a clear understanding of the implications to the city of Hamilton. I grew up in Mississauga but went to McMaster University for my undergrad and absolutely fell in love with the city, with the community, and this is why I chose to purchase my first home here 6 years ago and to start my first family, to grow my family in this city. I've been working in technology for the last decade and for big tech in the last decade. I was also laid off by big tech because big tech doesn't care about small people. Let me be clear, I am not against technology for the betterment of our community, but I also want to acknowledge something that many residents have felt throughout this process today. Public participation is not an inconvenience. It is a fundamental part of municipal democracy. When residents take time away from their family, their jobs, and their personal lives to come before this committee, they deserve to be heard, respected, and taken seriously. I heard remarks today along the lines of "they keep coming," and I watched as residents poured their hearts into their presentations while members looked at their phones or appeared disengaged. And I hope that you can take our words seriously today. Hamilton's Committee of Adjustment, your duty is to decide whether requested exceptions or land changes are appropriate, fair, compatible with surrounding land uses, and in the public interest, not simply what is convenient for a developer. Your role is not to rubber stamp land division because a parcel can technically be severed. Your role is to protect the public interest, assess compatibility, and conditions whether a proposed land change is appropriate for the surrounding community and the long-term planning of this city. In 2023, Slate's own planning consultant described the Steelport vision as an intermodal industrial hub, a place for industrial operations, offices, commercial uses, institutional uses, public spaces, and a full range of employment-supported development. That vision was framed around diverse employment, long-term economic development, and compatibility with Hamilton's industrial future. But what is now being proposed is materially different. The language has shifted towards AI, sovereign cloud, computing infrastructure, on-site power, district energy, industrial-scale bay water cooling, and data center development. That is not a small administrative detail. That is a major change in use, intensity, infrastructure demand, and public risk. We are hearing very large numbers thrown out by Slate. 23,000 jobs could be generated during construction, but the public deserves honesty. A data center may require construction workers for a period of time, but once built, data centers are highly automated facilities. How many of these proposed jobs are permanent Hamilton jobs after construction is complete? They do not employ people at the scale of traditional manufacturing, steel, or mixed industrial employment. So when jobs are being used to justify this proposal, this committee should require a clear breakdown. How many construction jobs, permanent operating jobs, Hamilton resident jobs, union jobs, living wage jobs, and long-term career roles are going to be created? Slate stands to gain enormously from this industrial park. Their own materials on their website reference billions in GDP impact and describe this as one of the largest industrial redevelopment opportunities in the country. But what is the cost to the city of Hamilton? There is the infrastructure cost: roads, servicing, utilities, emergency response, grid pressure, and public administration. There's the water cost: industrial scale bay water cooling, potential thermal discharge, treatment demands, and risk to Lake Ontario and Hamilton Harbor. There's the ecological cost: more pressure on an already overburdened waterfront, more energy demand, more heat, more noise, more light, and more cumulative industrial impact. And there's the human cost. Residents living near the North End, Keith, Crown Point, and industrial adjacent neighborhoods being asked once again to absorb the impacts of a project whose financially upside flows primarily to private investors. Even if we estimate conservatively, the public cost could easily reach tens or hundreds of millions of dollars over time when there needs to be more infrastructure upgrades, electricity demands, water impacts, ecological risk, and public health monitoring. We need these to be taken into consideration because Hamilton residents deserve that transparency. We also deserve a transparent cost-benefit analysis. This committee should not allow a severance to become the first quiet step in locking Hamilton into a much larger data center campus. Before any land division is approved, Slate management should be required to provide a full public environmental assessment, a clear water use and discharge plan, a full energy demand and on-site power disclosure, a noise, heat, air quality, and light pollution study, a permanent job reporting separation, temporary construction employment from long-term careers, a public cost-benefit analysis showing what Slate gains versus what Hamilton pays, and a commitment that future approvals will include meaningful public consultation, not after-the-fact information sessions. Hamilton has lived through generations of industrial promises. We know what it means when jobs are promised today and they are not delivered tomorrow, and the communities are left with the cost of it. I'm asking this committee to act as a public servant first. Do not advance the severance until Hamilton residents know exactly what is being built, who profits, who pays, how many permanent jobs are actually created, and what protections will be legally enforceable. Thank you.
Thank you. Please sign over here, please. Oh, thanks. Who was next? All right, is there still some people at this row here? Yeah, we'll come back to you, okay? This person, yeah, just they can come down first. Okay, thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Akira Arik and I grew up in Ward 3. I'll write down my address today on the paper. My peers have already spoken about the immense social, environmental, financial, and political costs the severance, if approved, will pave the way for. I'm going to talk about the youth and the young adults growing up in the city and the world. I've watched the light drain from friends' eyes as we grew up and gradually learned about the devastation happening around the world, including in our own country. Deforestation, war, wildfires, indigenous rights violations, water pollution, the list goes on. Many youth grow up under the constant, endless dread of climate change, global instability, and biodiversity loss. This dread impacts mental health, motivation to succeed, motivation to live. It is devastating to witness. Teenagers who should be able to focus on grades, friendships, and emotional growth experience dread so deep the word anxiety does not begin to cover it. I'm 24 now. I've been attending climate and land protests since I was a teenager. I protested the urban boundary expansion, the proposed tech mine, the pipeline on Wet'suwet'en territory. Since I was a teenager, I've been struggling with so many other young people to save our future. Help us. My own future as a youth who will live to see the consequences of actions taken now feels scary rather than hopeful. I have not felt genuine, lasting optimism for the future in years, watching again and again profit and industry chosen over human lives and the health of the land and waters. We need to change this. We need to protect the land and water. We need to center Indigenous input and knowledge. We need to build a city that youth feel safe in, valued, empowered, and hopeful for the future. Our actions now should be thinking of not only us and the youth of today, but the generations beyond us not even born yet. They will need clean water, trees, education, healthcare, and hope. We owe them this. I call on you, the Committee of Adjustment, to reject the proposed land severance and take the right step forward in preventing AI data center development for our water, for our young, for our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll come back to this. Oh, were you going to come? This gentleman? Yeah, please come down. Thanks.
Name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Aaron Ankart. I live on 50 Whitfield Avenue, about no more than 700 meters from the proposed land severance. I'm here to speak as my career is shifted into becoming a data center administrator myself, much smaller scale than what's typically used for AI. I just want to speak on the physical feeling you get just about an hour inside one of these spaces. You feel it in your body, you feel it in your ears. You want to go home, your body wants to escape this atmosphere. You go have a shower, it doesn't clear that feeling. I need to go home to rest. And this data center proposed 600 meters away from my home threatens that rest. I'll never be able to find rest from a data center. That terrifies me. Guardrails need to be in place for all data centers, not just AI. I also want to share my sympathy to the Committee of Adjustment in the last couple of meetings, how disturbing these applications have kind of appeared lately, and I wish you great luck in the now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that was that row. I think it was
Who's next?
Yeah, the next row. Was there anyone who wanted to speak? Anyone else? Okay. You want to come down, please? Thanks.
Hello, my name is Angel Romo Cortez. I just live off of Ward 4, just about the traffic circle. And I want to paint a perspective of what majority of people, especially in downtown area, live through. So I used to be a security guard in low-income housing, and I've seen the kind of decisions people who live in those buildings have to take on a daily basis. People have to either skip work in order to take care of the child, or go to work sick in order to provide for the child, make decisions on whether they are able to eat food or pay rent in time. On top of all that, they have to live in the worst buildings imaginable. On top of all that, having a AI data center, it's just inhumane for me to think, you know, like all sorts of people are going through so many issues. I personally grew up with asthma. I can't even imagine how hard it would have been growing up in times like these, in case this AI data center would go through. I also remember the time when Quebec was on fire, how the skies literally turned orange, and that was already hard enough to breathe. Imagine the AI data center just taking up all the water, taking off all the clean air. What are we really doing? Like, generally, like, I can't understand how privileged the people of Slate management believe they have if they can't even comprehend what kind of environment they're going to be leaving here in Hamilton. Especially like an AI data center of all places. Hamilton, what would Hamilton be without the creative people? You know, like it's a driving factor of people wanting to be here, to art crawl, all sorts of festivals, all sorts of theater.
And to take that all away from them for what? For some billionaires to maybe make some money and, I don't know, not really care about the rest of us down here. I generally don't want to see this. I don't want to see an AI data center, you know, affecting children of all places. Like even AI data centers that are established right now, some that are established near schools. Students can't even go outside to play because the floor is so hot outside. Like, what kind of education are we leading for our children if we're expecting them to rely on AI? And I think that's just unacceptable. I hope the people at Slate Management consider the inhumane atrocities that they're causing. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Was there anyone else? Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Name and address, please.
Yep. I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Raymond. I live on 243 Regina Avenue North. In Ward 4, right next to the border of Ward 3. I can see the steel mills from my front porch. I can hear that famous Hamilton hum. Like many people, public speaking is just about top of the list for me in terms of fears. I was up until 2 a.m. last night worrying about this moment. But even greater than the fear of making a fool of myself on public record is the fear of having a hyperscale data center built in my community without our input. And I know I'm not alone in this fear. Over the past 2 weeks, I've seen countless comments in online community spaces with unanswered questions and concerns. Here today is a great demonstration of that. We've seen the data center-related deterioration of quality of life that our neighbors down south are experiencing, and I think we're all wondering, are we next? However, I know this meeting isn't about a data center, it's about land severance. Regarding this land severance application, I am very concerned that if granted, the shift from the draft plan of subdivision approval process to the site plan approval process will mean that Slate can expedite development in part by skipping the crucial step of public engagement. For reasons presented by community members with more expertise than myself, avoiding public engagement on this topic could have serious, long-term negative impacts on our community. I respectfully request that the members of this committee decline this application. While it may seem like a simple severance request, you have the fate of thousands of Hamiltonians, from the generations here today to all those to come, in your hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Was there anyone else?
One more come down.
Is there one? I think there's two more. Okay, please come down.
Is there any more up here? Okay. One more. There's one step, steps here.
Hello.
Name and address, please.
My name is Ange.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry. My name is Ange. I will put my address on the form. I don't want to disclose it on the public video.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I want to thank all the community members who have spoken so thoroughly and eloquently about the ethical, legal, and environmental concerns of this data center, which would be constructed if the severed land is approved by the committee for severance. I share all these very serious concerns. I want to remind you all, as previous speakers have said, this committee, this city, and this country have a legal obligation to follow treaties and to make sure that they are not in violation when they start major projects. We are all on Indigenous land, as you all acknowledge with your land acknowledgements, and including the display case out there for Indigenous History Month. But where is your meaningful consultation? And where is your informed consent? Because there is none. As noted in the letter from Six Nations of the Grand River, which asks you to defer this because it does not meet the necessary requirements. I am sure that they will not be the only nation or confederacy to have an issue with this, as Hamilton is on the land of more than one confederacy. and more than one nation. And it is not a good habit of this council and this committee to ignore these things further. It is not an optional step, it is a first and required step for major projects. Slate trying to force projects of this scale through this committee fails to address the seriousness of the situation and the impacts that it could have. Exploiting these loopholes to avoid red tape does not meet their obligations, nor does it meet yours, honestly. Due to the negligence and lack of thorough care by the city, the lake shore and the water has been deeply harmed for decades due to sewage leaks and industrial contamination. Whether the results came from the actions of those members here or those in the past, the actions and consequences are ongoing for those who live here and for the land and for the water. This city lacks the framework, regulations, and assessment needed to consider any steps forward on building data centers at all. There should be a ban until after the election, the municipal election, so that this can be decided by the future council on how to handle it after assessments have taken place. I know that this is a committee with a scope for zoning, and it's unfair, honestly, that this has been put to a committee that is so small with so few present members today, and it should at least be sent for proper assessments and through to the full council or to the tribunal, because this is an inappropriate scale of administration for the seriousness of the situation. And I think that's faced by the fact that you have had a community here since 8:30 this morning. Lastly, I would respectfully urge the Speaker, the committee members, and the broader council to view public engagement as an essential and beautiful part of community and democracy. Because today we have been met with hostility, laughter, and complete disinterest. And that is offensive. We have all taken our time from our days and our lives to show that we love this city, we love the environment, we love the land, and we love each other. And we feel disrespected, I think, as a whole, with the behavior we have been met with. So I would ask you all to please reflect on that, because I know that you are tired, but so are we. And I know that you have a hard job, but so do we, because we're here defending our right to have a life and a land to live on. So I would like to leave you with that, and I would ask you to please respect all the treaties that you are party to, because we are all treaty members, every person living here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's one more person. Please step down.
Whoever's making that tapping noise, please stop doing that.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Chidera. I'll put my address on the form. I would like to start off by saying that I'd like to direct our attention to Steelco's application, specifically pages 12 and 13, when they put on their severance request on Tuesday, May 19th, regarding section 5124, in which case they stated that the application will not create any public health or safety concerns. Additionally, they stated that archaeological and cultural heritage studies have been completed for the entirety of the subject lands and will be maintained throughout the Steelport Consultation Management Plan. Additionally, I'd like to point out to page 13 as well in their application that they said the application will not have any adverse impacts on the natural resources or flood control. However, as previously mentioned by many members of the Indigenous community, this cannot be true. Six Nations has put in a request form to this committee noting that there is a violation of treaty rights and requires more consultation. How can Steelco ensure that there will be that the application will not create any health and public safety concerns if there's already concerns by Indigenous peoples? How can Steelco insert that the application will not have any adverse impacts on the natural resources or flood control if they do not consult people who are tied to the land? The application and the comments put forward by the staff mentioned that there is a need to look into the amendments when it came to water, as well as natural resources. However, there is not so far, from what I'm aware, of when it comes to the wildlife and animals, of which is concerning the treaty rights put forward by 6 nations. Steelco in their application has yet to confirm with Indigenous peoples and to have and meet with them. This means that there is no way in which they can be certain that these adverse effects, in which they say there would be none, would not be impacting Indigenous people, such as those in 6 nations, as well as Indigenous people of the urban area of Hamilton. It is important that there is consultation, not just with the community members who we've seen here, but the community members whose lands this is. The city of Hamilton acknowledges in their land acknowledgement each and every time that we meet on the lands of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations covered by the District 1 Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which is an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources of the land around the Great Lakes. The lands of the Great Lakes, as well as the Great Lakes as well, would be impacted by Steelco slate operations. In order for Steelco to say, without a shadow of a doubt, that that the application will not have any adverse impacts on natural resources or flood control, they must do consultation with Indigenous peoples. And in the way that has been put forward, you may be thinking the right to consult is when it comes to that of the Crown, or when it comes to the city of Hamilton with projects that they initiate. However, it is impossible to go forward in good ways and good understanding, as this has been shown here with the people who have come forward time and time again with their applications and their concerns. Where are the Indigenous peoples when it comes to Steelco's application? How can they be certain that the application will not have any adverse impacts on natural resources or flood control when they have not consulted with Indigenous peoples? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't believe.
Is there anybody else?
Okay, just one more. Okay, please step down. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kat. I'm at 56 Grieg Street, which is right on the line between wards 1 and 2. And I really dislike public speaking, so it takes a lot to get me up here. And I really do appreciate the committee's time. And thank you all and everyone here for speaking so eloquently. While I live in Ward 1, I am an independent business owner in Ward 3, which I've had for 6 years. I love this city. You love this city, otherwise you would not be on this committee. I won't speak to all of the other concerns about what this severance will lead to. Oh, I'm opposed to the severance. I won't speak to all the other concerns about what this severance will lead to, as they have already been said far more eloquently than I could. Instead, I would like to appeal to your humanity. I love people. I believe people are inherently good. One of the beautiful things about this process is that unlike AI, you are human. Yes, you're bound by the requirements and the bureaucracy of the committee's responsibilities, which, previously explained so eloquently by other speakers, does not meet the requirements already. But you are human, and you are hearing your community members speak to your heart and spirit with their heart and spirit. And I truly hope compassion prevails. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is
there anybody else?
I don't believe there was anyone else. Okay.
Anybody out in the foyer?
Okay, was there anyone? Okay.
If not?
Through the chair, if there is anyone, please let us know. I don't believe, was there someone? Okay, please step up.
Okay.
Cool, guys. Hi, my name is Catherine. I live on Kinrad Avenue near Barton and Sherman area. I kind of wanted to touch on how AI itself is theft, and I feel like that goes over people's heads. And you think that, like a lot of people say, oh, it makes things easier, it helps my business. That is a lie. It is all over the world. Artists have had their work stolen and scraped unconsensually for these AI learning machines to function. And there are hundreds of copyrights going on, or copyright lawsuits going on about how these AI companies have built these machines based off of work that hasn't been compensated for. That goes into the visual arts areas. It goes in terms of ACTRA and like actors whose faces have been taken and used unconsensually. That goes for voice actors. Hamilton is an arts community, and AI absolutely goes against that and everything that artists stand for. I can assure you every small business that uses AI in their advertising or events, I never go into those places anymore. And they have lost my business, and I tell all my fellow Hamiltonians to take their business elsewhere for companies that do not support AI initiatives. There is a ton of, obviously, environmental factors that people have talked about that I think cannot be stressed enough, as we are already in a very damaged city environmentally, and this would just exacerbate the issues that already exist on in that front, as well as people's financial burdens in terms of their bills, electrical and water things that they have to take on. And I understand that Slate hasn't really disclosed their uses in that respect. And these are answers that I think the public absolutely needs. And it's clear that this is like a corporate attempt to bypass these protocols. And there's clearly enough public outrage against this that it needs to be absolutely opposed and taken into consideration, that this needs to be taken to a higher up level of council approval and people who will do their due diligence and research in terms of finding ways to make sure that this doesn't harm Hamiltonians, because it absolutely will. And if Slate can do it, they will take advantage of our city and leave us to pick up the pieces when the AI bubble pops, because it will pop. Because corporations are overestimating how much that people will use this and how much that they think they need it. Because that is a lie. Like 100%, they are overinflating the numbers about what people will have a dependency and that this will make things better for them, because it won't. They hate it so much, they are forcing, corporations are forcing AI to be integrated into different softwares, without our consent, overriding people's ability to opt out of AI when they want to. And it's just making it difficult to have an online presence in the world. I don't share my art anymore online because I know it's going to be scraped by AI corporations trying to steal my artistic ability that I work for, so that other people who don't want to do the effort of learning to be creative will take advantage of that, and they will create businesses exploiting people's own work. And I think it is unacceptable to allow this to not have the public opinion that everyone needs to be inputting. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And just going to check through the chat. I don't believe there's anyone else, right?
Is there anybody else?
Okay. All right, if there wasn't anyone else, we'll ask the applicant to please step forward to speak. I believe they're on WebEx, so Gary Tischler, I believe, is the agent. If you wanted to provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Jerry Chisler here with MHBC Planning on behalf of the owner, Slate HWD Inc., and we're at 12 James Street North. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, I do have a brief presentation as well that can be put on the screen.
Yep.
Or I can share it if. So I will ask committee just for a few extra minutes to speak as well, just to address the scope of the application, given the public comments that were received.
Do you see it?
Yep, there you go. Thank you.
Okay. And then let me know when you need me to switch the slides. Okay.
Will do, thank you. So this application is a deferred item from the May 19th committee meeting. The recommendation report at that meeting was for approval, but we did request for a deferral to have some more time to work with staff on the severance conditions, which we've been able to refine since then so that they achieve a number of things, including being consistent with the submissions made for the subdivision application, protecting for the opportunity to provide a future publicly accessible road through the severed lands. We clarified the timing of future drainage improvements to address some existing flooding issues on Industrial Drive. And we ensure that there can be alignment between the removal of existing service connections with Stelco's ongoing demolition work on site. Since that May 19th meeting, there's obviously been a lot of public comments received by the city, as well as all the delegations that we've heard today. And I understand that those comments are almost exclusively related to the potential future uses on the property rather than the question of land division, which is the subject of the severance. I think we heard a number of delegates acknowledge that fact as well. So to that end, City Council has recently passed a notice of motion to review its regulations on data centers and are seeking feedback from the public through that process. So that'll be a transparent process led by the city to review its land use regulations for data centers. So that said, I do want to make it clear to committee and to the public that today's application deals just with the question of land division, not land use. So the severance neither approves nor commits any portion of the site to a data center or any other specific use in the M5 zone. The site remains zoned for industrial uses, which permits a number of different types of activities. That includes energy generation, advanced manufacturing, research and development offices, and digital infrastructure. But again, the severance application before committee today is scoped entirely to the question of land division, regardless of what that future use might be. Again, whether it's manufacturing, R&D, data centers, or some other use permitted in the M5 zone. The decision on the severance, again, has no bearing on what uses are permitted. So that is solely governed by the city's official plan and the zoning bylaw. So whether the lands are severed or not, uses like R&D data centers, they will continue to be permitted on the site as they are today. So we've heard some common concerns about data centers in the public comments today, things like energy consumption, water usage, noise emissions, things of that nature. These are all standard matters that have to be addressed for any industrial facility, and there's a multitude of review and permitting processes that would still have to be undertaken prior to any development of the property. This ranges from things like site plan approval to building permits to servicing permits, utility reviews, permits from conservation authorities and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and so on. So those processes all remain intact regardless of whether the property is severed or not. They have to be undertaken prior to the site being developed, and they will be undertaken when the design of the site is actually advanced. So having addressed the scope of the application and the land use matters, I just have a brief presentation here with the details of the application, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. So we go to the next slide, please. The property is located in the Bayfront Industrial Area with a total site area of about 286 hectares. It's surrounded by Hamilton Harbor to the north and west, the Ottawa Slip to the east, and then various industrial uses to the south, east, and west. The property was formerly used by Stelco for their steelmaking operations, but over the past decades, the scale of those operations has been decreasing, such that the majority of the property is sitting vacant and underutilized. In 2022, the lands were sold to the current owner, Slate HWD Inc., with a small portion severed off and leased back to Stelco for the remaining steelmaking operations. So you can see on the screen there, you have the Stelco site kind of carved out there. They're still operating there, and then we have Dofasco on the other side. So the severed lands are effectively sitting between two operating steel mills, Stelco and Dofasco. So since acquisition, Slate has been advancing a master plan and a draft plan of subdivision that will see the lands redevelop into a modern master planned employment area known as Steelport. We've been working on that application with the city since about 2024. And the next slide, please. The current severance application proposes to sever roughly 76 hectares of land from the eastern part of the property and establish associated easements. The severed lands will be accessed and serviced directly from Industrial Drive, and they are less constrained than the balance of the property, which will be the retained lands. There are also a number of existing access and servicing easements in favor of Stelco, Sunrise Metals, and the city, which carry with the lands and will continue to encumber them after the severance. And there's also conditions that are imposed in this approval that ensure that if there's any gaps in the municipal easements, that those are addressed if they exist. Now, the intent of the severance here is to decouple this relatively unconstrained severed area from the balance of the property to facilitate an initial phase of development. So this will allow development to be advanced on the lands while we continue working on the subdivision application for the larger retained lands, which have a number of constraints and considerations that's going to require some time to resolve. This includes things like conveyance of brownfield lands for municipal roads, cleanup of 2 contaminated hotspots, decommissioning of the existing coke battery. There's some opportunities for the preservation of industrial heritage assets and the creation of a public waterfront trail. And this is what streamlining refers to in our letter. I think there's been a number of delegates that mentioned the streamlining process in this term. That's what we're referring to here in our letter. It's the decoupling of the matters affecting one part of the site, the retained lands, that don't apply to the other portion being severed. So I think there might be a bit of a misconception that this severance application would somehow provide an opportunity to circumvent some approvals processes or environmental regulations, but that's simply not the case. It's a land division application. The regulations and requirements that apply to the lands, whether they're severed or not, are the same. So to that end, the subdivision application will be revised to only apply to the retained lands, but the conditions included in the severance ensures that the principle of the Steelport Master Plan, so like the waterfront access or the natural heritage protection, for example, will be reflected in any future development on the severed lands. Next slide, please. Coordination between the severed lands and the subdivision is important, and many of the conditions that are being proposed stem from the detailed studies that have been undertaken for the master plan and the subdivision processes. These will form the basis for undertaking detailed design work through future site plan approval applications and permitting processes. The severance also respects the subdivision layout, including the road network, which you can see here. This is the current draft of the subdivision with the severance superimposed. And there are conditions proposed to ensure that if additional access is required to the subdivision, it can be provided through the severed land, so it's not constraining that property. And similarly, there are conditions requiring that the subdivision be revised to rescope that application to strictly the retained lands. So overall, the application presents a great opportunity to advance an initial phase of development in the heart of the city's largest industrial area, which has been hollowed out in the past due to decades of global change in industry and manufacturing. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks for the display. Is there any questions from the panel? Go ahead, Bob.
I have no questions for the applicant. It was very well articulated for what they're trying to promote. Really appreciate the turnout today and the info facts that was supplied by every applicant who came, or it's not applicant, neighbor that came up to the stand. In a lot of years, I've never seen that outcome from the public, so it was quite remarkable, but it goes back to Hamilton heritage. Just going forward, a couple of comments. There was no data submitted for development. The details would have come out after the fact because we were only dealing on the severance of the property. Just, that's it, nothing else. But at the same token, it's usually a two-part process in general. One is the severance. It meets all the regulations for that property, the way it's presented right now. And then if it was approved, then the land development, zoning, the entire planning staff, including wastewater management, all the engineering, et cetera, departments would be involved going forward. But like I said, the application before us deals only with the land package, not the uses or whatever is built on it, just the severance. However, considering the comments from all the residents of Hamilton today, this over 1,600 emails, 2,500 pages of PDFs today, or over the last couple of days, and I'll be the first one to admit, I didn't go through all of them. It was impossible. But at the same token, because of the residents, the way they came out today and voiced their opinions, I make a motion to deny the severance.
Second by Donna. All in favor? The application is denied.
Everyone, through the chair, everyone, please.
Okay, just a second.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, did you want to make a motion to adjourn?
Motion?
Yeah, if you wanted to. Yeah. Was there going to be a motion to adjourn? Here?
Motion.
Was there a second there? Okay.
Second.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're adjourned 5:39 p.m.
Yep.
Okay, thank you everyone for attending.